coexisted in such a tremendously beautiful way. It will continue for another 100 years or so. We will see the figure of Yehuda Levi and so on who exemplify this. But in many ways, 1066 was a punctuation mark that changed the watershed, as it were, of the period. So with that, I want to remind you that, one last point, and then I'll go into conclusion. So the last thing I want to conclude with is just some random thoughts. What is the Sephardi personality? Now, it's hard to say there is even a single Sephardi personality because, like all human beings, they have a range of opinions. But is there kind of like a Sephardic ideal? Is there an ideal that culturally we associate with? Oh yeah, that's kind of like a Sephardi thing to do. Is Shmuel HaNagid perhaps the great model for that ultimate Sephardi ideal? We see it also in the Rambam, who did not achieve nearly as high a level of political authority, but had definitely achieved great heights in his field of medicine, and at the same time was a brilliant halachist and philosopher and so on. But Shmuel HaNagid is a Sephardic Jew who's able to negotiate the dominant culture of Arabic Andalus, and at the same time be highly involved and deeply committed to Jewish values and to Torah study. Is this perhaps not the Sephardic ideal to which 1,000 years later many of us are still aspiring? With that, I want to remind you, next week we're not meeting. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope to see you in 2 weeks when we return to talk about Yehuda Levi.
They just get to decide what is and isn't over the line. That should scare everybody. You're fucking nuts.
Hello, everyone.
If
I
this
hope you
doesn't
enjoyed that
scare
lecture.
you,
I
you're
really
nuts.
enjoyed preparing the research.
All these things that Alex Jones, and I've had Alex on, Alex, all these things that Alex Jones was worried about when I listened to him in the late 90s, early 2000s are coming to fruition. And I don't know where he is on all of that stuff, but I know he's a big fan of Trump, but this is everything Alex Jones always talked about. Military in the street, the FEMA camp,
Hey, Denise, I've been following your father's lecture series on Sephardi
company
culture, and
that
I love it so
monitors
much.
everything, the
It's part of
surveillance,
my
this is
nightly
all
ritual
of
after
that. Not to sound like a fucking nut.
I listened to the latest
This is
video.
everything a crackhead.
Get through it.
And I
We're
don't
trying
even mean
to do
a
something.
crackhead like
I've learned
crack,
so
like
much.
I
Please let
smoke
me know how much I
weed
appreciate it. Well,
in a
I really
room with a
appreciate
fucking
getting
black
these kinds of
light
things. So,
and a
and
fucking,
I especially
insane
appreciate
clown
when we
posse
send it to my
tattoo
kids and my wife. Then I
on
feel
his
like,
arm.
wow,
I'm thinking very specific guy I was friends with.
that makes me
But
feel
this is
great.
everything
Thank
that
you.
guy would talk about.
Secondly,
Like,
oh my gosh, this is amazing to study poetry. How rarely do we take time to actually look at poetry and try to deeply understand poetry. So it's really crucial that we give our young people the exposure to poetry as best as we can. Share this video. Maybe some other people will also appreciate it. And I hope you have a fantastic holiday. Don't forget, we're not going to have a lecture uploaded next week, but the following week we'll be back with Yehuda Levi.
And the people you think would be upset about it are kind of cheerleading it. They think it's great. So isn't that fun?
Open your free iHeartRadio app and search hosts.
Isn't that a fun one? Hims. Can't stop snoring or blanket stealing, but when it comes to performance, they've got you covered. Take control of ED with personalized treatments made with proven ingredients described by licensed providers. Through Hims, you can access personalized
Thank you
prescription
so much for
treatment
coming
options for
out
erectile
tonight,
dysfunction like heart
especially
rate, sex
on this
arousal.
auspicious evening. I wasn't sure if I'd have 3 or 4 people or a large crowd tonight. This is, of course, if you're not familiar with it in the internet viewing audience, tonight is International Sino-Judaic Friendship Day.
Fix all the friends you and when you're at your health goals, but first,
Sino, like Chinese, right? This joke comes to us from Mr. Chaim Singer of Passaic, New Jersey, who says it's an ultimate dad joke. His father, Dr. Carl Singer, often tells this joke. So here's how the joke goes.
That's hims.com/Jim
There's this company that's looking for a new office manager, and they're advertising, and they're having difficulty getting someone to take the job. And so they're waiting for someone to show up. And finally, there's the doorbell rings, and they open the door, and in walks a large boxer, a dog, large dog. And they look at the dog, and the dog looks at them, and they don't know what to say. So the dog he lifts up his paw, and he puts his hand on the desk. And they look at the desk, and right there is the job bag. And they say to the dog, "Are you here to apply for a job?" And the dog barks once. And they don't know what to do, so they say, "Well, you know," and, they start talking to each other, what about equal opportunity, affirmative action? What do we do? A dog applies for this job. So they say to the dog, "Well, this job has very high requirements. You have to have quite a bit of skills. For example, you have to know how to take dictation." The dog immediately pulls out a pair of reading glasses and a pen, and he's got his pad ready to go. And they say, "Well, this dog requires extensive computer skills. You have to be able to type 70 words a minute." Jumps up to the terminal, bangs out 1,000 words in just a couple of minutes. Amazing. And they say, "Well, this job requires that the successful candidate be bilingual." And the dog says, "Meow." That's the dad joke, right? Yeah, thank you. I thought so too. Once again, Dr. Carl Singer from Passaic, New Jersey. Okay. No, that's his dad's joke. It's a dad joke, right? Okay. Anyways, so tonight's topic is actually quite fascinating. I really had a tremendous time doing the research for this. It's not a topic I knew much about at all until just really about a week ago. And it's a little bit outside my area of expertise, more about literature and poetry and so on, but I found it just absolutely fascinating. I hope that you will enjoy it as well. So today we're going to talk, however, about a woman who is hardly known even among historians. I just came across her because I'm trolling through some of the websites on the history of Jewish women, and there are all these undiscovered characters who really get very little treatment in the historical literature. Her name is Kasmuna, and we only have 2.5 poems attributed to her, about 10 lines worth of text attributed to her, and it really is tremendously revelatory about the nature of gender and religion, particularly in the medieval Iberian climate. So let's have a look at her life and try to understand what we can tease out of the tiny amounts of information we have about the nature of Jewish life in the Middle Ages, especially as it applies to women. So the main source of our information for this woman named Kasmuna, by the way, the name is rather interesting. Scholars opine that it might be related to the word kesem, which is a Hebrew root that transliterates into its Arabic cognate to mean that reminds me, by the way, I don't know if you all watch my videos online, but I put out others that I don't give here. I gave out one on how to spell the word Hanukkah. And I cannot believe the amount of noise and comments that people have contributed to it. One person wrote, I happen to say that the reason I spell with a CH is because the English language does not have a symbol for the guttural pronunciation of ch, right? And so a whole bunch of linguists are just lurking around the web waiting to jump on me. One of them said, "Oh my gosh, it is not a guttural, it is a voiceless fricative." And that was a great term. And then someone else came on, so back to where we were. Kesem is related to the word for sorcery. And so her name might mean like little witch, but in a diminutive sense, meaning like you name your child after, since she's like enchanted, an enchantress. Right? That would be a nice way to say little witch. Other scholars say no, it's related to a purely Arabic root, which means shining or beautiful, which is perhaps a traditional name. But anyway, it clearly is an Arabic name. Women historically have often been given non-Hebraic names, primarily because they're not required to be called up to the Torah. When men are called up to the Torah, it's considered much more common for them to be called up by a traditional Hebrew name, Avram, Yaakov, Yitzchak, whatever it is. But since women did not have that privilege for the vast majority of Jewish history, they were often given popular non-Jewish names. Right up really until Fiddler on the Roof, with names like Keitel and Spritza and Badana, Masha, which is, of course, Maria. These are all very traditional non-Jewish names. Well, originally Maria was a very Jewish name, but then they kind of got
whatever's in your body.
Okay, anyways, the story goes that the source that we have for Hasmuna and her life is from a early 16th century Arabic Muslim dictionary of female poets. So this Muslim writer collected the poetry written by women over several centuries, and he has an entry on this woman named Hasmuna al-Yahuda.
That would have been the case. I thought for sure the curse was lifted based on that burrito act of kindness. But it could be whatever's living in your stomach. Just a curse.
Yeah, I remember Brendan got me a freaking breakfast taco, which I think that's probably the first time he's got me food. Other than when we go to restaurants and stuff, but that was surprising too. So that should have been the curse being lifted.
Yeah. That's hilarious. They're like in a competition for shit right now. Yeah. Brian's gonna come with something. like I don't know, some gun. Like I need this gun.
I would love that type of competition.
And Brendan's like, oh, I brought you this hooker. And Brian comes, he's like, I bought you. What's better than a hooker? Yeah.
Two hookers.
Right out of the gate, gun. Then I had to beat that.
And whatever the soup that I had, they did not touch you today. Remember you were trying to pronounce it?
Yeah.
I had you giggling when I said it. You couldn't pronounce it.
Yeah, it's practicing. I remember it.
Yeah.
And I've got the pronunciation down now.
At least you got it down.
Yeah. Guys, big news, house cleaning. I've been saying for weeks, we said it on the power hour that we're going to raffle off or do some type of game with the King of the Steak signs. I have finally made Who Wants to Pay for Shipping, the game, 15 questions. If you get 1 million, you don't have to pay for shipping. So I guess maybe it should be who doesn't want to pay for shipping. But if you get to like 1,000 and then 32,000, you just get the opportunity to pay for shipping for some of the sides. I just did fastest finger on the Patreon. There were like 5 people who commented that they wanted to play the game, and I just DM'd them all on Instagram, and I said fastest finger contest. First one to text me back gets to play. Danny C got back. So Danny C will be joining us for the Patreon, zooming in and asking him who wants to be a millionaire, ask questions to win the King of the Steak signs.
Sick. I'm so excited.
Congratulations, Dan.
Coordinate all this stuff.
I don't do anything until 5 minutes before the show, and then I'm frantic and I don't like when people talk to me. You've seen it? But it all comes together.
No, it does.
I work under pressure.
Yeah, it's
5 minutes going like this.
Literally me like asking him a question and just not getting an answer.
Yeah, no, he can't hear it. If his mouth is like this, and
His ear just turns off. Yep.
and it'll be like asking, like, oh, what can I do to help? And I'm like,
Yeah, I'm pretty much.
I'd love to like think I could be a director one day, but not with that.
I almost feel like it's like a lever system. Like when the lips get pulled, there's like a wire that closes the ears.
Yeah.
And you brought up the movie Long Legs. That reminded me. Have any of you guys seen Weapons? That movie Weapons? No, but I've been seeing everyone's like, it's the best movie.
And the guy, the director, he was from The Whitest Kids You Know. Remember that comedy trio?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the guy who died. Trevor.
Yes.
Died?
Yeah.
Oh, I forget if you got that because I just saw a clip of him the other day. There were a lot of conspiracies about his death because he like spoke out against like I don't know, like big pharmacy and conspiracy shit and stuff. Trevor,
Big Pharmacy. You said the full word.
yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I didn't want to get it confused with agriculture.
What's God Aggie?
Big ag, big farm.
Big pharmaceutical, large pharmaceuticals.
There you go. Trevor, Warren, Wallace, Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and Google that.
God, I wanted to get it before, but now I've derailed. Anyway, so yeah, that guy directed Weapons, not the dead guy. They are.
That makes sense. Trevor Moore. R.I.P.
Yeah. Gone too soon. I've only seen stuff. I didn't really know about him at the time. Chris Luxamana, producer at Pro Show, was friends with him, but like I've seen like sketches of the shit after. I never watched White Skin. They were funny, man.
My favorite one was, it's probably one of the few things that I saw, but I did love their sketches, was the trailer. They like bust into a executive meeting room, and he's like, pitches like a summer movie. He's like, listen up, Mel Gibson, so.
Yeah.
They also had a sketch where, you know, people go like, give me a break. Yeah. One guy would do that to completion. He would keep he's like in the office, in the kitchen in the office, and he's like, and then Mike starts getting it, Mike keeps going and finishes.
I don't know this. Yeah, I don't know this whitest kids. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's funny stuff.
It's just like sketch comedy, like
it's kind of like Please Don't Destroy on SNL. It's like a comedy group that does sketches.
Got it. Could be us.
Anyway, so are you gonna see Weapons?
I don't know. I thought about it.
I guess it already tripled its budget.
Yo, where's Toxie?
In like 3 days.
That's impressive.
Oh, I know this movie now. Our buddy Connor O'Brien shot some cam off. Yeah, he was cam off with some stuff on his skates.
Yeah, he was like in the convenience store or some shit like that. Yeah, he just posted.
Hold on. See if I can find it. You said on his skates?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the basketball stuff, or is that different brand?
That's so funny. Boy, you guys are so Hollywood. I love it. It's awesome. Wait, that's a common thing in Hollywood is to be on your skates while you're.
I wouldn't say it's common. I think it's kind of a specialty skill. But I can see how it would get you like doper shots. Yeah, for sure. If you're really good at it, and you know how to operate a fucking camera right next there. It is right there.
I'll try to get the sound.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty sick. They got that crazy like easy rig and Moby and blades. Yeah, it's like wild.
Do you want to share the screen with Jen?
Yeah.
Please.
You might have to allow yourself in the other meeting to share.
Here we go. I'm gonna do this, and you guys are gonna like it.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
I'm gonna love it. And then I want to see your face too, Mark. You always never show your face.
Wow. The chin. You're just gonna have to deal with. I don't know what camera's mine.
That's fine. I'll just imagine.
I don't want to live switch.
I'll just use my imagination. Outing.
What'd you guys do this weekend? I played golf. Shocking with Mark. Well, did you play well? I played really well.
Totally. Let's hear about it.
Did you fall off the wagon when you got home? So what I'm doing now, I'm kind of curating kind of new workflow. I did 2 weeks no booze, and then now I'm doing during the week no booze, and weekends I can play golf and drink. But I have a new thing. I eat breakfast before I play golf. Before I was still fasting, because that's what I'm used to doing. And now I'm eating a big ass breakfast, so now I can have all the indulgences I want, and I'm not going to be hammered by the cold. But yeah, I had a putt on the last hole to shoot even par. Wow! And I 3-putted and bogeyed. What's your reaction in that moment after the 3-putt? Are you like really pissed, or is it a casual case? I'm pissed, but it's like I'm pissed, baby. I'm pissed, but I'm also like that's still one of my best rounds. I mean, my best round ever is 73, so 74. I'm never gonna be mad at. You just gotta. I think I did let the nerves get to me. I was a nervy putt. Yeah, was it? It was downhill. And first of all, my 9-iron went 160, which is 20 yards further than it normally does. And now I'm getting an echo.
Hang on.
You gotta leave the audio. And yeah, he's got it. And, yeah, he knows, Mark. Thumbs up, Kevin. So I think it was some adrenaline on that last road shot. Went too far, and then I had a maybe 40-foot downhill putt. And I just didn't want to blow it past, but I left it like 10 feet short, and then I missed the 10-footer. Overcompensated, yeah. But it's fun. It's fun. I'm playing Hidden Valley coming up this weekend. Where's that? Nice track. I don't know, Norco or something.
Yeah, it's out there.
Shout out Fluffy. Fluffy Hernandez just beat Roman Delidze for his 8th straight win at 185 pounds. I've been saying he's going to be champ for like 5 years. I've been on money on him all the time. I love him. I want to have this from NorCal. Yeah. NorCal.
Different.
I just realized.
Yeah, that's different.
It's something different.
Yeah.
Whatever. Shout out Fluffy.
Got excited.
And I, as I often do, I only ask you guys to what you did on the weekend, so I can say what I did on the weekend. I went to Jurassic Park in Hollywood. Oh wow! Big Jurassic Park week.
Damn, girl.
Our network, Golden golden hour, after hour, Jurassic Park for like 25 minutes, which I didn't expect. But it was fucking awesome. Has anybody been to a movie at the Hollywood Bowl? No.
No. I went to a similar thing. I thought it was the same thing that you did because you saw Jurassic Park. I saw John Williams as like a compilation of the different movies he's done. We didn't see Jurassic Park. Also, I got a little bit screwed. He was a little bit sick that day, so it was like his people, but not him. So you watch little scenes. So we got like Star Wars and everything but Jurassic Park, which kind of sucks.
They didn't do any Jurassic Park?
Yes.
Unfortunately, it is not one of the best.
Thank you, Mark, for fixing it.
So you eat mushrooms too? Yeah, we ate a little mushroom. Well, when we went to that Belly Laughs festival, there was a stand that had it's called Toasty Town. Shout out Toasty Town. They do these little mushroom drinks. Oh right. And I drank 2/3 of it at the Belly Laughs, and that was great. So then how many grams? I think it's 2. I think maybe like half 8, right around. Yeah, I think you're close. I think if you had a full one, that'd be a bit much to watch the movie and not like want to close your eyes or something. But I had the perfect amount. It was great. Dudamel, the composer.
Gargamel?
Dudamel.
Oh, I've seen him too.
Yeah, it was his. He's a legendary composer, I guess, and it was his last show at the Hollywood Bowl. So that was cool. I saw him open up for Tony Bennett one time, 50 years to the day after Tony Bennett performed at the Hollywood Bowl for the first time. So those are my 2 times seeing Dudamel. And it was just really fun. It's cool going to a movie like that.
Dudamel, where's my car?
Nice. Dudamel's driving.
Where are they going to use
Do you, is it you making these plans, or is it your girl? You guys both enjoy? Like, who's getting into this more?
Honestly, it's the algorithmic gods. I got fed that. I was like, we're going to that. Yeah, it was my thought. But we've never been to theaters together.
What?
I know. It just hadn't happened. Talked about lots of times.
No, I get that, because there's really not that many great movies to see nowadays.
There's been enough.
He's not a Marvel guy, superhero movie type guy, and there's not that many great movies anymore.
There's been a number of weekends where we're like, okay, this is the one, and then we look, and it's like nothing really appeals to me. I know there's a lot of movies that I haven't heard about that I can watch and I probably enjoy it. But that's not what I want to go to the movie theater. But I have seen her, or we have seen Jurassic Park at the Hollywood Bowl, or Lion King.
Can't stop, won't
at the Hollywood
stop.
Bowl, which
Would you like better? I want to ask you that.
These guys,
Lion King was probably a little cooler because they have like the costumes and stuff on stage and live performances. Like Jeremy Irons' Scar came out and sang from the movie, so that was really dope. But I think I don't know. I think that scene when they see the dinosaur in Jurassic Park is the best scene in like cinema history.
The first time they see the dinosaur?
Yeah, and then it raises and it drops and then welcome to Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
She's like,
Yeah. There's a older couple in front of us and a gay couple, and one of the gay guys, the old lady, they were like talking to each other, and he was like touching her knee and stuff. So I thought they were together. And then right at
Hasmona the Jewess.
like as
We don't have a record of her in Jewish sources whatsoever. We get her only through this Muslim medium. And he says a very beautiful story at the very beginning, that Hasmona's father was a very educated man. We'll have some opinions as to who he might have been. And he would teach her this particular Arabic poetic style of rhyming, not exactly rhyming couplets, but he would start a poem from her, and then she would have to finish it. Anyway, so the first quotation that we have, her father said to her, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, considering lawful that which is forbidden to her. That's kind of a complicated sentence. He says to this young daughter, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, done something bad to her husband, boyfriend, whatever, considering that lawful that which is forbidden to her. And she's taking advantage of that relationship. Hasmona then replied, just like the sun from which the moon derives its light, always, yet afterwards eclipses the body of the sun. Beautiful astronomical metaphor that fits with the first idea of the poem. And as the Arabic author of the collection of poems writes, her father embraced her and said, "My daughter, by the Ten Commandments," right, typical Jewish thing to say, "you are a greater poet than I." So this is our first kind of introduction to Kasmuna. You have this beautiful idea of a relationship with her father, a very literary relationship, and one in which she demonstrates wit and sensitivity, and to a certain degree asserts her kind of unique femininity in an unusual way, which we will explore in the course of this lecture. So that's our first introduction to Kasmuna. Any questions so far? Okay, so since we are 11 minutes, I actually had a different talking dog joke to start, and I would like to tell that joke because it was in my brain when I started. So if you don't mind, Joseph, you're still awake, right? So I can tell you this joke. So the joke goes like this. This is a joke I was going to start with. It's Erev Yom Kippur, and the synagogue is full of Jews, and they're all thinking about atonement in the year to come, and they're waiting for the Chazan to show up, the cantor to show up. And he's not coming. And finally, someone bursts in and says, "The Chazan, he took another job. He's over in Peoria right now. He's going to lead the services over there. We don't have a Chazan." Everyone's saying, "Oh my gosh, it's almost Yom Kippur. We have a few minutes. How are we going to possibly daven the Yom Kippur Kol Nidre service?" And they're asking around, "Does anyone know how to daven? Does anyone know how to do this?" And finally, one guy steps forward, sheepishly goes up to the rabbi and says, "Rabbi, I know a Chazan that knows Kol Nidre." He says, "Okay, bring him." He says, "Well, you know, it's not so easy."
And I was like,
You see, he's a dog. And the rabbi says, "A dog?" He says, "Yeah, he's a dog, but he doesn't really for Yom Kippur, really. It's a Kol Nidre." The rabbi says, "Well, I don't know what to do. Just bring him in here." Bring the dog in. It's a boxer with a white, working as a receptionist, by the way, in a firm that just got the job. And the congregation is skeptical. What does it mean? So they put a tallis on him. Anyways, he goes up to the Aron and he puts his front two paws on the Aron, and then he kind of gathers himself, so clears his throat. He purses his lips, and then he begins, "Kol Nidre." And the room is silent. Everyone is overwhelmed with the emotion and the sensitivity and the technical precision with which he enunciates all the prayers. As people by the end of the service are weeping, they're overwhelmed. What a tremendous commitment. They never heard such a thing. So the rabbi says, "Can you do chakra?" He says, "Sure, chakra. It's most of the whole thing. Goes through everything, goes through the the davening. The congregation is transformed. They've all done tshuva. They're going to be tremendously good Jews for coming here." And a committee of the board members come up and they say to the owner of the dog, "Listen, we love this Yom Kippur service, and we'd like to offer your dog a full-time position as Chazan." And the guy says, "I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible." They say, "Well, why not?" He says, "Well, he really has his heart set on medical school."
Those are my favorite. I love going to events in LA.
So that was more Jewish, but I think I like Dr. Sunday's joke anyways. Okay, so back to Kasmona. Here we go. Now, the style of her poetry is a very highly technical Arabic style called, I'll try this once, Muwashashah. My Arabic is terrible. It's just a little bit worse than my Urdu and my Swahili. But this is considered, as I read in the literature, to be an extremely complicated type of poetic style that Kogno Senti really enjoyed, with detailed, rhyme and meter and so on. And we can only assume that it is as great as the poets and the scholars say. Now, the way that this poetess is described is, as I said, Kasmona the Jewess, and she is named as Bint Ismail. Sorry, it's Bint Ismail ibn Magdala. I might have a typo on this here. The daughter of Ismail of Baghdad. And one particular scholar named Bellamy argues that, in fact, when you look more closely at the literary evidence, it's quite possible that Bagdala was actually a misprint, and it was none other than Shmuel Hanavi, which is Samuel ibn Nagrela. an absolutely fascinating proposition because Shmuel Hanagi, that's his Hebrew name as opposed to the Arabic, was one of the most famous Jews of the Spanish Golden Age, a tremendously towering figure of phenomenal importance. And if this was in fact his daughter, it opens up a whole new venue into what we know about the world of Iberian Jewry and about Jewish women in the Spanish lands. As we shall see, there's a lot of controversy over that particular assertion. It's far from clear that this is in fact her father, but it certainly does place her life within a royal context, a long rabbinic context, and in fact a royal context. So before we go into it, let's just talk a little bit about why we know so little about her. The unfortunate reality is that women basically drop off the radar screen for almost all of Jewish history. We have some exceptional women who stand out in the biblical period. Of course, the foremothers, women like Zipporah, Moses' wife, and so on. With very few exceptions, like let's say Gloria, with very few exceptions, they always tend to be, living in the shadow of a male. Either their husbands, their fathers, sometimes their sons, but they rarely stand out on their own. And the historiography, the literature that we have, basically ignores women's history. And there are a lot of reasons for this. It's hard to believe that Jewish women were not so exceptional, since we know how exceptional they are even today. And I said that even when my wife left the room. She actually walked out of the room for a second. But the fact is, Jewish women are so phenomenally powerful in the structure of Jewish life, particularly traditionally observant Jewish life. It's hard to imagine that their influence and leadership was not felt more dramatically throughout the ages. Why do we have such a small record of their activity? Part of this is because of the tropism of historiography, meaning the way that historiography works. Most of Western Jewish historiography, which follows non-Jewish historiography, tends to focus on leaders who stand out in the public eye. Judaism as a culture has always emphasized this idea of kol kvuda bas melech pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. This concept called tzniut, or hiddenness, which is considered a very positive value in Judaism, but does not translate very well into Western non-Jewish culture. There is this idea that in Judaism, the more valuable a thing it is, the more it should be withheld, the more that it should be closed off, hidden, modest. Like the classic example the rabbis often bring is the Torah scroll, which is not left out on display, open for everyone. It's closed up inside a mantle, behind a curtain, with a chain, inside a box. And it's only brought out at very special occasions of communal importance in which everyone has to show the correct level of deference to it. So Judaism as a culture has valued that level of selflessness, of voluntarism on the part of women, which often does not make it to the top of the charts when it comes to recording the historical events of the Jewish people. There's also some very strong patriarchal elements to Jewish culture, which tends to devalue women's activities in general and consider them second class. So one can really approach this with an apologetic, emphasizing the value of tzniut, the value of hiddenness. One can also point to the patriarchal structures, which tend to, suppress women's activity. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we have very few women who have the kind of historical data describing their life to form men. Looking specifically at the Iberian Peninsula at this period, women do figure in poetry. We'll look at a few female poets, but looking at women in poetry, they tend to occupy certain very classical roles or tropes, if you will. There's the trope of the coquette, the woman who is a tease, the woman who is leading men on, very libidinous and so on. Then there is the trope of the shrew, the overly talkative wife, the nagging wife, those kinds of things. And so you see those very prominently in the body of Arabic literature that appears from the Spanish Middle Ages. And as we shall see, actually, Kasmuda's poems, even though we only have 2.5 of them, we just saw the first half, they really do stand out as being quite different. So part of the reason for this as well, according to Goithein, who's one of the greatest scholars of this period, is that we're largely excluded from the discourse, not only because of cultural norms, but because of linguistic norms. Judaism as a culture basically values Hebrew, with very few exceptions, considering perhaps Maimonides writing in Judeo-Arabic, or Samson Raphael Hirsch writing in German in the 19th century. Almost everything that's written in non-Jewish languages, non-Hebrew, tends to disappear. The Talmud may be another very big exception to that rule, written basically in Aramaic. But if you don't write in Hebrew, you're not writing in the lingua franca of the Jewish people. And you may find that Judeo-Persian or Yiddish or Ladino is really popular with a large population at a given point in time, but after a couple of hundred years, thinking about the long arc of Jewish history, it will disappear, unless it gets into a Hebrew translation, which is exactly what happened with Maimonides, for example. Nobody studies Maimonides in the original Judeo-Arabic nowadays, only like really sophisticated scholars. Everyone else studies translations of Maimonides, because that's the language that we use forever. So women were largely excluded from formal education in Hebrew, particularly beyond, let's say, primary level, to be able to read the Siddur, for example, maybe Chumash. After that, they weren't given advanced rabbinic training. And so, therefore, their fluency in Hebrew was statistically quite a bit less than men. They didn't leave behind that kind of record, and they disappeared. But luckily, we have women like Carol Shapiro, who you may remember her from the lecture on Zabata. I was truly kind of preparing for this lecture. I was kind of rushed. I was in New York a little while ago, and I saw Carol at the Touro College Library, and they said, "Listen, I got to give a lecture next week. I know a little bit about this person, but I really don't know much." I just wrote down the word Kasmuna on a piece of paper, a little flip paper. I said, "Could you please get me some information?" And she sent me like 20 articles. Amazing. So we have women like Ms. Shapiro, who is really helping us out today. Okay, and what's so special about Spanish Jewry? There is this golden age of Spanish Jewry, which scholars differ about the exact chronological parameters, but let's say basically from the 9th century to the 13th century, you have this tremendous effervescence and explosion, really, of Jewish culture in Spain. This is what creates Sepharad. This is what creates a cultural movement that persists 1,000 years later. There are people who call themselves Sephardic, even after they've been exiled for 500 years. It's primarily because of the activity that occurred in the Golden Age. It was the principal sociological reason for this tremendous explosion of Jewish activity, which is, by the way, kind of like the explosion of Jewish activity and creativity at the turn of the 20th century in Europe. When you looked at how does that joke go? When you look at the great minds of the turn of the 20th century who changed our nature, our understanding of society, like, for example, take the 4 top minds, right? You have Freud, Sigmund Freud, who changed the way we think about the unconscious, changed the way we think about ourselves. You have Albert Einstein, changed the way we think about reality, time, space, all that. Karl Marx changed the way we think about politics, distribution of wealth. And then you have, of course, Charles Darwin, who changed the way we think about the very origin of our human species. And as the joke goes, 3 of them are Jewish, and 1 of them was wrong. Can't get away with these things. But I have tenure, so I can say things like that. Okay, so what was special about Spanish Jewry? It was, first and foremost, a triangular culture, which is something that Jews did not experience for the vast majority of history. What do I mean by that? With the exception of the period when the Jews lived in their land, the biblical period, Jews are always a minority in every other land. And they're almost always a minority in a binary relationship, meaning there is a massive population of, let's say, Christians and then there's a Jewish
I
minority.
can remember.
And there's a tiny little minority of like maybe non-sectarian Christians, things like that. But basically, it's one big population and the Jews. Or in Muslim lands, one big population of Muslims and the Jews. The Jews constitute a single minority, and they don't have the plurality of the population to be able to assert themselves effectively in that environment. The Jews are always negotiating with a state power that's far larger than they are. And so Jewish culture, for most of these centuries we're talking about, tended to develop in an insular fashion, inward looking, developing mystical thought and internal Jewish ideas and so on. Spain, however, was quite different because Spain is a more or less three-way split of three distinct populations: the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews. And of course, for much of the really about 600 years of history, they were contesting with each other for control of the peninsula. And as a result, because the Jews were not the only minority, and they could play themselves culturally and politically and even militarily against two other populations, they found they had a unique power base from which to express themselves in all these various endeavors of human activity. And this is why in Spain, for example, you have tremendous Jewish statesmen. You have Jews who are generals of armies, who as Jews, the observant Jews, who are nevertheless leading armies. That hardly happens anywhere. The only place where you can see things like that is, let's say, in communist Russia with Leon Trotsky, and he's not exactly an observant Jew who ends up leading an army, but here you have traditionalist Jews very much at home in the Jewish community and also taking massive leadership positions in the culture as a whole. You have Jews who are very, very comfortable in the outside culture and in Hebrew culture simultaneously. You might think perhaps in America where there's something like that here, it's very difficult because we have, of course, democracy, which changes everything. But we also have this idea of, although this is largely a Christian country, we have very large minorities of non-Christians and of multiple types of Christians as well. So Jews have a unique amount of power in this country as well. But I'm going to go past that. You have the real Joseph model of leadership in Spain, just as we have in biblical Egypt, where the Jews can come in, and because of the conflict between Muslims and Christians, they can occupy a role that allows them to exercise leadership, typically in a viceroy fashion, that is unprecedented for most of Jewish history. So that's really when you have this flowering of Jewish culture. The most important of all of them is the man who is thought to possibly be Kasmuna's father, the famous Shmuel Hanagid, who lived from 993 to 1055. There's a lot of beautiful stories about his origins and his rise to power. Basically, that he was a small merchant, a spice merchant, who had tremendous literary prowess, and he was noticed by a serving girl for the king, and he was eventually promoted to become none other than the viceroy and the leader of the armies of Granada. It's a really fascinating story. I gave a lecture on it a couple years ago, if you look it up on the web. But what's interesting about him, in our context, we know that he had 3 sons and an unnamed daughter, so it's not impossible that the daughter was Kasmuna. But he's also a tremendous poet, leaving behind nearly 2,000 poems to this day. So again, it reinforces the idea that he would have taught Kasmuna how to be a poetess. And he's also a rabbinic scholar, writing an introduction to the Talmud that is still published in Talmudic tractates today, called Hamavo, the Introduction, which is a masterful piece of research describing how the Talmud works as a document. If this is really Kasmuna's father, then we understand so much more about where she could have gotten these unusual talents and what it meant about Jewish leadership in a literary as well as political thing. Anyways, let's go to her poems themselves. Okay, there's only 3 of them, 2.5. So I should certainly read them to you. We know that she lived in Granada, either the 11th or the 12th century. That's again from this Arabic author who gives us this anthology. Her poems are written in Arabic. They're not written in Hebrew.
send it around. Getting a
the
horse.
story that the
No, you
the
get a
brief
horse in the beginning.
descriptions
it's just
in
a
the
really
in
fast
this Arabic
horse that you
anthology
can
say
get for free.
that her
Like,
poetry
it's like one
was
of the best
so
horses in the
beautiful
game.
that
You
it
can get for free,
especially
whereas, like, I
motivated
could go buy
her
a horse
father
for
to find
$400,
a
but I'm not made
husband
out of that
for
kind of
her.
money. Got
That will
$176,
actually be a
I'm trying
fact
to spend
of tremendous
$300 so I can even
significance in
grab
trying
a
to
peanut.
identify
Trying to understand
Kasmuna,
the game.
whether
Is
or
this
not
game,
he
do they have
succeeded
missions
or whether or
throughout?
not he
Like
even
a
tried,
not
as
like
we
it's
shall see.
exactly like
It
Grand Theft Auto
appears
has
that she
missions
never
throughout. It's like
married.
a golden
She
gun.
may have
No,
died
it really
young.
is.
Let's
Grand
look at the
Theft Auto,
poems now and
and
you get a
it's
sense for
like-
yourself.
it's a rock-
So
they're both
here
made by
is
Rockstar.
Okay.
And
the
so,
little
yeah,
introduction
You're
by
free
the
roaming, but you have
Al-Siyuti,
missions
who was
throughout.
the
and you can go
the
shop for
anthologist,
missions you
writes,
want, or you can
she
do a
looked
bunch
in
of
the
other
mirror one
shenanigans.
day,
I got it.
like
It's just
Kasmuna.
the
She
horse,
looked
the
in the
white
mirror
horse
one
with the
day,
golden
seeing
gun.
that she was beautiful
Yeah.
and had reached the time
That's
of
GoldenEye,
marriage,
isn't it?
but
Everybody
that she
agrees.
was not getting married.
Yeah.
She said, and here
I've
is
never
her
actually
poem.
played
I'll read it out loud.
GoldenEye. I can't believe you
A garden whose harvest time has come.
I told her I don't want to take her to
No
a shitty
harvester
AMC.
can
I want
be
a live
seen
horse.
to extend a hand to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Alas, youth
That was my
passes
joke to her.
and is
But
wasted.
no.
You want to make
She
it
said,
special.
and is wasted.
Yeah,
But you
Yeah,
know
I'll
for
tell
sure
you what,
she's
the
doing.
ones where you get food.
While
Those
one
ones are nice,
remains, I
brother.
will not
That's
name
how
him,
layups for
who
me.
is
The
alone.
fries are big. The food is hot.
Now, what's
Sit down
troublesome
and
about
suck
this poem,
my-
especially the last part?
I went to TLC Chinese theaters the other day.
Someone else, right? What's going on? Who says I will not name him? So I found out in doing my research that apparently
The theater's
in
fantastic.
Iberian Arabic
No.
poetry, it was very common for women to refer to themselves in the third person singular
I also
masculine.
went to the movies this weekend.
So when you read it
And it was
with this
I was
weird
saying it's a
convention, you would
layup
never
is
think
this.
of unless you
I
read
went
this
to
strange
a
article
theater.
on
I like to go
Kasmuna,
to the theater
that
where they have all the
I
food and
will
stuff.
not
It's a theater
name
in Glendale. It's
myself.
called Look Cinemas.
who is alone.
It's one of
Right,
those
like,
nice
so here she
smaller
is, she's
theaters, but
describing
they have,
herself
reclining
like,
seats
you
and
know,
shit.
a
little
garden
tray
in
with food
flower, ready
little QR
to
code,
be
they have waiters
harvested,
and
ready to like
Get
start a
drinks,
married
get
life,
booze.
and yet
Yeah,
no,
you get popcorn. Yeah.
where's the guy, where's my bashert?
Quesadillas,
He's not here. I
burgers,
am alone.
wraps,
So you
salads.
see a kind of a melancholy
Oh,
there,
wow.
a very beautiful kind of metaphor of the garden that's waiting for the gardener,
Great
so to
question.
speak.
I went and
and
saw a naked guy.
It's a
new one.
very pretty poem.
What did you
I'll
think?
show you another
I
translation.
thought it was
This is a
good.
translation by a scholar named
I
Nichols.
thought it was actually
Here's a translation
really
by
good.
a woman named Gallego. I actually like this one
I
better.
don't want to give away stuff.
I
No.
see a garden with ripe fruit, yet the
I really
gardener,
love the
it
old
seems,
naked guns
will
'cause they're
not
very, like,
stretch
slapsticky.
out
Like
his
Austin
hands
Powers
to
is one of
it.
my favorite movies
How
as a series.
pitiful! Youth
Major
fleets
League-
by and is
Major
lost,
League is good, but
and
I just
something
love
I
the
will
comedy
not
in
name
Austin
remains
Powers
lonely.
and
So
like Leslie
Gallego
Nielsen stuff.
managed to kind of
Back when they were
fudge
playing
the third-person
naked guns,
masculine
very,
part.
like,
But again, it's expressing
are
the
they
desire to
slapstick?
do
Yeah,
what,
that's-
you know, a
it's
typical
people
Geisha
now, they're
Maidler
just, like,
wants
people in the
when she's in
background.
that
There's,
stage
like,
of life.
funny
She
shit
wants to
going on
find
in
her
the
bashert.
background that makes
She
you laugh.
wants to,
They
you
still
know,
did
like
those
the American
same
girls
things.
have 1.1
The thing that-
children, which is basically like a
I
child
think they
and a
just had
poodle.
that kind of morph with the times. They just
American.
did a lot of like
That
VFX
was not
kind of
very
things.
funny, but thank you for
That's
laughing
one of my
anyways.
like,
But the idea here is that, right?
It reminded
So
me.
this is
I thought it was
this
good.
sense of her. Let me show you the other poem that we have.
He was
So
like,
so
I like
far
River.
we're
It looks like a
two-thirds
cinema
to
movie
her
now, but
opus.
like you said, it's got that
This
slapstick
one,
humor. And I think
according
Naked Gun
to
is the
Al-Sayubi,
definition of
is
slapstick.
something that she thought of when she
Yeah.
happened to
And
see
you
a
kind of knowing
deer
it is
in
such
the
like
woods.
it's
She
a-
saw a deer, and it
not a
inspired her to
sequel.
write
I
this
guess it's a
poem.
sequel, just like a remake.
Oh
Like
dear,
something so
you
long
who
ago, the
graze
hype could
constantly
be,
in the meadow,
so big, like a Happy Gilmore
I
too. and
resemble
everybody's hype
you
is all
in
over the place. They don't know what
wildness
to expect.
and
So
in
you just kind of go
blackness
into like
of the
super
eye.
open-ended. You're like, all right.
Both of us are alone
I'm
without
not
a
going to
friend,
compare it to the old stuff.
and
It's
we
not.
heap blame
But
always on
Liam
the
Neeson was
decree
awesome.
of fate.
Pamela Anderson was really funny.
Another interesting, thought-provoking poem.
There's a
We'll
scene
put it
where
in a second.
she's like singing
Obviously,
really
the
funny.
deer who's out in the
And
meadows.
that was good.
She
There you go.
says that she
Was Leslie
resembles the
Nielsen in
deer
my
both
notes?
in
But I thought it was
Was
wildness,
Leslie Nielsen in it?
like being
No.
untamed,
Maybe that's the same Mark's
undomesticated,
review.
not being attached to a mate,
I think people aren't
and
gonna
in
like it 'cause
blackness
I'm
of
just,
the
like,
eye. What could
annoyingly-
that blackness
You are?
of the eye possibly mean?
Well, I just that's what pretty
It's, I'm sorry,
yeah,
the
that's what I
surroundings,
do.
interesting.
I don't know. I just don't. I just don't.
This
think
is
that-
Sakai. language. Very cool. This is something that's so cool. Oh, Raphael, go ahead.
How crazy is it that their names are so close?
That's what I mean. Neeson or Leslie
Oh,
Nielsen.
that's pretty good. That's quite right.
It's so crazy.
Yes, absolutely. This is something. This is why for all of you watching on the internet, this is why you really have to
I
learn
want you guys to see
foreign
it. Maybe we can
languages.
talk about it. Maybe
Because
there's room
when,
to like give the
you know,
spoilers.
in English,
I just don't want to give people the
we
spoilers.
have certain words to say things that don't exist in other languages, but there are concepts that we don't even know exist because we have not found a word for them. So I had to figure this out. There's this word in Arabic called khawar. Khawar is considered a very beautiful characteristic which refers to the contrast between the dark iris and the white of the eye.
Name slapstick.
Like when we only say in English, oh, she has beautiful eyes. Well, we can't say much more than that. But they have a unique word, khawar, and again, you think about Spanish Jewish women with dark eyes, presumably. The contrast between the dark iris and the white, the clear white eye, the outside of it, that's considered very beautiful. So she used the word khawar here to say, like the deer, which has a very black iris and a white eye. So I like you in this beautiful way.
Talking like physical humor.
I found this fascinating. This is worth the whole lecture for me. Everybody can go home.
What's nice about
The
those
second part here, this is Galego's translation, the other scholar. O gazelle which always grazes in a garden, I am comparable to you in loneliness and despair. We are both alone, without companion, but let us wait patiently for the decision of the Almighty Providence. So all of a sudden, this translation you can see is quite different. First of all, she skips over that whole khawar thing, which I think is so beautiful. I would keep that, but I'm not a translator. And look at the ending here. Let us wait patiently for the decision of Almighty Providence. Compare that to the other translation. We keep blame always in the decree of fate.
Gags where like they're having a serious conversation and then there's like something ridiculous going on.
I don't think they're thinking about the same.
So there is a famous commentary, I believe it's by the Ravad, who says in Hebrew, show me a translator and I will show you a liar. Translations are always going to be, I mean, like the word here, I'm guessing, I don't know Arabic, but keep blame is the same as assign responsibility. So does assign responsibility mean keep blame, or does it mean wait patiently for the decision? I don't know. Still, because unfortunately I don't know Arabic, I'm relying on the scholarly translations that exist. These are two that I found. We nevertheless get a couple of things that are common. First of all, she has some belief in either Almighty Providence or in fate. Right? Like it's something that happens in the stars or with Hashem, something like that. And we also see that kind of melancholy sadness come through as well. She's waiting, where's my Bashir? And there's my Bashir with a question in the back.
Right before I got the Fighter and the Kid job, I sent this out to
I should get the guy who wants the voiceless fricative. I need that guy over here to tell us exactly what it means. Let me show you where I think we really see her personality emerge. When you compare her to, as Galego did, to typical poetry of Arabic women of the period. Hang on a second, I'll just show you these poems and I'll come back to you. So here we go. So James Manford Nichols, who actually provided some of the translation, he says that there is this whole genre of women's poetry in Arabic, because then again, that was the vernacular. They were speaking Arabic, it was not so difficult for them to write Arabic, unlike Hebrew. And there's a lot of essentially love poems. By the way, Shmuel HaNagid also wrote a tremendous amount of love poetry. Some of it is really quite heated, really erotic poetry.
Even the voice,
you can visit that lecture, you'll see I quote a couple of them there, and the ones that I didn't even include on the internet are even worse. But really, very hot poems. And her poetry, though, is characterized, as he put it, by its delicacy and its melancholy. Lots of metaphors, not too graphic, and again, evokes that kind of sadness that is best to use the French word rather than some kind of graphic. Also, the very common genre, which we find strange reading about in the 21st century, but the Iberian poets had a whole genre called ghost poetry, in which actually it's not so weird. It's like rap is like that, You ever listen to rap music? So it's all about, I'm so tough and I did this and I got that, I got into jail and I got out. It's all like, rapping. So they had that kind of genre of ghost poetry. I beat that enemy of mine and he was so embarrassed and stuff like that. And Jews wrote that poetry too. Jews love that stuff. So it doesn't have the kind of narcissism that you see in a lot of the genres of poetry, and it does not have that coquettishness. She's not like
intensive.
flaunting her
It's
youthful
a lot,
beauty
Very
and
meticulous.
the effect it
It's just
has
sound
on her
stuff.
male
It's
admirers.
just
Check
like-
out these examples.
I hate
So
all
here's a poetess, a female poet named Walada, who wrote,
I should have not gotten
All I'm trying to
"Worthy
get
am
to
I,
is
by
respect.
God,
Jim,
at the
say
highest,
something in
and
one of those
proudly I
voices
walk with
right now.
head along. My cheek
I
I
can't hear
give
for
to
some
my
reason. It's part of
lover,
the stereo
and
thing, but
to those who wish
I
them,
forgot
I
what it
yield
was.
my
It was,
kisses."
what do you say in the
Right,
lyric?
so there's like, it's very strong, very graphic, very sexual. You don't see that in the few poems we have with Kasmuda, who's comparing herself to a deer, a loon, a garden, things like that. I mean, the metaphors for relationships and for sexuality and for love, but they're very much more sneaks. Another example, Najwan from the 12th century. I paint a poem with another. Tell me, by my soul, who is the better poet? If woman be my nature, my man is my poetry. Right? If woman be my nature, man
It was
is
like
my
Goofy
poetry.
doing a deep
The
voice.
Arabs as a culture, I mean, going all the way from Spain to Malaysia, worship Arabic as the ultimate language. Just like Jews with Hebrew, Arabic, even if your native language is,
Really good
I
stuff.
don't know,
Fun stuff,
Urdu,
guys.
or well, actually,
Fun stuff.
Swahili is a good example. Your native language is East African dialect. You're going to try to imitate Arabic, and that turns into Swahili. I'm not sure if that's even close to true.
They're all cattywampus.
Oh,
It's time for the talking dog joke, okay? The last talking dog joke. Do you want to do your question first?
When that happens.
The talking dog joke. Okay, 3 talking dog jokes. Joseph, you're still awake. You're really awake. So it goes like this.
That's what I want to know.
There's an ad in the paper,
Which one?
dog for sale, $50.
I don't know what it's called, but what
So,
I sent you a picture.
The guy wants a dog, so he goes and he knocks, he goes, finds the classified ad, he goes to the door, knocks on the door. Dog answers the door. Boxer with a white patch in his eye.
All the time.
Dog says, "Can I help you?"
Gee,
He
never
says, "What?" And he says,
Can
"Can I help you? Are you here about the ad for the talking dog?"
It's because I
And
hate
the
it.
guy says,
She loves it.
"I can't believe it. You talk.
Can you?
How do you talk?" He says, "Yeah, I know.
That's what I know it's going to dive into.
It's a long story, but basically,
kind of nice.
before the fall of the Soviet Union, the CIA had a secret project where they genetically modified dogs and gave us special training, and the plan was to paratroop us in behind the Iron Curtain, befriend high Soviet leaders, and then once we learned state secrets, we would, run away and get across the border undetected, report to our handlers, and we'd be debriefed on everything. And then what happened was, Reagan and Gorbachev and Glasnost and all fell apart. I was out of a job. And the guy says, "That's amazing. Where's your master? I want to buy you." He says, "He's in the back room." So he goes to the back room and sees the master. And he says, "I want to buy your dog." And the guy says, "Oh, great. Thank you." And he says, "Okay, great. I have $50." He says, $50? No, just take it. You don't have to pay for it. Don't have to pay for it. What are you talking about? It's an amazing dog. Why do you want to get rid of it? He says, "Well, for one thing, he's a tremendous liar. Did he tell you that story about the CIA?"
We should do more.
Okay, let's go on. So, okay, question, I'm sorry.
Other than the last 50 years
I call
or
these
so,
pizza eggs.
can you
It's
think of
got
any
a regular
Jewish
mozzarella
women
cheese
who
and
have been
cheddar. When I'm
influenced
cooking them,
in the
it
world?
smells like pizza. It
The
doesn't
arts,
really.
It just looks.
Are you kidding?
It's a great combo.
We only have 15 minutes left, and I don't know. Gloria Steinem jumped ahead. Betty
I
Friedan.
mean, they're very red, so yeah.
Well, I've been Leonard for the last 50 years. Well, there are some very significant women. If you go back just in the headers of the lectures that I've given, there's a lot of early 20th century leaders. There's women like the founders of Hadassah, Henrietta Zoll.
What happened to that guy?
There's the
He did a wedding.
the poetess who wrote the Colossus, Emma Goldman. They're, people who are tired. There's, of course, the great Rosa Luxemburg, phenomenal socialist leader, very radical socialist leader. It's much easier to find people in the 19th century onward because of the impact of feminism. So if you take me back to the 17th century, then we have a hard time. Then we would only dig up maybe a dozen before we were really having a hard time. But 19th century, definitely a tremendous amount of Jewish female leaders.
It's clearly a pro.
Oh no. Oh no.
We still have nothing. Never seen this? No. I mean, I've seen the guy. I've never watched this video though. Damn.
Oh man. This was so big.
I get the idea.
Everybody can suck.
Yeah, that's
I do.
I will recommend
Sucks.
one book to you, and then
Oh.
I'll take us back because I'm worried my jokes took us too much time.
Oh,
There's a brilliant book out there called The Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community by Sylvia Barrett-Fishman. She's one of the greatest scholars of American feminism. And she has written really quite persuasively
oh fuck! I
about
got
the
a
impact
shit.
of education on Jewish women in the last 100 years. Since, for example,
Oh,
Sarah
this-
Schinner,
this is
who
gonna
founded
be
the
a-
Beis Yaakov movement of
Peter
schools for women.
Giambi,
And she says that, most Jewish girls leaving a 12th grade Orthodox education, meaning they're 17, 18 years old, they have superior knowledge to most rabbis 50 years ago. And that's just typical graduates. There are two of them in this room right now who have, skills in Hebrew translation, tremendous amount of textual knowledge, tremendous amount of contextual historical knowledge, ritual knowledge, that's literary, that they can write about and they can speak about and they can teach about. So we're living in very revolutionary times in which we have fundamentally altered the tectonic plates upon which a society rests by giving women that level of education. And now we're really in trouble. Okay, let's go weiter. Okay, now, the connection to Shmuel ibn Nagrela is problematic. The last argument for it, besides that possible misspelling of the name, is that Shmuel Hanagid lost a daughter, and he composed a poem as a eulogy. But it's somewhat problematic poem. According to what we know about his life, because he was, again, a very famous Jew of the period, his daughter died of during a smallpox epidemic in 1044. And Shmuel Hanagid wrote a poem to his favorite son, Yehosef, to whom he dedicated, maybe 500 of his poems or 300 of his poems, consoling him, his eldest son, on the death of his younger sister. It was not actually a eulogy for the sister. It was a poem consoling his son at the loss of his sister. And that's a little weird. Shmuel Hanagid, based on his poetic record, was not exactly the kind of person you would expect to give his daughter an advanced education. For example, in one of his poems, he writes, "My son," and this is hard to believe, but, part of this is within the genre. He says, "My son, beat your wife every day, lest you become a wife to your wife." So that's not exactly dripping with 20th century feminist ideology. That's kind of a nasty statement. And when you put together these two little bits, that he writes a poem to his son, consoling him on the loss of his sister, and he has these other poems that are definitely, decidedly not proto-feminist, it doesn't exactly fit the mold that we saw at the beginning of the father who's, playfully teaching his daughter how to write poetry. He's kind of like he's almost ignoring her. So you add that to a lot of the circumstantial evidence, the misspelling of the name, the problem with the dates, because the 15th century author believed that she lived a little bit later. It's not as plausible that she actually was Ibn Nagrela's daughter. We also have a problem over whether or not he got her a husband. If you recall, that was, the primary concern of her poems. The daughter of Shmuel Hanagid died apparently too young to marry, whereas the Kasmuna described in the Arabic anthology got a husband because she was such a great poetess. So to try and connect these two together, say, here's a moderately famous Jewish poet, and here's a famous Jewish political leader, they must be related, it's a bit of a historical stretch, and although it's appealing, it may not be possible to make that. So when we look at the legacy of this woman, and again, we spent the last 50 minutes really talking about 12 lines of poetry. That's all we know about her, and kind of little tidbits that were written 500 years after she died may not at all be true. It's not possible to say without doubt that she was the daughter of Shmuel ben Gid. Bellamy wrote an article saying, yes, she was. Gallego, we've seen her translation, say absolutely no. Another scholar, Garula, says maybe a descendant, because perhaps, the wealth and the power of that family might have carried on. But ultimately, if we can abandon that whole discussion, my question is, does it really matter? Here we have a tremendous literary treasure, a moment of the expression of a Jewish woman living sometime in the 11th century. She tells us what's important to her. She shows us how her approach to life is distinctive from other Arabic poets, or women, I should say, Muslim women of the period. And all these things together just give us a tiny glimpse into the reality of life for women in the Iberian Peninsula in the Golden Age. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to thank you all for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Rashba. Now, thunderous applause, please, so that I don't have to add it to the track. Thank you very much. Okay.
What happens when you've been in a long-term relationship with somebody is you start to water the weeds. Because you're like, they know I love them. We got this down. I'll just let them know when they're not doing something right? So that's watering the weeds, giving attention to the things you don't like instead of the things that you do like. So,
okay, I hope you're all doing well. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a fantastic holiday with Yom Tov. I especially love those 3-day Yom Tovs. I mean, I wish we could have them one after another. I really do. They're fantastic. It's the fourth day when you have to come back to the real world that's very difficult. But otherwise, if I were to make my own religion, the only thing I would do is I would just make the holidays a little longer. At any rate, today's, and all, by the way, I was able to do so much reading on Yehuda Levi. Not enough for this presentation, but nevertheless a lot that I really enjoyed, and I will regale you with a lot of his poetry. And of course, we have to start tonight with the most famous, perhaps, of all pieces of medieval verse in Hebrew. We certainly have this famous poem. It's only a few lines, but I'd like to begin with it. Of course, you know what it is. Libi b'mizrach, my heart is in the east. Let me try and read it with a Sephardic accent. You'll forgive me, please. Libi b'mizrach v'anochi b'sof ma'arav. Ech et ama et asher ochal ve'ech ya'arav. Echa ashalem nedarai ve'asarai ba'od Zion bechevel Edom v'ani bekevel Harav. Yakel be'enai azov kotov Sfarad kmo yakar be'enai ra'ot afrod tvir nekarav. And now here's the English translation. My heart is in the east and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? How shall I render my vows and my bonds while yet Zion lieth beneath the fetter of Edom, and I in Arab chains? A light thing it would seem to me to leave all the good things of Spain, seeing how precious in mine eyes it is to behold the dust of the desolate sanctuary. But what he is expressing here, of course, is a famous lament, and he lived this in his own life. He's a person of tremendous fame and success in Spain, which was like the Brooklyn of the medieval world. I mean, it was like the center of the Jewish world, where all literature and all sophistication came there. Baghdad was already a distant dream, and now Spain was, Cordoba and Granada were places of great culture, and yet he longed for the backward, desolate sanctuary, the desert areas, the arid spaces of Jerusalem. And of course, as an older individual, he gave it all up, and he made his way to Jerusalem, where, according to new research that has come out of the Geniza Library, we know that he did actually make it to Eretz Israel, but he died within months of his arrival there. Nevertheless, this famous lament, Libi b'mizrach, v'ani b'sof ma'arav, my heart is in the east, meaning in Israel, and I am way out here in the far west, is the refrain that is echoed through the last 800 years of all Jews who wish to make Aliyah, to to live properly in the land of Israel. So we're going to see how this is expressed in the great Yehuda Halevi's life over the next hour or so, and I hope you'll find this fascinating as I did. Let's begin, though, with some of our standard good and welfare for tonight. First of all, thank you to our sponsors. Once again, we are fortunate to have the generous sponsorship of Vic and Kathy Pressman, friends of mine, students of mine from Miami, who after Hurricane Irma sponsored 2 lectures, and we thank them very much. We also got, I'm really excited because, we filled up all of the sponsorships for the fall semester, which is really nice, and people are still giving money. That's really amazing. You're getting these anonymous donations coming in, and I have the screen here, but I took this yesterday, and I got a couple more today, so we are right now at $9,998 for the scholarship fund. So would someone please give $2 just so we can get one more? Okay, good, thank you. We have $2. We have $2.50. No, that's great. Here it comes right now. Professor Levine, thank you. We have now made $10,000 with this donation. That's great. Okay, thank you. I will deposit it in the scholarship account after we're done. So, and I'll send an email to Rabbi Krupka right away, the executive vice president, that we made $10,000 right here and now. But we can go further. Our goal is $100,000. We have at least a few weeks to make the other $90,000 up. Professor Levine, can I? Okay. So, anyways, that's really cool. Please do continue to give to our fund. Okay. Other really cool, good and welfare thing. I'm very pleased that after an inordinate amount of time doing research and writing, my new book has finally appeared. Thank you very much. This is an advanced copy. We're going to have a book launch right here in this room on the 30th. You're all invited, of course. We'll have a regular lecture beforehand, and we'll have some, food and drink and things like that as well to celebrate the appearance of this book, which I hope will be useful for the scholarly world. It's a study of the Holocaust writings of a Hasidic rabbi named Colonus Kalmas Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, after the title of his work. And basically what I've done is I've taken his work and placed it in the immediate micro history of the Warsaw Ghetto, which I believe sheds tremendous light on what he exactly said in his weekly sermons in the ghetto. I'll pass this around if you're curious to look at it. We'll have copies for sale, of course, at the book launch, and there are copies available on Amazon. There's a 20% discount for the pre-orders. Now, not on Amazon, but on CreateSpace. Go to the website and you'll find it all out. Okay, let's go to Yehuda Halevi, though. Okay, so our major source for today, I read a ridiculous number of books for tonight's lecture, and sometimes when I read so many books, it doesn't always come out in quite as fluid a lecture. Sometimes it's better when I kind of make it up as I go along, but nevertheless, I had a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed Hillel Halkin's excellent biography. Hillel Halkin, of course, is one of the great men of Israeli letters. He wrote fantastic biographies of Vladimir Jabotinsky, which we relied on last year, and his biography of Halevi is really a work of great poetry. I'd like to point out, he has a tremendous sense of humor. Let me show you the table of contents. Here it is. Contents, Yehuda Halevi, page 3. Appendices, page 315. Right? So it's really useful if you want to look up a particular chapter in his life. It's all in that first 300 pages, and then then you have the appendices, which are useful reading. Then you have chronology at the end. But it's really well worth reading. There's a lot more material than I could possibly present in the scope of one lecture. I also like to point out this really interesting book, which has a certain amount of material on Yehuda Halevi's life, but it really is an interesting take on the entire period that we have been studying since the beginning of the semester. The Ornament of the World, which was a term used to describe Granada at its highest point. The subtitle is How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain by Maria Rosa Menocal. She wrote and published this book in the summer of 2001. and it was in press when 9/11 occurred. And so she managed to squeeze in a little postscript at the end, a couple of pages, wondering if maybe she was being a little bit too, wearing too rose-tinted lens when she was talking about the period that we're studying. And she has been, I think, she's been heavily criticized. I mean, look at the subtitle, How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain. It's hard to say all those words together after 9/11. I think the criticism directed her was I don't feel very good about that criticism, but I can see how she was sort of pushing a particular kind of image of the period. It's definitely a wonderful book to read. It may not really be top-end history as I study history in my own personal approach, but it is a beautiful work of literature of how it ought to have been. And for that alone, just for the sigh, it's worth reading, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed it tremendously. Basically, she gives about a 30, 40-page historical overview, and then she dives in with very vivid portraits of key individuals, many of whom we've studied, Shmuel HaNagid, for example, Yehuda HaLevi, and others. So it's really worthwhile. Okay, very strong, by the way, on the role of Jews and Muslims in transmitting Greek wisdom to the Christian North, which we'll discuss later. Okay, that's enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material. One of the great dichotomies in medieval thought, as understood by most scholars of the 20th century, beginning with Wolfson at Harvard, was this concept that somehow Maimonides and Halevi were polar opposites. And as Hillel Halkin puts it, you could either be a Maimonidean or you can be a Halevian, but you can't really be both. You have to choose one or the other. So what is the difference? Maimonides, who we've studied in this room in the past, the great rationalist, the great, in some ways, ecumenicalist, because he believed that it's all about reason, it's all about contemplation, it's all about making logical inferences one to the other, and theoretically, the possibility of human perfection is accessible to all human beings. Anyone who is willing to take the path of the philosopher, to reason and to move through the vagaries of logical deduction will eventually come to this great spiritual perfection. That's kind of a little bit of a caricature, but nevertheless a generally correct Maimonidean approach. Halevi, on the other hand, is the poet. Maimonides, to my knowledge, did not write any poetry. Halevi, although he is classified as a philosopher, we will, towards the end of this lecture, think about whether or not that's an appropriate term. Halevi was ultimately a poet, a professional poet, and he approached life poetically. He approached life as an artist. He approached the concept of human perfection as an art, something which is perhaps innate, essential, in the sense of being at the core of a person's identity, not necessarily related to the life of the mind alone, and perhaps not readily accessible to people who are not initiated prior to the pursuit of such perfection. So they're very different in their approaches. They're, on the one hand, you have the thinker who is, kind of a generalist who is open to everyone, and on the other hand, you have Halevi, who is like thinking about there are only certain people, Yechidei Segula, to use a Hebrew term, who are especially well positioned to take advantage of the breadth of human wisdom. So we will explore this question throughout today's lecture. Nevertheless, they're rough contemporaries. It's not at all impossible that Halevi may even have held the young Maimonides on his knee, because they did overlap very slightly in years, and it's not that big a community. Halevi, of course, was already at the peak of his career, but Maimonides was from also quite a distinguished family, so it's not impossible that, at a bris or a simcha or something, he may have actually tweaked his cheek at one point, but nevertheless, they led very different lives afterwards. Okay, so let us do a little bit of the geopolitical context. What's going on in Spain at this time? You'll recall that we began the series in the Visigothic period of incredible persecution against the Jews, ends rather dramatically with the invasion of Spain from the Muslims in 711, and shortly thereafterward, Spain is consolidated under an Umayyad rule, which is led by Abd al-Rahman I, the only surviving member of the Umayyads from Baghdad, who has gone as a refugee to Spain. And under his vision and his direction, really, he brings Spain up to a particular level of sophistication that is fantastic for Jews in particular. Unfortunately, Abd al-Rahman's kind of vision eventually declines in the 10th century, and we begin to see the seams of that culture of tolerance begin to fray. We spoke about it 10 years after the death of Shmuel HaNagid, the great pogrom that occurred in Granada, that is really a pogrom on a kind of a modern sense, with a popular uprising against Jews as a class, as a social caste. And we see more and more of this kind of violence, which of course would ultimately be expressed in the intolerance of the Inquisition and the expulsion. But the political nature of Spain at this point was beginning to fall apart, and it is in this chaos, as Muslim Spain is beginning to collapse, that the Jews find their voice, particularly in people like Yehuda Halevi. This is known as the Taifa period, when the single Muslim rule that was evidenced by Abd al-Rahman falls apart, and there are many little kind of city-states. Granada becomes its own city-state, Cordoba is another city-state, and so on, and they are competing with each other. This is unfortunately followed by the darkest period, the invasion of the Berbers, and they come in two flavors. I'm not exactly sure about the detailed differences between the Almovarids and the Almohads, but the basic idea to both of these Muslim invasions from North Africa, you'll recall we spoke about them with Shmuel HaNagid, these are not Arabs, these are Africans who had converted to Islam, and they did not come with the kind of cultural sophistication and cosmopolitan ideologies of the Baghdadi image or the Syrian image of a cosmopolitan Islam. They came with a much more rigid definition of Islam, and one of the things that puzzled them tremendously was the degree of tolerance that the Umayyads in Spain had shown for non-Muslims. As you'll recall, we discussed, non-Muslims are protected under Muslim law, particularly Jews and Christians, in some cases Zoroastrians, as dhimma, as people of the book. And they are granted special protections. They're allowed to observe their religion, certain symbolic discrimination, wearing certain color clothing and building their synagogues higher than mosques and things like that. But in general, they're granted a tremendous degree of toleration. Sometimes that it's surprising even for me when you read about it. Like, for example, the degree to which Jews and Muslims and Christians would drink alcohol together. Alcohol, of course, being forbidden to Muslims, and nevertheless, drinking parties was perfectly accepted sort of cultural activity that was engaged in by multiple religious groups simultaneously in the Umayyad-influenced Spain. The Almohads were saying, what is going on? These people are just like, they're out of control. And so they imposed a far more rigid definition of the tolerance or intolerance of non-Muslims that eventually caused people like the Maimon family to flee and to try and find shelter elsewhere. In the case of Maimonides, of course, he made it to Fustat outside of Cairo, where he launched his career. Halevi and others managed to eke out an existence despite the new restrictions imposed by the Almohads, but eventually they too felt the pressure, and emigration was a concern. Here is a map that shows you some of the breakdowns of the various sites. It's hard to really pick any map for the period because the boundaries were shifting quite significantly. But in general, you have a Christian north and a Muslim south, and there's a lot of shifting boundaries in between. Over the period that we'll be studying, studying till the end of the semester, the Christians, of course, will push their way down, and eventually they will drive out the Muslims from the great citadel of Granada and the red fort known as the Alhambra, the foundations of which were laid by Shmuel Hanagid's son, Yosef. Now, let's just keep in mind how diverse Spain is at this point. We have several different groups. We have what I just made up this term, old Muslims. These are the fans of the Umayyads. Remember, the Umayyads are like the Baghdadi Arab Muslims who think of Islam as this, cosmopolitan, tolerant kind of society and culture. You have the Berber Muslims. These are the Africans who are far less tolerant, coming up from the south. You have straightforward Christians and straightforward Jews. And then just to make it a little bit more complicated, you have the so-called Mozarabs. And these are Christians who have become thoroughly Arabicized, meaning they speak Arabic and they're comfortable in Arabic culture, but they are worshiping Christian values and so on, and identifying as Christians. And you have the Muhaddar, who are Muslims in the north, who are Latinized, who understand Christian culture and live as minorities in Christian lands. And they're all kind of like sort of trying to eke out their existence, living alongside each other, sometimes quite difficultly. Later, you will have the so-called, and these are derogatory terms, Moriscos and Marranos. Those are people who have outwardly disavowed their faith. In the case of Moriscos, those are Muslims who have pretended to become Christians, and Marranos, those are Jews who have pretended to become Christians, known more appropriately as crypto-Jews or conversos, and we'll talk about them in the next few weeks. So we're talking about a period of history in which there are many different ethnic identities, national identities, religious identities, quite fluid in the period. And the last thing that we have to recall is, of course, in 1095, everything becomes much more serious with the First Crusade.
Welcome.
This is when we'll speak about it in
How are you?
set of slides.
What up, Happy? What's good? Happy, how'd you find out about me, pimp?
I don't remember.
Come on, man. Who gave you the link? Happy, how's your day going? Happy, you sandbagging son of a... I don't remember. Dog, who gave you the link to get here? Huh?
Attack on Islamic Israel, meaning Israel at that time was under the Muslims, you have really a geopolitical conflict that shakes the entire Mediterranean basin, and everyone feels threatened by the new level of hostility. So it's a period of tremendous change in the 12th century that we're talking about right now. Okay. So taken all together, is it possible to think about the book that we mentioned earlier, the Ornament of the World, to speak of what's called la convivencia, the coexistence, a period of living together? Menachal was criticized for being a little bit too rosy about it. I think there's some value to that criticism, but perhaps it's overstated with the hindsight we have living in the current period we do. But we definitely have elements like, for example, here's the tomb of Ferdinand III, a Christian king who died in the 13th century, and his tomb is famously marked in 4 languages, in Latin, in Romance Castilian, in Arabic, and in Hebrew. And they're not simply transliterations of each other. They actually say different things. Like, for example, the Hebrew transcription actually uses the Hebrew names of the months, not the Christian names of the months, the Hebrew date, and so on, things like that. So it is, I think you still can make an argument for a period of tolerance among these cultures. The fact that the king himself would decorate his tomb with this multicultural statement is quite significant. Okay, enough background. Let us now look at Yehuda Halevi's life. So he came from the north, possibly Toledo, but more likely the Christian town known as Tudela, which is in the Pyrenees region. Tudela is perhaps most famous for another medieval individual named Binyamin, one of the great medieval travelers who made it all the way out to the what would be today Russia. He wrote about it quite a bit, so we have the travels of Binyamin of Tudela, not too much far away from this period of time. But he was a literate individual, well educated in Jewish subjects as well as secular subjects, and he made his way to the culture itself, to, as I mentioned earlier, the Brooklyn of the Iberian Peninsula, because that was where everything was happening. And smile about it again. He hoped to attract the attention of some of the great poets living there. He succeeded. He especially made a splash on the Jewish scene when he engaged in a little bit of wordplay with the great poet Moses ibn Ezra. No relation to Abraham ibn Ezra that we'll speak about next week, but the senior poet of his era. And in a series of missives that were sent back and forth between some of these drinking parties, Halevi, in public, on the spot, composed some extremely clever verse that would take too long to explain exactly why it's clever in this audience, but by making word plays and numerical plays on how young he was and how he was seeking to find the patronage and shelter of the great poet Moses ibn Ezra, he was eventually charmed the elder scholar and was invited to his home. And in fact, I just had so many poems to choose from, but I thought I was not going to read this one, and now I decided I really should because it was so much fun. Let's see if I can find it right now. Maybe I will not make it. I will just. I have to be better prepared for these lectures. Okay, here he is. Yeah, there it is. Here's after this back and forth between Yehuda Levi and the senior poet. Eventually, Moses ibn Ezra writes to him, and Hillel Halkin rhymes it for us. Have him make haste, meaning he writes back to Yehuda Levi, who is in the drinking party. Have him make haste, no time to waste, to the grounds of my estate. There where flowers scent the bowers, he can rest and rusticate, and eat good things, love's offerings at no expense, till satiate, and live within my spacious inn, no matter who else shuts the gate. Beautiful poem. Yeah, Moses ibn Ezra was a very significant poet, and Hillel Halkin is a translator of some skill as well. So he ended up, making his way into the center of literary society in Spain, in Jewish Spain, and he became a poet for hire. He wrote all kinds of poems, particularly for money and also for the art of it. You see, he's written, for example, a significant amount of what are called tribute poems. Like, for example, here's an epitaph, or something that's written on a tombstone. Possibly he didn't even know for whom it was written, but he was hired to write this. And this is a society that loves poetry, a society that values poetry, not like our society. This is where it's like, if you can imagine, calling up Brad Pitt and say, okay, I need something for the bar mitzvah. Could you please make a movie for me? We'll show it at the bar mitzvah. That would be the closest possible thing. Even that is crazy. Okay, here's the epitaph on a tombstone. Does the tear know whose cheek it runs down, or the heart by whom it is turned? It turns to its light that is now in the ground, and the ground knows not who has returned. Returned is a grandee of our town, who feared God and was upright and learned. And of course, it rhymes beautifully in the Hebrew. Here's another one. This is a wedding poem, right? If someone's making a big chasana, call up the poet of the poet laureate of Spain. Come on by, please recite a poem, and we'll give you who knows how many thousands of dollars. Leave what was, and this is at a wedding, okay? Leave what was and what will be. Stick to what you plainly see. Every lad must hunt his lion, and each lass should keep her eye on her young man. One look can bag him, and a single word may snag him. Yet when to a gem engaged is, God joins them in a rock of ages, whose bright rays light up the dark, and of this waste may kingdoms come. By two such souls we now stand blessed, as though by Levite and by priest. Oh, beautiful. I mean, if you're not in love at that point, it's all over now. I'm sorry? It's for a chasana, for the actual wedding. You could say it at a fort too. It would cost a little less, I think. But that's the idea. He's also, that stuff is all really cool and we enjoy it. But what he's really known for, besides the devotional poems which we'll go to, is the influence of this amazing work by a Muslim known as Ibn Hazm, who is a philosopher who wrote a lot of books on a lot of really cool subjects, but the most famous of which, without doubt, is the neck ring of the dove. It's translated in different titles, but it makes me doves sometimes have a little neck ring, like a different color around the neck. And these are poems of love, very moving, powerful poems of love. And even Hazm's work is seen very strongly in Yehuda Levi's very intense love poetry. Here's one that I especially like. It's short, and I want to analyze it a little bit more with you. It's called Oprah. Yes, Oprah. It's translated as Oprah, but it's the same person. And who knows, she could be our next president. So we'll read that at the inauguration, right? Here we go. Now, I'll read it in English first, and then the Hebrew, and let's just look at the meter, because the meter is so clever. Oprah washes her garments in the waters of my tears, and spreadeth them out in the sunshine of her radiance. She demandeth no water of the fountains, having my two eyes, and no other sunshine than her beauty. Again, what's going on here? He's saying that he, as the unrequited lover, we don't know who Oprah is. Hillel Hawkins suggested it may have been a slave girl, an interesting kind of thought, but he's so taken with her, she is not interested. She says, my mom said, never marry a poet, look for a doctor. He became a doctor later, of course, but he says that, she doesn't have to wash her clothes because I cry over her so much that she can just use my tears. And drying her clothes, no worries. She is like the sun, and her radiance will dry them off. Beautiful metaphor. Now listen to the meter, which is just gorgeous. What's really beautiful about it is that the rhyme occurs in the first word of the following stanza. So you feel when you read it like you're just falling off and then caught, and then falling off and then caught. Listen to this. Ofra techapes et begadeha b'mei dim'i, v'tishchated l'shemesh zahara lo sha'ala me'ayanot im shtei einai, v'lo shemesh l'yofi sa'ara. I wish I could express this better. The end of the line is b'mei, in the waters, and then the next line begins dim'i, of my tears. And the following line, it ends in im shtei, with two, and the next line, the fourth line begins einai, with my eyes. So the rhyme is in the first word rather than in the last word, and it makes you feel like when you're in love and like you can't quite control what's happening to you, and you're like, everything seems like you're being carried along by forces greater than you can control, and you're just falling off into the arms of your beloved, so to speak. This is a religious college. We're going to be careful about how we talk about such things. Okay, but this is the feeling of Ibn Hazm translated into the Hebrew idiom in incredible proportions. So this is really the kind of work that he is doing. Ultimately, he ends up going into medicine like any good Jewish boy. Poetry, he gets a lot of fame from it, but he's always schlepping from one center to another. What kind of a life is this? Medicine, you will recall at this point, is not a very advanced science. Basically, just being literate is halfway there. This is doctors are generally not performing surgeries. They're more being kind of like lifestyle coaches, where they look at people's diet, and they look at people's activities, and they prescribe, medicines, ground up herbs and things like that. And so much of it is basically knowing herbology and knowing, what kind of herbs have what kind of impact on diet and things like that. So it's not the same kind of field that it would be later in the modern period, but nevertheless, that's what he ends up doing. So he ultimately makes more of a living as a doctor. He is an uninspired doctor. He feels badly about being involved in the profession at all. He feels like he's just kind of slid into it because, what else is a literate kid supposed to do? But he's not inspired by it. He's inspired by his poetry. He's inspired by ideas. He's inspired by the land of Israel. Those are the things that motivate him. Okay. We know a little bit about his family life. We don't know his wife's name, and in fact, if you look very carefully at the schedule of lectures for this semester, there's one massive omission, and that is that we're not speaking about a single female character. I searched in vain to find any woman of significant stature that we could speak about her for any amount of time. There is one woman that I've spoken about in the past, a poet who is reputed to be the daughter of Shmuel Hanagid, named Kasmuna. And I did not want to reprise that particular lecture because we only have about 8 lines of poetry that are attributed to her. So it's a really hard lecture to give. I'm proud of myself that I did give it, and I even got a Wikipedia article started on her that it should be in Wikipedia, right? I mean, come on, how many medieval female Jewish poets do you know from the Spanish period? But it's hard to find a lot about women in this period. Similarly, Yehuda HaLevi, we know he was married. It figured with some prominence in his later aliyah to Israel. We don't know his wife. We know almost nothing about her. We know that he had at least one daughter that survived to adulthood and was married, but we know about her primarily through his son-in-law. We know that he had a son-in-law who married his daughter, but we don't know very much about her at all. We also know that she was a mother. Again, we know about that because we know about her son, Yehuda, who was the grandson of Yehuda HaLevi. By the way, the Sephardic custom allows children to be named after living relatives. The Ashkenazic tradition does not. We know that adult daughter married someone named Yitzhak ben Ibn Ezra, who was a traveling companion, and most likely was the son of Abraham Ibn Ezra, who we'll speak about next week. There's some discussion about that in Harold Hawkins' book very well. It is possible as well that he lost one daughter in infancy. We read a poem translated by Harold Hawkins on that. Actually, we read a different translation. I think it was Peter Cole's translation. We know because Yehuda HaLevi wrote a funereal poem dedicated to a small female child, and it's written with such phenomenal pathos that it's hard to imagine it's not written about his own child. Let's just have a quick look at that poem again. I'm only going to read it in the English, I'm sorry. We did last time when we looked at this in the context of an earlier lecture, we looked at the meter, but let's just hear the words of Yehuda HaLevi speaking about what appears to be his infant daughter who died at a young age. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Death has come between you and me. O daughter torn from her mother's rooms, what life have I left when, shaped from my soul, she makes my tears flow like a spring from split stone? How can she be so changed, once white as the moon, that she now wears the earth as her bridal gown? It saw the sweets of her wedding feast. Bitter is my own misery, for death has come between you and me. Plucked like a flower before her time, she always will be before my eyes like a frontlet, like villain. Were I to cry whole rivers for her, still she would lie, a fallen star in a wormy pit, deep sepulchred, earth bonneted. My child, there is no clemency, for death has come between you and me. Languishing, her mother's voice bereft I hear. Ah, let her be, she too grieves bitterly. Death scaled her walls and pierced her side, and drove her pride from its abode, and turned her joy into a dirge the day it ripped the vine she planted from her heart. What good, my child, does it cry to what good, my child, does it to cry your name? Your ears are deaf, and you are silenced utterly, for death has come between you and me. Alas, my child, you have laid me low. Oh, mother, oh, you should not have had me if you meant to spurn me. And when my turn came to death's minion to wed me, and with dirt to wreathe me and cruelly lead me under doom's canopy, yet truly you did it not willingly, for death has come between you and me. You notice there, he switches the voice from himself as the father to the mother, and then to the child, the dead child, saying, you led me to death as my bridal canopy. And then finally, because this is Yehuda Levi, this is a great religious thinker, he adds, may he whose judgments none repeal unseal your bonds and heal your sleep with angel song, and be not wroth with his own flock, and stop the plague that he sent forth, and comfort every heart for what it lost. And may you wake on the last day to light like dew and rise in the arms of his mercy, for death has come between you and me. It's a very powerful, emotive poem, and you can feel the depth of his own sadness, the loss of this child. Okay, so we will return to his family life momentarily. But to look at his thought now, because we've got a sense of what he was like as a poet, what we may be seeing happening here, and you recall the kind of geopolitical context in which the Umayyad vision of a multicultural convivencia kind of environment begins to devolve into kind of cultural city-states in which people guard their ethnicities jealously and view other societies being fundamentally toxic. It seems that may be the trend that was happening in Yehuda Levi's thought as well. We see that most clearly in his most famous work, the Kuzari. You recall we discussed the Khazars with Chasda Ibn Chaput, which was clearly a major influence on Yehuda Levi in creating this great work, the Kuzari. Just as a very quick reminder, the Khazars were a well-known historical people who ruled in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea, for about 500 years. This is not a small or inconsequential civilization. The great Ukrainian historian Omelian Pritsak argues that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars. And if you go to Kiev, you'll see that there is an area called the Jews' Gate, which is in the direction of Khazar regions. The Khazars appear as Jews in the Eastern European writings, the Povest Ramenia Klet, many other works. So there's no question that there was this big group of people there, very powerful, fought with the Russians, the Pechenegs, many other peoples, and then they kind of disappeared mysteriously sometime in the 13th century. The most likely assimilated into the larger peoples of the region. They had some attachment to Judaism, which is a matter of extreme debate, really for the last 800 years. We don't know enough about how Jewish they were. We don't know if it was like a widespread, if it was only the top level of society. There are some major scholars, such as Shaul Stampfer, that says that they weren't Jewish at all. It's just that we've been talking about it so long. We believe it because we've been talking about it for so long. So we're not going to solve any of those problems today. If you are curious, I do have a couple of lectures on the Khazars, standalone lectures. But For Yehuda Halevi, he saw the whole Chazar story as expressed in the Ibn Shaprut correspondence as a pretext for a much larger and more important discussion about Judaism and its place in the world. You'll recall that according to the letters exchanged between Chasdai ibn Shaprut and the purported king of the Chazars, the Chazars described their conversion to Judaism as a result of a multi-religious debate where there were figures from various religious backgrounds who presented their case to the king, who ultimately decided to become Jewish. So Halevi took that starting point, and he describes in the Kuzari, which, by the way, the subtitle is significant, in defense of the despised faith. I believe the word is bezuya, which means insulted, derided, the looked down upon faith. So the king is troubled by this dream that he has frequently, in which God says to him in the dream that your intentions, your kavanah, is good, but your actions are not. Meaning, God is pleased that this King Joseph is well-meaning and wants to become pious and so on, but in reality, he's not doing the right thing in life. And Joseph is troubled by this, and so he reaches out to some other religions, and significantly a philosopher, really an Aristotelian, to ask him, what could this possibly mean? How is a person supposed to live his or her life? And he has these debates with these various characters, and most significantly, there is a Jewish figure, not a rabbi, a chaver. Chaver means like a learned individual, literally a friend, but in the Talmudic parlance, chaver means someone who is at a level of society that he is one of the collegium, he's one of the people who are really learned and part of the society at the highest levels. And very early on in the Kuzari, the word, of course, Kuzari means the Chazarite, the person of Chazaria. The king says, that's it, well, I'm going to be Jewish. And then the rest of the book is all about aspects of Judaism as he explores them. Fascinating work in many ways. So, there's so many different ways that we can approach this. I'm just going to look at really two aspects of it. There's actually an entire book published by Adam Shear, Cambridge University Press, a big monster honker of a book, which is about how the Kuzari has been understood over the last 800 years. Not about what the Kuzari says, but about how it has been adapted for use by various political, religious ideologies for various ends, none of which may have actually corresponded to what Yehuda Halevi was personally intending. At any rate, what is one of the more controversial elements of it is where you see the contrast with Maimonides sharper than anywhere. Maimonides is all about the mind, and anybody who can think can climb the ladder of spiritual perfection. For Halevi, it's only really for Jews. Non-Jews can achieve great heights, but ultimately, this path to perfection for Yehuda Halevi is somehow in the blood, almost genetic. And many have championed this and have said, "Oh, he says it like it is. He's like, he's talking about the chosen people without apologetics. He's speaking in a very forthright way to the king, saying, listen, king, you would do great to convert to Judaism, but in reality, it's going to take a few generations before you can really reach a high level. At your generation, not so much." And that's kind of shocking for us in the 21st century, especially when we read about his love poetry and things like that. We tend to think of these values kind of coming in a package, but they did not. Halevi is much more of an essentialist, much more of a saying that this is like an artist. An artist cannot be trained. An artist has the vision and the inspiration within him or her, and then the craft is what allows him or her to develop it. But it's not something you can be trained. Here, be inspired, be Picasso, be Michelangelo. It doesn't work like that. So this is a very sharp distinction between Maimonides and Halevi in particular. Secondly, very significantly, I mentioned that the hero protagonist is not a rabbi, but a chaver. So what exactly is the role of philosophy in Halevi's Kuzari? One of the most important figures early on in the book that is dealt with most significantly before he's finally pushed away is the Aristotelian. And that's really, that the Aristotelian is Maimonides' hero. He is very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He refers to him as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And for Halevi, that's his primary interlocutor, whom he has to demonstrate as being out of touch. To give but one example, when the Chazar asks him, when the king asks the Chaver, like, who do you worship? The expectation is that he would say, I worship the Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, which is a very Aristotelian kind of thing to say, because it refers to God as the prime mover, God as the first origin of all existence. But instead he says, no, I worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who took the Jews out of Egypt. A God of history, a God that's particularly associated with the Jews, a God who intervenes in mundane affairs, not an Aristotelian God who walks away from creation, but a God who gets his hands dirty, so to speak, with creation. Very different kind of image of God that comes across here. It's quite likely that he originally wrote this book first as a polemic against the Karaites. We know from some of the Geniza correspondence that he had an earlier version that was circulating that he was faintly embarrassed about. But then in its maturity, some 10 years later, it's a much more well-developed work in which the other elements, a much broader approach is taken by the work as a whole. So we get a sense of, what exactly is the Kuzari? Is it a philosophical work? Is it a poetic cri de coeur? What kind of book is this? As I mentioned earlier, Adam Shear has written an entire book on how the Kuzari has been received. Very significant work. Naturally, just off the top of our heads and looking at the time, you could see how it would very much be appreciated by Zionists, not only because of his own life example in making Aliyah, but also because of the sort of integral vision, in the sense of integral nationalist vision of the Jews as having a unique destiny. Not one which is kind of like connected with the liberal values of tolerance and the expansion of a human civilization, but rather the unique destiny of the Jewish people as a body politic. So there's quite a bit to say about specifically how the Kuzari has been approached by scholars over the generations. Let's go to the final chapter of his life. We mentioned earlier that the Crusades fundamentally altered the medieval world, and one may say, in fact, with a high degree of confidence that we're still living in a post-Crusade era, that the hostility between Muslims and Christians, writ large, the Muslim civilization and Christian civilization, of which here in Brooklyn we are a part, we still feel the ramifications of.
How are you? Can you hear me? Yo, Jossel. How are you? Jossel. Can you hear me? How was your day? What are your favorite things in the world? Do you like the Supremes? Yeah, well, fuck you. And the Supremes say fuck you too.
11th century. Basically, what was happening is that the Christianity is divided.
But look at this athleticism.
The Roman Catholics over here in this kind of yellow color, the Orthodox, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, which are in this sort of like peachy color, and then of course Islam, Muslims, which are all across the southern part of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman Catholics and the Greek Orthodox don't get along. They've been fighting for quite some time, and after 1054 they have a major schism where they're really not getting along. But at the end of the century, the Patriarch in Constantinople, which is the the leader essentially of the Greek Orthodox Church, reaches out to Pope Urban II in the Roman Catholic leader and says, we need some help because we are not getting free access for Orthodox Christians to visit the holy sites in Jerusalem, which are under Islam. This was a unique ecumenical
How are you?
where these two warring Christian factions got together.
Kicking ass, taking names. Hey, but you brought some people in recently. How you living, pimp?
I'm alright.
Are you?
I heard Zai was there. He was saying that he's asking about documentary recommendations.
Word dog. He was asking me how sexy I was, and I was telling him, "What's good in your neck of the woods, son?"
Well, I've done battle with the buckthorn and the wild crabapple trees that were surrounding my apple trees that I was trying to free from their whatever, just to clear them out. And I lost scratches and I got a bunch of splinters in my fingers, but I was able to free about 4 apple trees from the grasp of the wild crabapple and buckthorn.
All right. Do you feel like a pimp?
But yeah, I feel pretty good about that. I want to ask you something. What did I want to ask you? I forgot what it was. Gee, oh, I was going to ask.
How did he fall for that?
Wait, hold on.
Hoax is a new podcast from me, Dana Schwartz, the host of Noble World, and me, Lizzie Logan. Every episode, we'll explore one of the most audacious and ambitious tricks in history. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search hoax, and listen now.
Yeah, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, I was going to ask, is one of your motivations to be remembered?
I don't really care about that. I would rather just have the data remembered, like the time capsule of what I'm creating. I'm pretty sure I'll be remembered, but that's a great question. I don't necessarily do things to be remembered because it's up to the people who watch it whether they actually will remember me. I do it for my future family. I want them to remember me. But or at least, how would I even put it? It's like before I even meet them, it's like a gift to them. So it's like more for people of the future who I've never met. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so.
Excellent. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How was your day?
It was good.
Anything?
How was yours?
It was amazing. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Here we go. I'm sending you an invitation.
I like to stream because, I like to talk to the people. You know, it's kind of entertaining and stuff. And it's like, I don't know.
Nice spare.
I just like it.
On what?
Thank you.
On
Hi,
what?
Stevens. Hello.
Pretty good.
On what platforms do you stream?
Just Twitch, but I'm thinking about trying Kick. But I was thinking, I don't know, because you have so many accounts. You don't want to talk to your chat.
I try to filter them to the Discord.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I like talking to the chat and stuff.
I mean, I do get people who talk to me in chat, but normally I can't see them because I have things on the screen. So I just say, come in my Discord to talk with me, and they do. If they really want to talk to me, they figure it out. It says it in the title of the stream where they can contact me, so I think that should be clear to them.
That's when psychologists might call it complicated breathing. And they might be
'Cause I had a good idea that if you upload your
You got it right now.
if you upload your maybe I don't know what you can upload, maybe your videos or maybe just like your audio or something. But if you upload something that shows who you are to like ChatGPT or something, create an AI off of a GPT or something off of your own words and sounds and stuff.
Nice try.
Maybe that'll be kind of a similar goal or something.
Okay, where do you do that?
I don't know. I haven't researched it, but yeah, I think like Dink Dangler, he was telling me that he's gonna make an AI off my voice. Then
Okay, I've done that,
so, yeah.
and I've had people do that, especially with Grok. It works really well.
You're just telling me not to be so sensitive. I don't know what I was sensitive about. I'm not really sure. But
Yay!
That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Aquarius.
Yay!
well, Gator thinks maybe you may not be
Yay, we won.
Yes, ma'am. I won, you won. You and I won.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Round 2. Reload.
Sorry, David. I like to do Twitch, but I'm not a gamer.
you stream, Mr. Aquarius.
No. I stream on another app called Meet Me, but I don't stream like on Twitch because I'm not a gamer.
Yeah. Well, I don't game too much either, but yeah, it is a lot of gamers on there. But Gator was saying that Rabbi may not be human, or at least like.
It is human, as you see.
Exactly. How much more human do you want me to be, dog?
Right.
50%. Like she was saying, maybe like a cyborg or something, like half human, half. Yeah, I don't know. But
I'm 100% human, dog.
she
Right.
was saying that like
As you
I
can
don't know.
see. Mhm.
She's kind of into like conspiracy theories type of stuff, and she was saying like the light is kind of like solar power for you, and she said that's why you can't. I don't know. She was saying something like you don't go outside, but do you go outside? I don't know.
Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa
There
Barbara,
you go.
as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and Disneyland. So she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Oh, cool. IRL streams. That's cool.
Nice strike.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
Yeah, I had my first camping stream on Thursday. I was in my tent, and yeah, it was fun. Different types of streams.
How did that go?
It was good. I just because I have people working on stuff, and I want to stay in my tent, and then I actually stayed up kind of late because I think it was the first time staying in my tent in a long time, so it takes a few nights to get used to it because you're always like, oh, what's that sound and all
Come on,
that
Rabbi.
stuff.
Get it.
Miss Aquarius, she had a huge score.
I know. It's okay. I win, you win.
That's right.
We'll do more when we come back. If you'd like to send me a relationship question, send it to
Yeah.
There we go.
You're listening.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Thank you. You too.
All right, sweet dreams. Best wishes with physical therapy tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, hello. It's my last week.
There you go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Take care.
Yeah.
Good night, Ivan.
Yeah.
Right.
Rabbi, how long did you study to be a rabbi?
For 4 years.
Do you want to have your own, I don't know what it's called, congregation, temple?
Perhaps someday.
I don't think I want my own church or anything. Well, I'm not religious, but maybe if I was religious, I'd want a temple or whatever. That'd be cool.
Did you, when you did your stream on like your camping stream, did you have issues with like connectivity or power or anything?
Well, I brought my big camping battery up there, and I plugged my computer and my Starlink into there, so I was using Starlink. So yeah, it was alright. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, I don't think I had too many issues, but I think sometimes when it's cloudy, Starlink doesn't work as well. So it's gonna be cloudy over the next couple of nights. So I'll see if I have issues.
Do you have Starlink?
Yeah, I got the Starlink Mini. I got the I'm gonna be camping a lot this month, I think. So I got the unlimited plan for the data, and it's been pretty good as long as it's not cloudy and as long as it's in an open area. If you have trees too close to the Starlink, then it kind of doesn't perform as well.
Does it work inside?
Like field or whatever.
Does it work inside?
No, it doesn't. It has to have no obstructions to the sky.
Okay, does it
But
work?
you can like leave it outside.
Does it work if it's cloudy?
I think it has more trouble if it's cloudy. Like I haven't experimented with it too much to know, but I think when it's cloudy, it has more connection issues. Let me see. So Sai wants to know who is your recommendation for rabbinical scholars? Rabbinical? That sounds like umbilical cord.
Sure.
But,
They want to know who my recommendations for rabbinical scholars are?
yeah.
Okay, that's a great question. I would say
Zai doesn't know how to type it. Yeah. Zai doesn't know how to type like the word rabbinical. So that's why I got confused. He doesn't know.
yeah, sure, I understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would start with Hillel, and Rambam is a personal favorite, so that's Maimonides. I'm a major learner, just in general, of the Rishonim rabbis. So that's like rabbis of like 500 years ago or so. I would say that probably more modern ones who actually, I should say Rabbi Akiva as well. He was a sage of the Mishnah. I would say that.
Ask what kind of things do these people discuss? Like do they try to interpret the Bible in a kind of different way? Do they focus on like one part of the Bible and they just like, you know, explain that part? Or...
Yeah, so like Rambam, he, in addition to being a rabbi, was a philosopher, a legal codifier. So he wrote something called Mishnah to Torah, which basically wanted to give people an easier way to understand the laws that are encoded in Torah. He was also a physician, and so from a history perspective, I find him to be fascinating. He was born in Cordoba, Spain, and his mother died during his childbirth, died in childbirth. His father was a leading rabbi. The Muslims invaded Spain and basically kicked out all the Jews, so they moved to Morocco. Then he moved to Egypt and was a physician there for like the caliphate, like basically the not just Jewish people but Muslim people as well. And I just find him to be fascinating because in addition to having all of those different hats that he wore, he really gave us the 13 principles of faith, just like what it is to be a Jew. Everything from believing that God is one, or just really encoding that, to believing in the revivification of the dead, believing in messianic figure. These are all things that I just think that he was. It was important of him to do in order to make things more codified and simpler for your average Jew. Moving into the modern period, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, he was a leader of modern Orthodoxy, integrating Torah with modern life. So basically, like Torah was like an ancient set of teachings, but around the Enlightenment, what we call in Judaism, the halakha, we had the issue that arose where, welcome, we needed basically a modernization of it. And so he helped to do that and helped to create modern Orthodoxy. I would say that some of the other more modern rabbis who I respect, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, he was the first rabbi of essentially Judea, Samaria, and philosopher of religious Zionism. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, he was a key leader in modern Orthodoxy. And then moving into the modern age, there's Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who was the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who died in 1994. So it's much more modern. But essentially, what these people would do is each in their generation be able to develop Judaism for the people of their time. So Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson set up a system where essentially emissaries would travel around the world in different cities and then towns of the world to set up essentially what are called Chabads, and give Jews a way to be able to reconnect with their religion in an Orthodox manner. He also set up the daily campaigns for the donning of tefillin for maybe Jews who'd never put on tefillin or had been a long time. They would start to get into a routine practice. Rabbi Soloveitchik really used, I would say, media well, and had modern interpretations of how we are to be Jews. And then even today, you can find rabbis on YouTube who I find interesting. Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi is one of them. He does a regular YouTube stream from wherever he's traveling in the world and answers questions. So basically, he answers questions from his community. So, like all of these men during their time had a certain role, whether it was be to codify the law, or whether it would be to modernize the law, or whether it would be to communicate via letters with people, or eventually into the modern age where maybe they would use television or radio or even YouTube or social media. So I think each one of them in their own right has a role, and I find them all to be fascinating.
That's my favorite thing. A how question. How can
You're really into that.
100%. How are you, pimp?
into the emotional brain of begging or blaming or criticizing? You can actually set up a problem.
Oh, dude, aren't we all? Rick Sanchez, how'd you find out about me?
I'm watching Haven's stream.
Oh, tight. Okay, very well. Are you a fan of Haven?
Yeah, Rick was here last time.
Okay.
Was here last time, Rabbi.
All right, very well. I don't memorize it. Everybody who's in here, I now kind of remember that. Okay, very well. How long have you been? How long have you been watching Haven, Rick Sanchez?
I've been watching her for a couple months.
Yeah.
Tight. Very cool. So you've been a fan for a couple
Rabbi,
months.
Diesel wants to know: is it true that what did he say? That Rabbi Finkelstein admitted that Jews put that us Jews we put human remains
in McDonald's.
I don't know if it's just like
in McDonald's.
Human.
If you wanna believe that,
fast food.
In McDonald's specifically, if you want to believe that, look up his teachings. There's like a famous debate. I'm not very familiar with Rabbi Finkelstein. I've heard this debate. It's with some pastor. So I'll leave that up to other people's interpretation. That's not mainstream Jewish teaching.
Yeah, I thought he was just kidding. I didn't even know it was a real thing.
Well, I'm not saying that it is. I've never known anyone to do that. But if you
Jews don't own fast food places. No Jew owns a fast food place.
Well, actually, that's incorrect. I've known some Jews to own fast food franchises, but there are some questions that arise when this happens. We're not supposed to make money off of things that are violations of Jewish law. So, like I knew a Jew who wasn't Orthodox who owned a franchise of McDonald's in like Long Beach, but he wasn't Orthodox. So, if you're living in an Orthodox life, you would not do that because the mixing of milk and meat, and that's a prohibition within Jewish law.
Yeah, you're supposed to own like medical practices and lawyer practices or something. I don't know. Greeks own diners. Greek people, they own a lot of diners.
There you go. Everybody needs something. Rick Sanchez, what are your favorite things about our man Havens?
No, please. I can't take part.
No.
I don't have any favorite things. I really just like the guy.
Yeah.
Very well. Hey Vince, did you find out about me from Twitch?
No, Kick. I saw one of your messages. Your
Tight.
Yeah, one of those messages.
Tight. Okay, very well. Hey Vince, how long have you been streaming on Kick on Twitch?
Oh yeah, I follow you on Twitch too. Oh yeah, sorry.
No. For how long have you been streaming on Twitch on Twitch? Pardon me. How long have you been streaming on Twitch?
Streaming since I didn't do it frequently until I actually don't know. I kind of lost track of time. I think it's been a year. It's been around a year.
Okay.
I've been doing it frequently.
And how frequently do you do it?
Oh man, like all the time. I'm addicted to it. Like,
Very well. What do you like so much about it?
I don't know. It's just entertaining.
Okay, but what about it?
Like,
What about it entertains you?
just the people come and they say hi to me and stuff.
Okay.
And I don't know. I just like it.
Are you interested in streaming on Kick more often?
I may do Kick. I'm thinking I may do like I may try like different types of channels or something. Because I have the propaganda channel on Kick. It's going 24/7. So I don't know. I may do Kick in the future for just like normal streaming.
Are you ever gonna do YouTube?
I don't know. YouTube, I'm kind of scared of for some reason.
Why is that?
Jews are allowed to drink Coke, but they gotta tell you before they do it. They hate Christians. They spit on. Wait, hold on. Diesel says Jews hate Christians and they spit on them.
That does happen, and that does happen.
They gotta tell you before they do it. I think he meant they gotta tell you that. I think he was talking about the people in fast food because he said they gotta tell you before they do it. But I don't think he meant the spitting. I think he meant the people in the food. Jews are allowed to drink Coca-Cola that has the yellow cap.
Yeah, so that's
heard that one.
Yeah, no, that's common. So that's really around Pesach. So between essentially Purim, which is an early spring holiday, and Pesach, which is a spring holiday, we avoid having any kind of bread that would be leavened, and also included in this is anything that could be interpreted and really from an Ashkenazi perspective, something called kiryot, and um, this would include things like corn, and because of that, with the corn syrup that's in modern Coca-Cola, we avoid drinking any kind of liquids that have or foods that have any kind of corn syrup in them. So around the spring, basically, usually from like March to April, the Coca-Cola company produces a type of Coca-Cola that is made with sugarcane, and you can find this. It has a yellow top, and so that's the kind of Coca-Cola that we'll have at Passover, Pesach. But for the remainder of the year,
yeah. I said to Diesel, what's the big deal about kosher Coca-Cola? No, Diesel think that kosher Coca-Cola is what gives Jews their superpowers or something.
Okay, I mean you can buy. I mean, generally, it's all Coca-Cola is considered kosher. It's just the question of kosher for Pesach. You can buy it yourself, though. You don't have to be Jewish to buy the yellow cap Coca-Cola that's kosher for Pesach. So just any time between basically March and April, go to the store and go buy yellow Coca-Cola, and you'll be able to have the same kind of Coca-Cola that any Orthodox Jew would enjoy.
Jesus said this is of great significance. I don't get it. What's going on with this Coca-Cola stuff? Anyway, he also said, what's with the Jews spitting on Christians?
Well, it's something that's done. It's essentially pretty focused on Israel. Um, we have issues with many of the things that Christians have done to us. There's blood libels, and there's the Inquisition, where Christians forced Jews to convert to Christianity, and essentially we haven't gotten over that. And so we've been blamed a lot for things. including poisoning of wells during the Black Plague and sacrificing of children. And so we treat people, many times Christians, sometimes Muslims, we get back at them because of that.
Here's another question.
Let me just say this. In the same way, I get shit from Christians every single day. While they don't spit on me, every day I get people who say mean things to me. So it's basically just the hatred that goes on in the world. If you're in New York, you'll get spit on as a Jew just for being Jewish. So by Christians or just people of all different makeups. What's your next question?
Oh, yeah. He said, what do you think of non-Jews?
I know non-Jews. I have had good interactions with non-Jews. I wish that non-Jews sometimes would change their ways, but I understand it's the way of the world, that I live in a world where there are Jews and non-Jews.
Yeah, but how do you feel about it?
I feel that they should change their ways.
You mean change their religion or change like their actions?
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, let's just take Christianity for instance. Like, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense that it depends on your sect of Christianity, but they believe God died for 3 days. In my view, God doesn't die. I don't understand how you could live in a world where you think God would die, because if God died, then are they really God? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's something in Christianity or I think in Catholicism, known as the transubstantiation, where they believe that Jesus's body is the real body in the Eucharist, the holy wafer, and that his blood is the wine. And if you don't believe this, then you're not really believing the true tenets of Roman Catholicism. That doesn't make sense to me. The idea that, like, even like 30 years ago, within the Roman Catholic Church, welcome, Adi, like, homosexuality was like wrong, and now like they've changed their opinions and that they've embraced it. They're just like, it's like not the same religion. It just keeps changing. And one of the things that I like about most aspects of Judaism is we do our best to maintain traditions and stay consistent. And what else don't I like about it? I mean, I really just wish that they would recognize, like many people in Christianity who recognize the Trinity, would recognize that there's an aspect, maybe not exactly this, but it's close to polytheism, and I don't like that aspect about it. I believe in one God. I don't even know what that is, but at least I'm fairly certain that it's not someone who died 2,000 years ago. Because if you can kill God, then is he really God? Then it's deicide. So those are some aspects that I don't like about it. I mean, there are some aspects that, that we share commonly, that that I respect, that at least up until maybe like 50 years ago, having large families was important. Sanctity of life to some extent was important. Aspects like loving your neighbor were important, or treating others the way that you want to be treated. Those are all Jewish interpretations that have been either shared or borrowed by Christianity. So there are some things that I like about it. But there are other aspects that I don't. And so I wish that they would, like many Christians, would come back to their roots. If you really study Christianity from 2,000 years ago, it's just a branch, a break off of Judaism. And so ideally, I would like, if I had the opportunity to be able to speak with Christians in mass, that they would, en mass, not in a mass, but like en space masse. I would want them to recognize that many of the statues that they create could be interpreted as idol worship. Some issues with this with saints can be interpreted as idol worship, and I think if they heard what I had to say, or just in general, they would say they would recognize that a lot of these aspects are perhaps moving away from what is a common or a core tenet of their beliefs, which is monotheism.
It might be just sharing a story or pointing out something interesting. Okay, if you have teenagers,
Okay.
you know as parents.
This is Diesel's point of view. Jesus had to come into the flesh to die for our sins, the ultimate death, which is the ultimate sacrifice. Is the difference between his and my belief. They can't understand the sacrifice. Jesus is king of the Jews.
Okay, I mean,
what do you say to that?
Cool story, bro. I mean, we all have our different interpretations, and that's neat. I just don't think God could die. If God dies, then they're not God.
So, how about other people who have sacrificed? A lot of people, they die for their causes and stuff.
And we don't consider them God.
Yeah.
There's also research to say that these short conversations.
And Zai wants to know, what do you think about the black Jews? I don't know if he means the black Israelites, the guys who yell at people, or the like the Ethiopians who go to Israel.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll take both of them. To the black Israelites, they're welcome to believe whatever they want to believe, just like anybody else. I embrace the idea of B'nai Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. I'm fascinated with them, as a lot of Jews are, that they were able to have a basically an unchanged form of the Torah that was discovered in the 20th century, and that they essentially, there's a very good chance that they were either one of the 12 tribes or were in exile following the destruction of the Second Temple around 70 of the Common Era. I also find it very interesting as well that they had preserved a type of Kohanic system like the priesthood, and that their version, their Torah scrolls, were exactly the same as what we have in Sephardic Judaism and Ashkenazi Judaism. And I see them, as other rabbis have interpreted, as our cousins, basically, and welcome them back to Israel. And I know that there's been some issues with the blending of them within society, or the assimilation of them within um, Israeli culture, but I really feel that we should embrace them. And I think it's really interesting as well, if you study colonialism of Africa, that the Ethiopians were one of the few countries that was never enslaved. And so basically they were able to preserve the Ethiopian Jews specifically, were able to preserve their religiosity for 2,000 years. And while it's not exactly what we have in today's Judaism, it is very similar, and thus, like, they're as welcome as any other Jew within society.
Sorry, man. I was muted there for a second.
You're good, pimp.
I was saying thanks. Thanks for answering those questions.
Absolutely, my
I'm gonna
friend.
ask Diesel, what other kind of stuff does he know about Jews? Because he seems to have done some research into the topic. So I want to see what other things there are. But yeah, I'm just gonna go on mute until.
While he's coming up with those, to anybody watching this, either on my stream or in Haven's stream, if you are interested in learning more about Judaism, I highly recommend. I mentioned him previously.
Shit, shut your bitch ass up. Hey yo, why you keep clipping shit in my fucking stream?
Hey Winter, how you living, pimp? What's going on, son?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Aw, dog, you love it. You fucking love it. You're my biggest fucking fan, aren't you, dog?
Why are you clipping?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yo, Winter, you're my biggest fan, dog.
Shut the fuck up.
Dog, you love it. You fucking love it, dog. You love my clips. Yo, dog, you love my clips. I'm going to tell you what, Winter, he's been talking about how big of a fan he is of mine and how much he loves my clips now in reality. So I created these robots. That's how, Havens, you found out about me, that clip people's kick streams. And obviously Winter did not like that. And so we had to bark at each other like two, like.
What's the matter with clipping from a stream? Like, why? I mean, I know. Is it the same thing as YouTube, where you just take a clip and it's like 30 seconds or a minute or something?
100%. Yeah, but
you put something on
yeah, I put in the title to follow me on YouTube and to join my Discord. So those are those are reasons that people don't like me. As I was saying, though, anyone who's interested in learning more about Judaism, particularly in Orthodox Judaism, should watch Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi's streams on YouTube. They're fascinating. I love them. I watch them as often as I can. And then also what I love and what I've been doing is watching Professor Abramson's stream. So you can find this just under Professor Abramson's streams on YouTube, and I made a playlist of like 700 of his YouTube lectures that he has. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He is the head of the history department at Touro College, now Touro University in New York, and also they have a branch in Florida. And he has fascinating lectures on everything from daily kosher living to the history of Jews in Portugal, in Italy, and in the Levant, and in the New World, and just our history as a people. So that's what I like to watch in my free time. I've got it on right now. You can actually see it. That's what plays whenever anybody's watching me in here. That's what you can see playing there. So I highly recommend those to anybody who wants to learn more about Judaism. And yeah, so thanks for letting me make that plug.
Diesel wants to know, do rabbis get 0 interest rates?
Well, this is a good question. So it wouldn't just be rabbis, it should be all Jews. So we have a law that essentially we don't charge interest to other Jews. However, Christians have the same law that you don't charge interest to other Christians. So these are common within the religious bodies that they encapsulate. So how do we get around that? We have things like the Free Loan Society which allows you to get a loan from an organization without interest. Um, or it's interest-free loan society. Um, the reason why One of the reasons why we've been kicked out of so many countries is because we as Jews were able to make loans when Christians could not. And so we would charge certain tax rates or certain interest rates, I should say. And then eventually the leaders of the country would not like that we were essentially creating debt, and they would kick us out of the country. So that would essentially eviscerate or eliminate all of the interest that was owed. That's one of the reasons why Jews have been hated so much for thousands of years. And I can tell you that uh, I know many Jews who do pay interest to bodies that are not Jewish owned. But if it is Jewish owned, then there's the argument to be made that we do not charge interest to another Jew, just as Christians are not supposed to charge interest to other Christians. The reason why Jews became money lenders in medieval society was because Christians could not loan it interest. So they had to find somebody else outside of their religion who could charge interest. But this is not just something for rabbis, this is for all Jews. To follow up on that, but Christians can charge Jews interest and corporations can charge Jews interest. It's just if we are loaning to another Jew, we are not to charge interest on that. Excellent question, Diesel.
Zyla wants to know, is there anything, in the Jewish religion, similar to like, in the Christian religion, they say money is the root of all, or the love of money is the root of all evil, or something like that. Is there anything about rejecting the pursuit of money, the pursuit of greed and materialism, and living humbly or something like that?
So yeah, there certainly is. We see money as a way to separate ourselves as people. Specifically, if you're a young person, there are teachings that there are three ways to essentially succeed in society. One is coming from a good family. Two would be to have a lot of money, and three is to be a Torah scholar. And those are basically the three ways that we traditionally have been able to become successful. Now, we see wealth as a blessing. So, especially in Torah, wealth is seen as a blessing from God. Hashem. We see God as the being that gives us wealth, which gives us power, and we see our patriarchs, specifically like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were wealthy, but they didn't necessarily start off wealthy. It took time, and their stories are basically the stories of our early accumulation of wealth. Now, there are dangers of making money as the ultimate goal. So, like, there's a saying, the more property that you have, the more worry you have. There's the idea, I think, in hip hop, more money, more problems. It's kind of the same idea. And too much focus on possessions can consume a person. Um, and then we talk about like who's rich. In at the culmination of your life, it's not how much money you necessarily have. It's who is happy with what they have, and so those are aspects of wealth that um, we tend to have, or beliefs on aspects of wealth. Um, when it comes to business dealings, it's really important that we're honest in business, particularly with our neighbors. So, one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is conduct ourselves, especially in our business affairs, faithfully. And wealth that's pursued through dishonesty or exploitation many times is strongly condemned. Um, it's really a balance, I would say, and at least in the teachings that I've had, um, someone who earns a livelihood, it's it's considered a commandment or a mitzvah, because that allows a person to support their family. I would say as well, this balance is something that we shouldn't let overwhelm us. So we have other commandments, and those are like, for instance, to pray, do acts of kindness, have a family life, study Torah. Now, in terms of like um, being overly wealthy to the point where you're greedy, um, that's to be avoided. It's in Proverbs that it says something like, "He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house," and um, so we do our best to avoid being greedy. We do our best to balance uh, money making and familial life and prayer life. Uh, and but we don't have a saying like they have in Christianity that it's something like this. And I'm not Christian, so I don't know the exact phrasing, but it's something like, there's a better chance of a camel making it through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get into heaven. We don't have those same types of thinking. We just believe that if you are going to, making money is important, but you should do so in a honest and moral way.
Thanks, man. And sorry, one more question. Mehdi wants to know who's worse, the Christians or the Muslims?
I don't know if it's about,
He's Muslim, so he must have.
yeah, I don't know if it's about worse. It's just I wish that both sides. I honestly see both sides as branches off of Judaism, and it's true. So Mehdi, who's Muslim, knows the importance um, of Ishmael within um, within Muslim teachings. So we as Jews take our ancestry through Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Muslims take theirs through uh, a descendant of Abraham, Ishmael. So basically, we're all sons of Abraham, and Christians are a branch off of Judaism that happened about 2,000 years ago. And so we all have the same father, essentially, within Abraham. We all are branches off of those. So, in a question of who do Jews like more, Christians or Muslims, we both see them as not practicing the correct religion. But I could say that amongst Jews as well. Many Jews don't consider conservative Judaism or Reform Judaism or other types of Judaism that we have to be the correct way, so to speak. So ideally, I just would say that they, at their heart, they're there's good in everyone. They just need their teachings changed slightly, and we are all the sons of Abraham, and we have that commonality. And I personally, when I just talk to people, want people to recognize that we have so many things in common that to fret over these small differences in our religions um, isn't always that beneficial to us. That we all have the same types of desires. We all like to generally raise good families and have, good meals. And we all like to at least give some kind of thanks to whatever which we believe. And that doesn't have to be Hashem. That doesn't have to be Allah. That doesn't have to be God. It can be whatever you want it to be. Even secular people have appreciation many times for the animals that gave their life, if they, are uh, perhaps an omnivore or specifically like a carnivore. But even people who are vegetarian or vegan have appreciation for the people who made the meals and being with people they love. Those are all commonalities that we have in as humans. I can get into why one group is better than the other. Really, I see Christians and Muslims as our brothers religiously that may have strayed, and I'd like to see them come back to the mother religion. Whether they want to do that or not, that's up to them. But in reality, as well, I can be challenged on my beliefs as any rabbi can, or any imam in Islam, or any priest or pastor in Christianity. When we're asked, well, how do you know that you're better than everybody else, or what you believe is right? We don't know. And in reality, there's some humility that we all must have. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows anything. So at the end of the day, while I consider myself a monotheist and an Orthodox Jew, and I know that imams believe that they're monotheists and Muslim, and either Sunni or Shiite Muslim, and you can have Roman Catholic priests or Orthodox priests or Protestant pastors. They don't know. None of us know. And if anything, we're all agnostic. And if we all recognize that, when I say agnostic, that just means that you don't know. Even people who are secular or atheist who say there is no God or God doesn't exist, we don't know. You don't know. And if we recognize that, I think it would give us all a lot more humility. So I can say, to answer the question, I think of Christians and Muslims equally. I recognize, though, at the end of the day, nobody knows. So we're all kind of on the same playing field. I hope that answers a very good question.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely, my friend. Let me add one thing to this, though, actually, to that question. Believe it or not, we are, as Jews, permitted to pray in a mosque, but we are not permitted to enter in a church. So, if anything, I would say probably the scale slides in favor of Islam slightly, uh, at least in terms of where we can pray. And the reason behind that is uh, generally Muslims don't have images of God. They don't have images, certainly, of Muhammad. They don't have statues and types of arguably idols like you'll find in a Christian house of worship. So traditionally, as Jews, if we were let's say in a foreign land, and we needed somewhere to pray, we're permitted to pray within a mosque, while we are not permitted to pray within a church or even enter a church. So, if anything, I think the um, the majority of Orthodox Jews would probably say, at least from a praying standpoint, we would side more with Islam than we would Christianity.
So you can't even go into a Christian church?
We're not supposed to. Oh, dude, it's Winter again. I bet they're here to tell me how much they like the clips I made of them. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? Winter, did you like the clip that I made of you? You want me to give you a chance to talk? Here we go, Winter. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. I want you to charge up. Give me everything you got. Call me anything you want, big dog. But before I do so, I'm going to just read what your profile says. It says, now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the world it me, taking slowly. Happy days me call it now, me bun sad story. Anyway, me the inna the world, me dogs them round me. Here we go, pimp. Everybody, it's the one, the only Winter. What's going on, pimp?
What's good? Subscribe to Snow Bros. Follow Snow Bros on Twitch. What's good?
Absolutely.
Stop clipping on my channel just to link to your shitty content.
Dog, you loved it. You love it. You love it, dog. There we go. Excellent person there. I hope he has a very successful stream, becomes one of the biggest streamers of all time. All right, friends. Those are really great questions. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Havens, I hope you have a wonderful stream. And if you guys have any other questions, what up, pimp?
I don't love it. None of your clips were actually any good. None of your clips make any fucking sense. Stop.
No, of course they don't. It's a bot that literally just clips random shit. Do you think I'm watching your shit? Fuck no, man. I'm here answering questions on Judaism. If anybody ever has any questions and I'm not here, I'm not able to take them, I do have a section of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Feel free to ask me whatever you want. I will answer your question in a timely fashion, usually within 24 to 48 hours or so. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with the audience of Havens and Rick Sanchez. Shout out to Rick Sanchez for being a pimp, being here earlier. And hope everybody's just having a really good night. Hope you guys all have a really great week ahead. And thank you for the opportunity. And again, if you ever want to watch Jewish history lectures, I highly recommend Professor Henry Abramson from Touro University. All you have to do is just look up he's henryabramson.com, but also just you can YouTube him, Henry Abramson, and you can find all of his content. It's fascinating. He does a lot of traveling in the world to many of these locations, so that's fascinating. And then really for some really great content, check out Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. His content is can just be found under Yosef Mizrahi on YouTube, and he has a great website as well, so check it out. Thank you for the opportunity, and shout out to Winter. Winter, you've got some really great content, dog. Everybody loves it. Everybody was just in here saying how much they love your content and how they all found out about me perhaps through those clips I made. So shout out to you, man. It's amazing. You want to talk again? Winter, you want to talk again? You want to talk again, Winter? All right, Winter, here we go, big dog. Here's your chance.
The bot from my channel.
Yo, pimp, what up, pimp? What's going on?
remove the bot from my channel. I don't want it on my channel.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. In due time, son. In due time. Winter. If I could, I would. But it literally doesn't discriminate. It sends it to everybody. So there's nothing I can really do about that. But I hope you have a really wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed the clips that I made. And I just want you to know you're going to be famous someday. So just enjoy. All right, friends. Here we go.
Because all of a sudden people could like unite under a single banner, follow the cross to Jerusalem, and rescue Jerusalem from the infidel. It was like it had a tremendously sticky message, to use the kind of metaphor that marketers use. It just made sense. It was like we use the word crusade today to refer to like great epic causes, missions, right? So it comes from this word crusade, of course, comes from the word.
Well, I'm sure they are.
Or cross in French. So they make their way down there, and there are two things that are important for us in our context today. One is that some of the one thing is that the attack on Muslims is incredibly brutal and bloody. Horrible massacres of Muslims in Israel and in Jerusalem, in particular, that were felt throughout the Muslim world, and slaughter of Jews as well, especially in areas like the Rhineland, the Ashkenazic territories, where some crusaders said, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem when we have infidels living here in our backyard? So it's a period of tremendous violence directed against non-Christians as a whole. What am I missing here? All right. Just a second. Sorry, I'm missing the words in the rest here. Right. So what happens during this period of tremendous conflict between Muslims and Christians that's only getting worse over the course of the 11th century? And you'll recall, by the way, that this is only the first crusade. There were many, many crusades that extended over the next 200 years. They kept on getting.
Well, I know they do.
Israel, and then
they can say whatever they want. I've got a section, ask Rabbi anything, create a support ticket. I know what they want to say. They want to say, quit botting me. And I want to say back to them, I don't have any control over it. It bots indiscriminately.
After considerable debate, says, you know what? This is no place for me. I have to go to Israel. Of all the craziest places to go during the Crusades, to go and leave a safe, wealthy home in Spain and make your way
I like it.
to Israel.
Let him be.
Was really mind-boggling. And nevertheless, it was the.
He's one of my favorite people. I love Winter. Everybody follow Winter on Twitch and Kick. Oh, Winterberry. Everybody follow Oh Winterberry. They're amazing. Shout out to Oh Winterberry.
He would frequently dream of Israel. Your dwellings, Lord, are places of love, and your nearness is clear as things seen, not guessed of. My dream took me to your temples now to sing.
I'm undefeated in life.
My offering with their libations. And around me swirled thick smoke and ministrations, sweet to my ears of Levites.
Oh, dog. This is just the beginning. He will have to do this literally for days before I'll stop.
Like, for example, in this famous poem, I won't read the whole thing of it, he says, a man in your 50s and you would still be young? Soon your life will have.
I'm going to check out his stuff on Twitch. Everybody check out Oh Winterberry on Twitch.
And crave the service of men. And run after the many and shun the one from whom the multitudes of all things come. And lays about instead of setting out on your true way. And for a mess of pottage, sell your immortal part. Has your soul not had enough? Why then yield each day to its lust? Leave its counsel for God's. Put the five senses aside and make amends to your Maker before your last days rush away. Don't pretend you have to seek to know His will or wait for auguries. Will, but to do it. Be bold as a panther, swift as a deer. Fear not the open sea. Though mountains of waves crest and crash, and hands shake like rags in a gale, and shipless speech carpenters quail, and crews leap to the task, and in dismay stagger back. Trapped in an ocean where nowhere to flee, while the sails flap and crack, and the deck creaks and groans, and the wind whips the water into haystack-high bales. One day it towers like ricks, and the next it's flat as a field. Like, I just go reading. I gotta stop though. He wrote quite a few poems, by the way, about his fear of the sea. He wrote
Winter, come on back, dog.
Traveling.
There he is.
This was a dangerous proposition.
There he is.
And it appears frequently in his poetry, almost as frequently as when he writes about.
I love you, Winter.
Giving up
I love you, Winter.
To go to this backward, desolate, dry place.
Is Winter going to be a trillionaire?
Oh, for sure.
He leaves.
I help everybody. Those who hurt me, those who help me. Anybody we've touched over the course of this stream, we're going to make sure to be a trillionaire.
Behind his daughter and his grandson Yehuda, and he makes his way across the Mediterranean basin where he lands in Alexandria in the month of May, and then he gets stuck there. And for 800 years, we didn't know what happened. We know he made it to
Winter, we
Alexandria.
love you.
We didn't know if he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, you want me to unmute you?
There was a legend.
Winter, you ready?
That he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, are you ready?
Got there, and when he saw the
Yo, Winter, what's up, pimp?
I don't love you. The feeling is not mutual, and you will.
Winter, we love you, dog. You're the man. You're the man. We're gonna make you a trillionaire, dog. Shout out to Winter. Everybody follow Winter on their social media. Everybody loves Winter. Winter, you're the man. Everybody loves you. You're amazing. You're an all-star, dog. Everybody loves you, Winter. Winter. Everybody's going to love the clips of you. Everybody's going to love your stream. Everybody's going to love your social media. You're a pimp. Everybody loves you. You're one of the all-time best, dog. Come on back, Winter. Winter, we can play this game for days. After about a week, you might annoy me, but I could do this all fucking day. Yo, dog. You're amazing.
Alexandria loved his poetry. They wanted him to stay, and it was like the last bit of temptation because he was surrounded by people who respected him and respected his poetry and wanted to hear more of it, and he really had difficulty tearing himself away from these new patrons who viewed him as like this rare celebrity who come all the way from Spain to Vienna. But eventually he tore himself away, possibly because he received a letter that his grandson Yehuda was coming after him. And he said, oh my gosh, I can't let, there's a lot of, what exactly was the thing? One idea was, I can't let Yehuda make this dangerous trip. And I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be here in Alexandria. But at any rate, he forced himself. He left, most likely alone, without his traveling companion, his son-in-law Yitzchak, and a close friend and servant. Also, not entirely sure why his servant stayed with him, but it appears that Yitzchak had decided to leave Yehuda Levi's wife. And this bit of unfortunate shalom bayis difficulty also was something that was dragging against Yehuda Levi, because he's thinking, oh my gosh, my daughter has already given up her father, and she's given up her husband. She doesn't realize that her husband is not coming home, and if she has to give up her son as well, it will be crushing. So he says, I have to follow through. I can't die here in Alexandria. He makes his way to Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later, a letter is sent from Alexandria, which refers to Yehuda Levi 3 months later, with 3 key letters after his name. Zion, Tzadi, Lamed,
Your
Zecher, Tzadi,
profile has the wrong stream.
of blessed memory.
Profile has the wrong stream.
So this
Winter.
letters indicate that
Winter,
he
we're
died
talking to you.
in Israel after he left.
Yeah, I tried to go to your Twitch
How
channel,
exactly he
but
died,
it
we
doesn't
don't know.
list or something.
I agree. He got banned or
Sightings of
something.
grave, but these sightings
okay.
are not reliable.
Allegedly.
I thought he said maybe he said
Medieval graves in general
Winter.
are
different Twitch
nowadays.
but I didn't.
Winter.
It could have been the legend of being trampled under the
Winter.
warriors year's host. Of course, was in fact the end.
Winter, you can talk. Winter, you can talk.
At any rate, I'm very grateful for
Winter.
the attention you've given this topic, and I thank you as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for watching this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I really got a lot out of it.
Winter.
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 Winter, you want to talk? Winter, go ahead. Winter, your Twitch channel is... Yo,
Stop using the bot, you subhuman piece of fucking garbage.
Winter, your Twitch channel isn't linked. What's your Twitch channel? What's your
Snow Bros. Snow Bros.
Shout out to Oh Snow Bros. Oh Snow Bros. Yo, dog. Yo, can you spell that?
I'm not playing with y'all. Snow Bros. Y'all not stupid. Everyone in here knows how to fucking spell. Stop playing with me.
Spell it.
Stop using this dumbass fucking bot on small streamers, you piece of fucking garbage.
Spell it.
You know how to spell. You know how to spell, bro. You know how to spell. Stop playing with me.
Is it Snow Bros?
I don't give a fuck about anything that you're preaching. I don't give a fuck about your garbage religion. Stop fucking playing with people. Stop playing with small streamers. You're trash. Shut up.
How do you spell it?
You know how to spell. Go ahead and spell it for me, bro.
Is it Snow Bros? SNOWBROS?
Oh, wait, you must be retarded. Oh, shit. My bad. But everyone else in your chat, Snow Bros. Snow Bros, you understand it. Snow Bros. Go. Don't only go on this fucking page. Stop playing with me.
Did you find it?
From other people's channels, not just mine. Stop using your garbage bot to link to your stupid ass content. You're not really doing shit. You're just sitting in your bed doing fuck. What do you actually fucking do all day, bro?
Just chilling, baby. Just chilling, baby.
Remove the fucking bot. Stop going on smaller streamers, you piece of garbage.
I'm just Doug, we're giving you.
It's not just me. Stop doing it to everybody else. You fucking piece of trash.
Have you seen it on anybody else's?
Bro, I've seen your fucking garbage clips. They're not good. They're not any good. How about you actually watch the people that you're trying to clip?
I'm trying to.
Piece of shit.
Oh, Snow Bros. Oh, Snow Bros.
Walking along the seashore.
Stop fucking playing with me.
The waves are rolling in, and then there's somehow a
Yo, could you find it?
Birds fly away.
Havens, did you find it?
Visual here is fucking retarded. That's why you can't find it. Oh, Snow Bros. Easy to spell. Easy to spell. On Twitch, on Kick. Easy to spell. You're retarded. Shut the fuck up. I run this whole shit. Shut up. I run this whole shit. Shut up. Why are you talking to me? Why is any individual in here talking to me? Shut the fuck up. I'm making a video on this right now. I'm on YouTube too. Also, city shit. Sick of you. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Sweep away my grandchild into the ocean. No, it cannot be. I protest.
It's going in and out, but you're still gonna fucking hear me. Shut up. Shut your bitch ass up. Please and thank you.
So it's Oh Snow Bros.
Stop clicking my fucking channel. Please and thank you. Tell your fucking I'm waiting for you to stop talking. I'm still waiting for you to stop talking. I'm still waiting for you to stop.
Is it?
I don't know if I should tell this joke, but it was okay. Now, a lot of people also call on the internet.
Yo, Winter, calm down. Winter, calm down. Is it O, and then the letter S, Snowbros? Is it? No one can find it. No one can find your channel. No one can find your channel. We're trying to find it. We're trying to find it, son. We're trying to find it.
I mean, we gotta stop. This guy's gonna get us canceled.
Oh, dude, this got canceled and shit. Winter, is it O? O, Snowbros? Dog, look what happens when I put in O, Snowbros. Look at what happens. Nothing shows. O, Snowbros? Is it O, Snowbros? Dog, is it O, Snowbros? I don't even think he's a... Dog, you're not even a streamer.
I'm so annoyed. Every time I delete a clip, a new one pops up.
That's what... Then it's telling me it's doing its job.
Shut your bitch ass up, Robbie. Shut your bitch ass up.
O, Snowbros. O, Snowbros?
You're a fucking idiot.
O, with the, is it the letter O?
Oh, Snowbro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Snowbro.
Oh, okay, I found it now. Wait, you were live yesterday? You have 18...
There's no fucking S. Oh, Snowbro. Are you stupid?
Well, now I found it. Okay, no drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane.
I still don't hear about the bot being removed.
Dog, I love this shit. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. That shit's tight. That's tight. If you know what I mean. Don't be a narc. No bullying, racist, homophobic, or derogatory comments. Be respectful and courteous. Respect the mods. If they tell you to stop, stop. If you don't disagree, it's beyond my power at that point. No trash talking, disrespecting other streamers. Learn to leave it in the game. No spamming. No political discussions. Please keep this a safe space for all. The Ghost enjoys gaming with you guys. They'll allow you to join a game once a week. No more chat spamming if you can join. You will be muted from chat. Have fun. Be your best selves. Just try not to be little gremlins. We stream every day, baby. Usually in the afternoon to midnight. That's in between the time frame of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. New York and Jamaica Eastern Time. Yo, oh, Snowbro, why does it say that you were live yesterday? Are you going to stream today?
Yeah, I was live yesterday. I saw your clip that you clipped 4 days ago, and that shit pissed me the fuck off because I've been trying to message you for how long, and you keep ducking me. So now I'm here in your fucking face.
Dude, stream again and I'll clip your shit.
Please do it again.
All right, well, start streaming. I can't do it if you're not streaming, son. Just
fucking do it again, Rocky.
Dog, just stream. Just stream.
I'm telling you, I'm recording all this shit.
Good. That's what I want, dog. This is content, baby. This is gold.
No, you're a fucking piece of shit is what you are.
Winter, we love you, dog. Winter, you want to be friends?
I don't want to be your friend, buddy.
Let's be best friends. Winter, let's be best friends. I love all the shit that you love. I love Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jordan.
What you care about, brother? We are not the same.
What number did Michael Jordan wear? He wore 4 numbers, dog. He wore 4 numbers. What were the 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore? Dude, it's some Michael Jordan trivia.
Oh, so we use racism now.
No, Michael Jordan wore the number 23. He wore the number 45. People don't know this.
You wanted to say this shit?
I like Michael Jordan, and I'm teaching you something about your...
Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, I'm teaching you about Michael Jordan, okay? He wore...
I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan. The only reason you're breaking that up is because I'm black.
No, it's in your... It's in your profile.
Nigga, what's up? Michael Jordan is not in my fucking profile.
Oh, Snowbro, are you Oh, Snowbro? Hold on. Are you Snow Bro? Is this
Mary Jane? Stupid.
Is this you, Snow Bro?
Leave. You fucking retard. I also said don't be a narc.
Oh yeah, so that is you. So it says we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, and Michael Jordan friendly.
You can read. So what the fuck are you doing?
What are you talking about? You don't like Michael Jordan.
Why am I giving a fuck about Michael Jordan?
It says in your profile, we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. What am I missing here?
Oh God, that shit says Michael Jackson friendly. Is this nigga retarded?
It says Michael Jordan friendly.
Oh damn. Oh my God, wow. I care?
Okay, so I'm asking you, what 4 numbers did Michael Jordan wear?
Why are you asking about Michael Jordan when I'm not even specifically talking about Michael Jordan?
What other Michael Jordan are you talking about in your profile?
You pointed on Twitch, you fucking dumbass.
Dog, I'm reading. You want me to read it again? Here we go. Rules. No drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean.
Michael Jordan friendly. What would I possibly be fucking talking about, retard?
That you like Michael Jordan in the 1990s Bulls?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for telling the people how much of a dumbass you really are.
What 4 numbers did Michael Jordan wear over the course of his career?
Please go on. I don't give a fuck about Michael Jordan, brother. Please go on.
Why does it say Michael Jordan in your profile?
Please go on with your idiocy.
Okay, so Michael Jordan wore number 23.
Off of my channel and other people's channels.
Doug, do you want to hear why?
You subhuman piece of trash.
Do you want to know why Michael Jordan wore the numbers he wore?
You subhuman trash.
Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? It says that you stream every day and you didn't stream today. It says last live yesterday. You have 18 followers. I'm gonna up that, baby. I'll get you 36 followers today, son. Just start streaming. All you need to do is start streaming, baby. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Dude, Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, I love Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. I love Michael Jordan, dog. Do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore?
It is crazy. Like I can keep this up forever.
I can too, baby. I can do. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. You can't even stream today, son. You can't even stream today, son. Dog, all day long. I love this. You have no idea. This brings me joy. This brings me inner joy. Let's talk Michael Jordan. I love this. Winter, you're one of my favorite people I've ever met on the internet, dog. I love you. I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Do you like the Supremes? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends? That's my question for you. Winter, that's my question for you. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends?
You sat there and talked about Christianity and Judaism. Like, bro, shut your dumb ass. You don't even know half the shit that you're saying.
Okay.
You said everybody's agnostic. Like,
True.
No, we're not best friends. You're an idiot.
We're best friends.
Stop using bots.
We're best friends. Winter, are we best friends?
Using bots. You subhuman trash.
Are we best friends?
We're not best friends. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't care who you are. Stop using
you
bots.
Obviously do. Trash. Dog, I'm living rent free in your head.
Stop using bots.
Winter, I'm living rent free in your head, baby. Winter, rent free, baby. Rent free. Big dog. Rent free, baby. Rent free. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Winter, we're the best. Winter, I can't believe how much you love me. Winter, dude, you love me so much. Winter, you love me. Winter, when are you gonna start streaming, son? When are you gonna start streaming? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, when are you gonna start streaming? Winter, we're waiting for you to stream. We're waiting for you to stream.
Is that what your friend just said? That he said that he wanted to suck you off just now? That was weird. Yo, Rabbi, nigga, get the fuck out of here. Why are you here? What is your life? What do you do here?
Winter.
You just sit here and watch this nigga all day.
Winter, are we best friends? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, can you please start streaming so I can clip you? Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you. Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you.
Stop talking to me. What did you say about you? What's his name? Havens? What did you say about your chest? Good?
Yeah, I said you have a new clip on your kick channel. I think the bot struck again.
You're so fucking funny. It's so easy to remove you bitches now.
That's so funny. Oh, tight. You don't even have to be streaming to clip you. Doug, I'll just clip you all fucking day because I love you, Winter. Everybody loves you. Winter, you're the man. Winter, I can't believe we're such good friends. Like, truthfully, maybe...
How easy it is to report that shit.
Oh, wow.
I'm just telling y'all to stop fucking doing the bullshit that you're doing on the smaller streamer channels. It makes no fucking sense.
We're just trying to get We're just trying to get you some influence, dog.
I don't want your fucking influence, dog. I can get it myself. I don't need help from you or any other bitch ass nigga in here.
Do you like Michael Jordan?
We're gonna be a trillionaire.
Exactly. Winter, we're gonna make you a trillionaire. Winter.
We're gonna be a trillionaire or nothing. The fuck?
Winter, are we best friends now? Have you calmed down? Are we good friends now?
Shut up! Stop saying that.
You want to be Winter? Do you want to be Winter? Do you want to be pen pals?
No, not really.
Oh, but maybe.
No.
Winter, I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. I love everything about you. Winter, I love everything about you. Everything. I love your tenacity. I love your fortitude. I love your drive. Winter, you got that dog in you. I love it, dog. You're amazing. Winter, you're amazing. Winter, you're amazing. Winter,
you disgust me.
Thank you, dog. Hey, dude, I heard you the first time. Thank you. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Did we just become best friends?
Shut up.
Winter, did we just become best friends?
No, the fuck we didn't.
Why not?
Because you're a piece of shit and subhuman garbage. You said you heard me the first time. Why do you keep asking me dumb questions?
Do you want to know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore during his career?
No, the fuck I don't.
Why do you say you like Michael Jordan and you're about?
I like weed. I smoke weed. I do drugs.
That's tight.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up about Michael Jordan.
It's in your profile.
I don't give a fuck what's in my profile. I already explained myself to you, and you're still being a fucking retard.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. Are we best friends?
Fuck you and your brass tacks. I'm not your friend.
Okay, no, I didn't say friend. I said best friend.
I am not your best friend.
Why not?
Fucking piece of shit. Look
Why aren't we?
I made him crack too. He said, "Fuck it." I'm like, "Oh, this nigga no curse." He actually cursed. Oh, damn! I'm feeling good enough.
Why aren't we best friends?
Shut the fuck up. I am not your best friend.
Winter, did you like the clip?
No, I did not like the clip.
Why not?
And now you're sitting here trying to troll me to piss me off even further, and it's not really working. I can just remove the clip. It's so easy.
Winter.
I can also report you guys for doing this shit. It's so easy.
Okay, do it. You don't think I
So
get
please continue it.
dozens of accounts banned a day? Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. Thank you so much for being such a good friend. Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. You're one of
not your friend.
You right. We're best friends.
We're not best friends.
We're the bestest of friends, dog. It's like I'm Michael Jackson and you are like Michael Jordan. We are just fucking dominating the 90s.
He called himself. You will never be MJ. Don't ever.
Robbie, do you
get treadmill before you call yourself
MJ. Winter, thank you so much for being best friends with me.
Like or mind control type of massage type of thing.
Yeah, this is actually they teach you this. They teach you this. The first day of joining massage, they teach you all these comebacks. Here's a good one. Cool story, bro. That's a great one. Here's another one. I know you are, but what am I? That's another good one. Some of my other favorite ones though are we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. We are the bestest of friends. Winter, I'm wearing you down. I'm wearing you down to the point where we're gonna start doing dual streams together. We're best friends, man. We're best friends.
Would be me leaving and giving up.
Dog. Dog.
Winter.
When's your next stream?
You better hang up, man. You better hang up,
Winter, when's your next stream?
Because Rabbi's gonna win. There's no way
You're not. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, dog. I'll do it for another 3.5 years and have one more viewer than I had previously.
And if I don't.
Winter, are we best friends?
You can't be Rabbi.
Winter, are we best friends?
No one's ever
Keep the dick out your mouth, gang.
Winter, when did we become best friends? Like, at what moment did you know we were best friends? I'll wait.
Never.
No, Doc, we're best friends. We're not just friends. We're best friends. What do you like about Michael Jackson? What do you like about Michael Jackson?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't even like the way he's coming out your fucking mouth, dog, bro. Stop fucking talking to me about, like, people I actually genuinely care about. And I wasn't even talking about them. I was just specifically talking about weed. You're actually an idiot.
I'm going to read your about to everybody once again. It says rules. No drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. That's what you're doing right now. You're feeding me. I'm eating that shit up like pudding. Here we go. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean. What do you mean by if you know what I mean?
From playing off of my streams. He keeps going on other people's channels through a bot, apparently, allegedly, to clip shit and send them to his garbage content.
100%. That's 100.
Now I'm here just to end all that. Just to end all that's a fallacy. I'm like,
no, you're 100% right. 1,000% right, dog.
Okay, cool.
But we just became best friends, and I want to know at what point during our conversation did you think that we became best friends? Because I'll tell you, it was when we were talking about Michael Jordan, and I was like, do you know?
I'm telling you, and you're like, oh, we're best friends.
Dog, do you know the 4 numbers? Dog, do you know the 4 numbers that Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog.
The installation is like fixed rate.
Dog, are we best friends?
Dog, are you good?
Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no? Are we best friends?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes or no? Are we best friends? 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 Black girls didn't make up clapping. Clapping's been around forever. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? I love you too, dog. I love you. I love you, Winter. Winter. Winter, I can't wait till you stream. I'm going to be... Can you mod me? Can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, you love me. You fucking love me. Dog, nobody else would give you this much time. No one else would give you this much time. You love me. Winter, you love me. You know it. You know it. Winter, you love me. You love me. Winter, you love me. You love me. You love me so much that you let me live rent-free in your head. You let me live rent-free in your head. And I appreciate that. Winter, thank you. Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, I just asked you a question. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song?
When this video comes out, I'm not linking your channel, but I will definitely be showing your ugly face.
That's cool, dog. I want everybody out there to know that I'm amazing. You can follow me on YouTube and on Discord and everywhere else. Dog. And also, Winter and I are best friends. I want everybody to know that Winter and I are best friends.
No.
Winter, at what point?
Saying that in my chat now, I will throw up.
Will you at least send me the Winter? Will you at least send me the video that you're gonna post?
Hell to the fuck no! Why would I do that?
Because I'm a pimp with a big dick.
Oh damn, you're actually retarded.
Winter, at what point? At what point did you decide that we were best friends? I'll wait.
Are you deaf or something?
No, I'm asking you a question, and I'm waiting for an answer. At what point during our conversation? At what point during our conversation did you decide that we were best friends? At what point, dog? At what point?
Answer my question first. Are you deaf? Can you hear correctly?
I can hear you loudly and clearly, baby. At what point during our conversation?
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th time. When I said never, I am not your fucking friend.
I know. We're best friends. That's the key. We're not just friends. We are best friends.
Oh my God.
Winter.
Havens,
Winter.
Sanchez, Audie,
Winter.
Alexander. I feel bad for y'all, gang.
Winter. They love me. You love me. We're best friends,
This is
baby.
your God.
Winter.
Look up to?
Winter. Winter. We're best friends.
Y'all need better friends.
Winter. We're best friends. Winter. We're best friends. At what point did you decide that we were best friends? That's all I want to know.
We were never friends.
I know we're best friends. We went from not knowing each other straight to best friends. It's very rare. Dog. I got time too, baby. I'm going to do this for another 2
And I know it's your 24-hour stream.
Yeah.
I want to see how long you keep this shit 24 hours. Let's get it.
I stop it every 12 hours, but I stay in the Discord 24 hours.
Stop every 12 hours? I'll be sitting in the Discord 24 hours. Oh, I bet. Your niggas must love hearing me then.
Oh,
I'll be in here every fucking day.
That's what we want, man. More people, more the merrier. Especially if they're my best friend. Winter.
That's all I'm doing.
Winter, you do all this because somebody clipped your stream? You wild, son.
No, because you clicked my stream, not somebody. You and your fuck ass bot.
How many times have I ever clipped your stream? How many times have I ever clipped your stream? I'm asking you a question. How many times have I ever clipped your stream?
And I answered it. I'm not answering more dumbass questions. Stop fucking clipping my channel.
Are we best friends? I think we are. Now, at what point during our conversation did we become?
Stop clipping my fucking channel. Stop clipping my fucking channel. You subhuman garbage. Stop clipping my channel.
Dog, I'm gonna clip it even harder. I'm gonna clip it even harder. I'm gonna sit there all fucking day and just clip.
You and the rest of your fuck ass friends. Stop clipping my channel.
Yo, Doug, do you like Michael Jackson?
Stop clipping my channel.
Do you like Michael Jackson? Do you like Michael Jackson? Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Are we best friends?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Do you like Michael Jackson?
Fuck yourself.
Dog, do you like Michael Jackson? Because let me just put it to you this way. You're Michael Jackson, and I'm Bubbles, the chimpanzee. Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? 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 Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
You're Michael Jackson. I'm Bubbles the chimpanzee. And this is the Concorde. And you bought me an extra seat. This is wonderful. Winter, I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. Dog, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. Everybody loves you. Winter, everybody loves you. You love me. You just said I love you. These words just came out of your mouth. I love you. You just said, I love you. I just heard 3 words come out of your mouth. I love you. I love you. Dog, this is the best content I've ever had. This is fire content, dog. Winter, do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? This is fire content, dog. I've never had better content. This is the best, dog. This is the best. This is the best. I've never had better content than this. This is the best content. This is the best This is the best content. This is the best content. We're best friends. Winter Rabbi. We are best fucking friends, dog. Best friends. Best friends. Dog. We're best friends. We're best friends. Best friends. Not just friends. Best friends. We are best friends. Dog. We are best friends. We are best friends. We are best friends. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, this is the best. I've never had a better time with anyone in my entire life. This is the best. This is the best. I love this. This is the best, most fire content anyone's ever had in the history of humankind. This is wonderful. I love it. You love it. Everybody loves it. I can't believe we're best friends. We are best friends. Dog. Thank you so much for being one of my best friends. Thanks, dog. Thanks. Thanks, baby. Thanks. I like it. This is the remix of Go Fuck Yourself. This is the remix. There you go. I like the remix more, but that's cool, dog. That's cool. So are we best friends now? Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? And if so, during what aspect of our discussion did you have the realization that we were best friends? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Did you have to clear yourself because you had cum in it? Hey, dog, did you have to clear your throat because you had cum in it? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends, dog? Dog. Here's my question. Here's my question. Are we best friends now? Winter, you love me. Winter, do you know what the mere exposure effect is? You're showing it right now, dog. I'm living rent-free in your fucking head. Winter. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Winter and Rabbi are best friends. 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 Yo, what up, Havens?
Haven, shut your dumb ass up. Anyways, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck it. You could order me to do anything you do because you don't fucking own me.
Winter, are we best friends now?
Go fuck yourself.
Winter.
Go fuck yourself. And I hope y'all keep me in here because I'll be in here
every day. Every day I want you in here. Winter, I never want you to leave.
Go fuck yourself.
Is he?
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Winter, do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Wait, what? Huh? Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Do you like the Supremes?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you like fucking yourself?
Are we best friends?
Do you have intercourse with yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck yourself often?
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Oh, don't talk about that.
Yes, you do.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, so you can't hear me. But I know you do.
Are we best friends?
Do you fuck children?
Are we best friends?
Do you have unsolicited texts with minors?
No. Are we best friends?
You definitely do.
Are we best?
Right here, brother.
Are we best friends? No, you don't.
I got the leaks right here, man.
Okay. Are we best
You want
friends?
to get fucked up minors?
Are we best friends?
It's 24 hours stream.
Are we best friends?
Minors, children.
Are we best
Absolutely.
friends? Are we best friends?
You fuck kids, bro.
Dog, I don't let people say that I do that because I don't do that. It was all cool until you want to bring up untrue things, and that's not cool. We can play all you want, but I'm not going to sit here and let you blast like that. So keep talking all you want. We're going to watch Professor
So good though.
Henry Abramson. Oh, it was good. It was very good. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I orgasmed twice.
We joined the same way he did by finding the clip, and he's like, "You guys are assholes and idiots because you joined the same way I did."
Right. Exactly. All right. So we're going to let him do that until he wears himself out.
To get to the material. So the material tonight is about Abraham ibn Ezra, one of the most famous of the Andalusian poets, and a great commentary on the Bible, and also a phenomenal scientist, as we shall see. Tonight, the new stuff that I haven't done in previous classes is going to be primarily on his astrology, which is absolutely fascinating. I was really spellbound by it. Let's just do a little bit more of the delay stuff, the good and welfare that we have to explain.
Can't stop, won't
First of all,
stop.
thank you to our sponsor. This is Chel Boded, Arkansas. You'll recall he's sponsored classes in the past. He's actually I believe he's a major in the U.S. Army, and he prefers to remain.
Look, we just tried to bring him more influence, and he should be thanking us. Nobody's going to clip his stream if it weren't for us.
My son, who was a lone soldier in Israel, and he wishes us the best of Shana Tova for more online programs. Also, important good and welfare. Next week in this room, we have the
100%.
of my new book, which I'm really very proud of. It is a historical analysis of the Holocaust writings of Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, the
That's
Eish
true.
Kodesh, also known as the Piaseczna Rebbe. This is an absolutely amazing story of spiritual courage in the Holocaust, and I look forward very much to sharing it with you in this room. We will have some food, and we'll have some music, and we'll have an opportunity to speak about his tremendous heroism. And by the way, this week, around the world, it's amazing the surge of interest in this 20th century master. I went to an event on Saturday night. There's an event tomorrow night in Williamsburg. There's a major event in Heichal Shlomo on Yerushalayim on Wednesday night. And of course, our event here next Monday night. These are all surrounding the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of the Rebbe, which, based on German records of the massacres in the camp known as Travniki, and a few witnesses who claim to have seen him killed, he was either killed on tomorrow or tonight, really, in Dalet Heshvan or Hey Heshvan. But we don't know for absolutely sure which day he was killed. But it was at this time. It's the 74th year since his murder, and it's a great honor to be able to speak about him Monday night. Also kind of cool, we won't talk about it too much tonight.
Few people do.
But the Sephardic lectures have actually been getting a tremendous amount of attention. I'm really pleased. And I've been asked to lead a tour to Spain and Portugal this summer. So we're going to go, see, here's my name. I put a big arrow with the word yay over here. It's on the Douro River. We're going to sail from Lisbon into mainland Spain, and take a lot of stops along the way, and it's going to be a really fantastic deluxe trip. I certainly, well, I'll send you more stuff on the internet about what it is, but I think it'll be a really amazing opportunity to to learn about this history in situ as opposed to here in the holy city of Brooklyn. Okay. Let's go to one more detail about tonight's lecture. Thank you to Dr. Shlomo Sella, who is my major source for today, my major news source.
He and I are best friends, and I don't care what anybody says. We're best friends.
Science,
we are best friends.
My head, even though it's like 800 years
everybody
old,
follow.
Everybody follow.
Oh, Snow Bro on Twitch.
He knows in the end of his science and the
100%.
transmission of Greek and
It was taking some time. You were building
Arabic culture into the Western European world. So most of the new material in this class really comes from his amazing work. I highly recommend
it's
his
just
studies. They're
solidifying.
absolutely
You just
fascinating.
can't stop talking to you.
Okay,
You can't,
so
stop
let's
going
begin with what we know about Abraham ibn Ezra.
It's kind of wild that he reacted the way that he did from just a clip.
Last week, and in fact, they were related by marriage. Beautiful Hebrew term. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term. Mechutan.
He wants to spread
which
scurrilous
means the one with which I am related through marriage. From Katuna is marriage.
He said, I have a gerbil up my asshole.
Is groom,
And
we don't have this word in English. Like people like the parents of my sons-in-law are my mechutanim. I have a relationship with them, even though
I mean, let him do this for hours. It's fine.
To Yehuda Halevi, Ibn Ezra's son married Yehuda Halevi's daughter. We saw last week how poorly that ended when Yitzchak then Abraham Ibn Ezra decided to leave his wife and stay in Egypt rather than go back to
there you go, dog.
Spain. It ended even worse, as we shall see shortly. He eventually ended up converting to Islam, which was, to use the Arabic word ashanta at the time. But we'll speak about that in due time. But Abraham, the father, was, like Yehuda Halevi, came from the Christian north, most likely from Tudela, the same town as Yehuda Halevi. And then he made his way to southern Spain, to Cordova, and possibly Granada as well. He was then driven out of the region in the 1140s with the Almohad invasion. You recall we spoke about these two groups of Berber Muslims who come up from the south and they impose an altogether more rigid Orthodox
We have
interpretation
Satan,
of
Satan,
Islam,
but that's
upon the
basically not necessarily seen as evil. It's just like a
when I say Orthodox in this sense, I mean not
it's like a
the,
prosecutor
Orthodox,
in
Brooklyn is of course synonymous with very good
a court. So like if God were the judge, Satan would be like the prosecutor.
One way meaning my way or the highway. So they were very, very strict. They did not agree with the delusion, tolerance of drinking alcohol, which is itself
It literally Satan means adversary or accuser.
With the tolerance of Jews in high positions of authority, like we looked at Shmuel Hanagid and other figures like that. And so there was a period of intense persecution.
Word dog, that finger's starting to break down.
Until this point, until the 1140s, a relatively secure existence. They were driven out of southern Spain.
We're best friends. Dude, the one thing I did not understand is when we were like, spell your username for us. He's like, oh, Snow Bros. We're like, okay. And then it turned out to be, oh, Snow Bro.
Yeah, he was fucking up.
And in the case of
thank you.
Ibn Ezra, he made his way to Italy, and then to France, and then ultimately to England, where he most likely passed away.
I'm gonna watch his stream right now.
Although he was a very
I'm checking out his stream. He's playing Cult of the Lamb. Welcome to Breaking Lamb, Cult of the Lamb.
These Andalusian Jews made their fame. He really came into his own in his 50s when he was in exile.
Then he started saying
He was
without
forced
the
to
S.
stop communicating in an Arabic cultural environment and had to translate much of his knowledge into a Jewish environment in Europe where he did not have access to an Arabic environment. And he had to begin to express himself much more extensively in Hebrew, which turned out to be, ironically, the very linguistic fact that saved much of his
Gator
knowledge.
says.
So let's get a sense of his poetic sense, of his poetic sensibility, because that's where he started from intellectually. And you'll also get a feel for his unique personality, quite acerbic.
Dog,
Actually,
I love it
ironic,
though.
I should tell you that joke about
My
this.
man is going at it.
Order him to give up. He has to do what I said.
Ezra-esque. I just have to say it faster so it sounds like I
Yes, to do
plan
what
to
I
make
said.
it up. Ibn Ezra-esque.
Because he's scared.
Ibn Ezra-esque. All right, okay, here we go. Here's a poem
Until you have to give
that
up. I
is
order you to
really
give up.
exemplary of his poetry of exile, describing his
Oh, he's
feelings
live.
after having
Oh wait, no, is he live?
Lament for Andalusia.
Is he live?
By the way, the
No, he's not live.
translations of Peter Cole. Calamity came upon Spain from the skies.
I know.
My
I want to
eyes
see it.
poured forth their streets
I bet
of
it's
tears.
amazing.
I'm mourning like an owl for the town of Lucena, where exile dwelled, guiltless and strong, for 1,070 years unchanged. Unchanged, because
He's making a
Andalusian
YouTube
Jews
video of your
believed that
complete
they had
domination.
originally come with
That's
the
cool. I
exile,
welcome it.
so 1,070
Oh, Snow
years,
Bro.
you know, since the exile
Oh, Snow
from
Bro.
the
I'm
destruction
watching
of the
your
temple in the first century.
kick stream.
Until the day that she was
You're
expelled,
playing Marvel
leaving her
Rivals.
like a widow, forlorn, deprived of the scriptures and the books of the law, and as the house of prayer to folly in. Some men murdered, and others sought shelter. For this I weep and mourning wail. If only my head were a fountain of water. I shaved my head and bitterly keen for Seville's martyrs and sons who were taken, as daughters were forced to the strangeness of faith. Cordoba's ruined like the desolate sea. Its nobles and sages have perished.
I'm watching his stream from
There are no
yesterday.
Jews left in Jaén,
He had 15
Mallorca,
views.
Malaga, and Almeria. All traces of life are gone, and those who survived were beaten down. For this I wail in my grief and mourn, for they have melted away like water. For this is a hard one.
Let's see what he's got to say.
I groan in distress.
Yo, dog.
City of sages, whose
I'm gonna let him
light
talk
darkness,
again.
its pillar of tolerance
So long as he
from
doesn't
heaven
make
to
false
earth,
accusations,
its Mishnah was trampled,
then
cursed, and crushed. The
I'll let him
upright
say
were
whatever he
slaughtered,
wants.
and no one was
But if
spared.
he makes false
Venice was
accusations,
razed and its
especially
brethren
against
butchered.
children,
Talmess
which
and
I do my
scourge
best to
shines
protect,
no more.
I don't.
Greta, my cry is bitter.
Yeah, I don't want it. I won't let him. But if he says anything else, I'll let him.
Blood on the Sabbath.
Yo, pimp, what's up, baby? How you living, Winter?
You fuck children for a living. That's all you.
Okay, so he's gonna say that. I'm not gonna let him talk because that's absolutely fake.
He's looking for a way out. He's looking for a way out.
Word, dog. Debate me. Don't make false accusations. 100%. Oh, that was fun though. I wonder how long he's gonna take to give up. Did he just give up?
Yeah, I think he's gonna give up. I mean, he already gave up mentally. He already gave up physically.
Oh, there he is. There he is. What up, pimp? All this because I clipped his stream. This is a little X stream. I didn't even do it, dog. It was a bot. It was a bot.
He's a bot. Uncontrollable.
Word, dog. I like that he, knew that I clipped his stream, though. It shows that my clip bot works. Yo, dog, what up? Free publicity. I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. Winter, do you want to talk? I might have to let him talk. Winter, you want to talk, big dog? Just don't say mean things, and I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? You can talk, dog.
Oh, fucker. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's a bot.
Okay. How's your day going? How's your day going? How's your day going, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you going to stream?
When I have to fucking do this bullshit.
Okay, well, when are you going to stream?
Remove the bot. I know what I have to do this bullshit. It's that easy.
Okay, There's no bot on you, Doug. There's no bot on you. There's no.
You base. You child molester. You child molester. I'm seeing all time.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down with those accusations. They're false. And there's not really a way to defend yourself against it. Fun.
Please say that this is the work
Absolutely.
of my own hand. From God, this calamity has come upon me, and now within me, my heart's afraid.
Yeah, if he knew anything, I like MILFs.
And silently grieves in her
I like
terrible
MILFs,
shame.
dog.
She hopes for
That's my
mercy,
jam.
for rock and strength, for refuge beneath his wings' shadow. Whenever she thinks of his name, she revives.
My
She'll
man
face the hail of her
is
handmaid's arrows, till
off
Lord
the
with
chain.
looks down from the
This
sky.
motherfucker is off
See,
the
there is a
chain.
little bit of a bitter note. It is my own
2
fault.
chains.
Referring to the concept in Jewish theology of Mipnei Chata'enu, because of our many sins, this has happened to us.
This is
We've been
just
in
like
exile,
when,
forced to suffer these things. So that's
The
on the darker
Egyptians
side
tried
of his
to
poetry. Quite often, though,
to,
his poems are
oppress the
tempered
Israelites.
with a bit of black humor. So
in
here, let's hear
history.
some shorter poems
This is just
that
like
to
that.
give you a sense of his worldview. Now, let us recall, by the way, I should tell you that when
You must
he
be
was
strong,
exiled,
just as the Israelites
he
did against the
became
Egyptians.
Oh, we're strong, baby.
because
We're gonna walk through the
he had
desert for
so
40
many
years if we have to.
Egyptian poets.
Yo, Winter, how you living, pimp?
His
Winter.
Arabic pen.
Winter is
By writing a
harnessing the spirit of the Pharaoh. He's,
Winter.
channeling the spirit of the Pharaoh.
Yo, Winter, you want to speak? I'll let you speak. Winter. Winter.
Prepare the unleavened
Winter, you
bread.
can talk, baby. Winter, you can talk. You can talk. When are you gonna stream, Winter? Winter, when are you gonna stream? When are you gonna stream? Is he coming back?
And Moses was born and the Pharaoh was defeated.
Winter. Come on, baby. Talk. I mean, we can play this all fucking night, dog. I really thought we were starting to bond there. We were definitely becoming best friends. Very much becoming best friends.
He didn't have any more customer base. So what could he do? He was
I cannot believe he's so pissed off over one clip. It's ridiculous.
This is one of my favorites. The heavenly spheres and fortune stars veered off course the day I was born. If I were a seller of candles, the sun would never go down.
Winter, I love you.
Succeed, but
I love your tenacity.
Stars in the sky.
I love everything about you. Winter, I love everything about you. Winter, Winter, I love everything about you. I think you're a wonderful person. I think you're kind. I think you're generous. I think you're an absolute sweetheart. Thank you so much, Winter, for everything that you do. Thank you for being so kind, and thank you for being such a nice person. Do you want to talk, Winter? Winter, do you want to talk? Don't make false accusations. I'll let you talk. What up, pimp? How you living? Winter, how you living? Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Can you at least be real with me?
Yeah, 100%. What's up?
It wasn't just one clip, bro.
How many clips was it?
I wouldn't be acting this way. It was about 10, bro, that I had to remove in the span of 3 months.
Oh, well, that's pretty good.
It wasn't just one clip, bro. No, it's not. None of the clips were doing anything for my channel. You look at the clips, it's just me doing nothing. It's just me playing my game and running around. If you want to make actual clips, how about go to my channel and make those clips? These bots don't do shit for me.
Okay.
But they do something for you. And that's the fucked up part.
Do you want to see my
You're
bot?
doing this to smaller channels and you don't give a fuck.
Do you want to see my bot?
I don't care about your bot. I want it removed.
I know, but let me show it to you. Just one moment, pimp. I'll show you. All right, so I've got. Let me flip it. 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then
I just want to say, I do respect the grind. I respect the hustle. But if you're just shitting on smaller channels, what's the point?
No. In fact, I shit on much bigger channels most of the time. You just happen to get in the crossfire.
But do you think that's okay?
Yeah, it's free promotion.
That's not okay, brother. And you're actually a piece of shit.
You love me.
I see why you fuck kids.
Dude, calm down with that. Okay, so
I see exactly how you fuck children.
dog, quit with those
I
accusations.
see exactly how you're a molester.
Dude, calm down, dog.
I've been going through your whole shit. I'm seeing.
Dog, I don't do anything like that. If you knew anything about my streams, you would know that I like MILFs. Straight up, big bimbo MILFs. Well, I liked how we were almost friends there for a second. That was really sweet. We were being real with each other. And over the course of the past 3 months, he had to delete like 8 clips. That's incredible.
That's kind of an Ibn Ezra-esque sort of sentiment. It's also especially noteworthy. Let's recall this when we talk about his astrology. So much of this has to do the stars
Best friends.
off course, things
Best friends.
shown by the celestial heavens and so on. Here's another one that describes his experience trying to put together.
We're best friends.
A few rubles from his poetry. I get up and head to the patron's house, right? Because wealthy people would pay for
best friends.
I get up and head to the patron's house.
Best friends.
Gone. And then they tell me he's sleeping in the evening when I return.
We are best friends.
He already turned in. Pity the poor creature born under the sign.
He said he respects the grind. Thanks, baby. You're amazing.
Here's one last one. I'm sorry, I really enjoy these poems. There's 2 more here. I won't read both. There are too many. One of them here, he talks about how his cloak is so full of holes that if a fly were to land on it with its full weight, it would collapse and all kinds of things like that. But here's one talking about his flies as well. Who could I turn to in my distress? The flies have plundered my home. They will not leave me a minute of peace, attacking me fiercely like foes. Across my eyelids and eyes they race. In my ears they recite their poems. Like a pack of hungry wolves they devour my bread when I'm eating alone. And as though I'd ask them over like friends, they take what they want on their own. It seems they're only seeking their share when I offer them lamb and wine. But that, it turns out, isn't enough. They also covet what's mine. If I summon guests to come and dine, at the head of the table they swarm. And so I long for winter, lest I starve because of them. It's cold and rain will wipe them out. Thank God who dwells with the Kruvim. Meaning he's so pleased that the winter eventually will be done with these lice and other flies that torment him. Anyways, you get a sense from these selection of poems. He's like extremely hairy. He has no money. He's going from place to place, hoping for wealthy patrons who will pay him for his Arabic-style poetry, and he's just having trouble putting it together. And in fact, he was a person of tremendous brilliance, but he simply could not communicate the old way of life, meaning before he turned 50, into this new cultural environment, and he was forced to turn his attention to something else. And this attention to something else is, as I mentioned earlier, really what was his, the kernel of his success. I do not want to avoid the very obvious fact that he's a deeply religious individual. I mean, you have this sense of humor, you have this dark side. He wrote a few romantic poems,
Word, dog.
just like Yehuda Levi and Shmuel Hanagid. Perhaps maybe not as far rated as Shmuel Hanagid, but nevertheless, romantic poems.
1000%.
He also wrote quite a few beautiful religious poems. I'll just read you one of them. Oh my gosh, I read way too much poetry for this class. I mean, I wish Americans would read more poetry in general, but here we go. This one's called To the Soul. Sent down from a luminous fountain of life, drawn from a sacred place and pure, created as one, though not with form, and greater by far than honor or wisdom. Why were you ushered into the world, and then in the dark of the body imprisoned? At first it seems sweet to you, but in the end it's hard and bitter. Put the pleasures of time behind you, unless in exile you'd always wander. Consider your glory, for this is your good, to serve the living God in awe. Listen while living within this world, and be bound to the one to come with the Lord. Very deep philosophical, religious musings about the plight of the soul coming into this body and so on. Now, we are going to leave his poetry altogether for the remainder of this class, but I have to take you to just two very difficult poems, one by him and one by his son. As I mentioned earlier, his son went, as they say, off the derech very significantly and eventually became a Muslim. The last story that we have of Yitzchak is that he refused to accompany Yehuda Halevi, his father-in-law, to Israel. They had made it all the way across to Egypt, and they had a falling out there. He says, I'm not going back to my wife in Spain, not going back to my son. I myself am a poet just like you, Schwer. He probably didn't say Schwer because that's a Yiddish word. He probably said father-in-law, whatever that is in Spanish. Abuelo. I don't know. He probably said, suelo? Suegro. Sounds like Schwer. Very good. So suegro. I'm going to make it here big time in Alexandria with my Arabic poetry. It turned out he didn't do so well. He had to wander around as well. He was in Baghdad for a while, Syria, and ultimately he became a Muslim. There are some questions about exactly how that happened, when that happened, and one of these poems here is attributed by some specialists to Ibn Ezra, writing about the
We've been through it.
of his son to Islam.
It's just he's got to tell me at what point he knew we were best friends.
Say no, he's not writing about it in this metaphorical sense. He's actually writing about his son after his son died.
Exactly.
He even gave you
still other scholars say no, this is
Word, dog. I like it. I like it a lot.
It's just a poem that he wrote for someone who lost his son. But unlike some of the poetry we've seen before,
I like it.
Immediacy, but it's
He's got that dog in him, though. I mean, it's been like an hour, and he's still going at it.
Come, Father, approach and mourn, for the Lord your God is distant from you.
What up, baby?
Your son, your one and only child.
If he thinks this is like getting at me, it just helps me. It tells me what I do works.
I am the man who has witnessed affliction and watched as joy was driven away. The fruit of my loins has been taken from me, words I'd never imagined I'd say. I'd always envisioned him offering comfort and being near me as I aged, but all my labor has been in vain. For I've given birth to my own dismay, and how can I rejoice again when Isaac has breathed his last and died? Moment by bitter moment I weep and send up a mournful cry and lament, thinking of how 3 years ago he died alone in a foreign land, after he wandered from place to place. And so my soul for his spirit moaned until I'd be able to bring him home. All night and day alone I grieved, what pain and suffering I knew then. And this is the story of Isaac, my son. Be kind to me now. Bear with me, friends. The comfort you offer adds to my grief. So do not speak of my heart's desire, or even utter his name to me. Time has quenched my final ember. How could it do any worse to me, having decreed my ruin forever, and taken from me the light of my life? Now my flesh and heart are failing, and Isaac's heart gave way when he died. Lord, in whose hands all is held, whose will extends to all creatures, speak to the heart of this grieving father who held your name in awe as a child. Wait in the spirit of consolation, and let it pass through a heart now broken. He taught with his wife his son to fear you, so would he follow on the path they do. While he was a boy, you set it before him for the sake of your servant, Isaac, their son. Very powerful poem. We also have in the corpus of poetry from Andalusia several of Isaac's poems, his son, including this one. This is the final poem for the evening. I apologize for so many. I just get overwhelmed with how great they are. The last one. This is a poem by Yitzchak Ibn Ezra, his son, entitled Conversion, which many scholars say represent his late in life regret over his conversion. So in other words, he became a Muslim and then became un-Muslim. Whatever. Here we go. They contend against me for having abandoned the Lord's covenant for godless injustice. But Amram's son in anger destroyed the law's tablets in his disgust. Meaning Moses broke the tablets. And the lion, Yehuda, went to Tamar, and Amnon to his sister, a virgin. And David was tried by the Lord in error beside Bathsheba, like Delilah's Samson. It's referring to all these characters in the Bible who committed very grave I don't know what the right word is. They definitely transgressed in a very big way, and trying to figure out what that means. Some of the transgressions are hard to understand, and there's a lot of rabbinic commentary, but on the surface level, he's saying, why me? Everyone else has done these things. I never tasted impure food. I always thought it a rotting carcass. And if I tell you the prophet's mad, meaning Muhammad, but acknowledge him with every blessing, my mouth speaks, but my heart replies, you're lying again and bearing false witness. I've sought the shadow of the presence's wing and ask of you now, my Lord, forgiveness. Okay. Also really fantastic, fascinating stuff. I wish we had more time to explore. But let us go back to where we are with Ibn Ezra. He referred to himself as always Abraham Hasfaradi, like Moses Maimonides referred to himself as Hasfaradi. This is perhaps in many ways the beginnings of the very well established, cemented Sephardi ideology. We should bear in mind every other Jewish sub-ethnic group, it's only the Sephardim who really retained their specific identity as an ethnic group for so long in Jewish history. I mean, I'm a Litvak and Lithuanian Jew, but I don't know if my grandchildren or great-grandchildren will really think of themselves as Litvaks. They may think of themselves as, I don't know, Canucks, because, a few generations in Canada. But will they really think of themselves as Litvaks? I don't know. But Sephardim really stick close to this idea, and you can see it early on that he refers to him always as Hasfaradi, the Sephardic one, the Spaniard, because he spent, of course, most of his life in Europe. Okay, let's look at his biblical commentary, which is absolutely fascinating, astounding, and completely surprising. As you shall see here, he is one of the most important of the classical biblical commentaries. This is a copy or a page from a book called the Mikraot Gedolot, the Great Scriptures, which is kind of like the standard, traditional, I won't say exactly critical edition, but the primary reference edition of the Bible that you'll find in scholarly Jewish homes. And there's a number of commentators that are always represented in Mikraot Gedolot, regardless of whoever publishes it. You will always have Rashi there. You always have Ramban, Nachmanides. There are a few that will definitely be there. And then depending on the printing, you may have a few others that are included or not included. Ibn Ezra is one of the commentaries that is always included. You can see here he is. Ibn Ezra is central to the traditional interpretation of the Bible, and he's included with the greatest of the greats in terms of their commentaries. This is extremely surprising in many ways because he differs so dramatically with his peers. Sometimes with tremendous disrespect, apparently, referring to his contemporaries as fools, as blockheads, as ignoramuses, speaking of them in very contemptuous terms, and dismissing their arguments in a manner that really wouldn't be tolerated in the yeshivas today, in my humble opinion. And moreover, more significantly, he says a lot of really controversial things. So much so that in many yeshivas, even though he has pride of place in Mikraot Gedolot, the systematic study of Ibn Ezra is discouraged. Because when you study Ibn Ezra, you will come up against some very difficult hashkafic, philosophical problems. Nevertheless, because of those philosophical problems, he actually inspired the composition of more than 3 dozen super commentaries, meaning he's writing a commentary on the Bible, and more than 36 other rabbis have written commentaries on his commentary, trying to parse out why did he say this and how do we solve this problem that he brought up and so on. Very, very, perhaps more than any other of the traditional commentaries, including Rashi, including Ramban, Ibn Ezra is the one that inspired the most super commentary activity. That's just an indicative of his provocative nature. Here is perhaps why he got such a big start in the modern era. This is Baruch Spinoza, one of the most challenging figures of the early modern age. He was a Jew who advanced a series of theological notions. He's actually a Sephardi as well, living in the Netherlands at the time, who challenged a lot of core theological notions. In his theological political tractatus, he praised Ibn Ezra and said of him, Ibn Ezra, a man of enlightened intelligence and no small learning, was the first, so far as I know, to treat of this opinion. Now, what is this opinion that Spinoza is talking about and attributing it to Ibn Ezra? It's essentially the idea that there was human involvement in the composition of the Torah. That the Torah was influenced by historical factors. People other than Moses wrote the Torah, and this is like an earth-shattering idea that eventually would mature into the Wellhausian school of biblical criticism and so on. And we'll look at one example of where he gets this. Many hold that Spinoza was way off base in terms of how he assessed Ibn Ezra, but I will leave it to you to judge that. Here is another figure who's perhaps not so much on the kosher v'yosher list of Orthodox Judaism, Abraham Geiger, widely considered the founder of the Reform movement. This is the beginning of the 19th century. It was more of a grassroots movement than a movement with a single leader who kind of directed which way it went. But nevertheless, Geiger wrote of Ibn Ezra, "Is it then any wonder that everywhere one readily takes him as a member of his own sect?" Which is true. If you go into an Orthodox synagogue and you say Ibn Ezra, people say, "Oh, Ibn Ezra, fascinating." You know, you can cite an Ibn Ezra in the greatest yeshivas of Yerushalayim, of Lakewood, even here in Brooklyn. You can cite Ibn Ezra, and you can also go to Reformed temples, and you can talk about Ibn Ezra as if he was some kind of proto-Geiger figure several hundred years before the Reform movement was born. How is it possible that one person can be the genesis of such a diverse world of opinion? We have to agree with Geiger that he's surprised, like I am, that so many people claim Ibn Ezra as their intellectual ancestor. So let's look at one passage, this mysterious passage on Deuteronomy 34:1. This Deuteronomy 34:1, if you're familiar with the numbers there, you realize we're at the very end of the Torah. And this describes Moses, gives a last admonition to the Jewish people. He has a flight of poetry. And then there's a description of how he goes up to the Mount Nebo and he looks out over the Holy Land, and then he dies and he is buried there. So Ibn Ezra just says flat out, what happened to the last 12 verses of the Torah, which describe after Moses' death? And Ibn Ezra says simply straight out, Joshua wrote them, not Moses. Someone else wrote them. Of course, all the other commentators and the super commentators go to town on Ibn Ezra, saying, no, it can't be like that. Didn't you read Rashi? Rashi was before Ibn Ezra. Rashi writes, he's quoting the Gemara, it's not a secret. Is it possible that Moshe died and he wrote and Moshe died? If he's dead, how could he write that Moshe died? Rather, up to this point, Moshe wrote, and afterward Joshua wrote. Rabbi Meir said another opinion, like in other words, this is essentially Ibn Ezra's opinion. Then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir is a Talmudic rabbi, is it possible that the Torah should be missing anything? Meaning we call it Torah's Moshe, right? The Torah of Moshe, and we believe that it is whole and complete and authoritative. So really what it means is, according to Rabbi Meir, rather the Blessed One spoke, telling Moshe what to write down, And Moshe wrote with tears, meaning Moshe did in fact, he did write what was dictated to him, and Moses died there and was buried and so on. No one knows where his grave is and so on. So we do have a traditional approach, but if you look at his passage on Deuteronomy 34:1, that's not the only passage he refers to. He says in that passage, if you know the secret of the 12, and he's referring to the last 12 verses of the Torah, and then he lists about 5 or 6 other places in the Torah where the text itself seems to imply a chronological gap, meaning there's a reference in the text that it doesn't seem it could have been written logically at the time that it said it would be written. In other words, and you can look at it yourself and you can puzzle over it with you. I don't want to take too much time with it. But he's pointing, according to Spinoza, he's pointing to the idea that the Torah was possibly written by other people at other times and put together. That seems like a big stretch for reading Ibn Ezra. But the very idea that the Torah may have had some kind of, multiple stages in history, which is an anathema kind of concept to traditional Judaism, is nevertheless where a lot of the non-Orthodox movements look to Spinoza, to Ibn Ezra, as their intellectual parent. There is, of course, 36 plus commentaries that will tell you it's not so in Ibn Ezra, but the fact that you need 36 plus commentaries says something about the degree of controversy that he inspired. And this is where Ibn Ezra really comes into his own. By the way, his biblical commentaries, he would not even have written them had he not been forced into exile. Because what happened is, when he was living in the Iberian Peninsula, he was making his living with Arabic poetry. When he got into Christian lands and he hung out in the Jewish communities there, nobody was interested in those things. But he was an educated guy. He had literary skills. They wanted something, so he started writing Hebrew manuscripts, including his biblical commentary. Because he was so poor, he often sold those copies that he wrote, including the original copies that he kept for himself. And so we actually have multiple versions of many of these books, which he was forced to rewrite from memory over time. But included in this period of his life, when he's writing biblical commentary, he's also taking his scientific knowledge that he acquired in Andalus and is now transmitting it into a Jewish environment in Hebrew, making it possible for Jews to study the far more advanced civilization that the Arabs had. Their science could not be compared at all to the Christian science of the day. And so Ibn Ezra was this kind of cultural transmitter. One of the most popular things he wrote, and it was like kind of the hot topic for much of the literature of a couple of hundred years before and after, was a manual on how to use an astrolabe. Here's a medieval Muslim astrolabe shown here. It's essentially a device that measures the inclination of the various stars and planets and the sun. It can be used in navigation. It can be used in measurement of vast distances. It's like essentially a pocket calculator, when nothing like this had existed before. But as you can see, it's not a very simple looking instrument to use. So there were many manuals written on how to use astrolabes. Also, they had to be, because they deal with constellations, they had to be personalized for particular areas. If you had an astrolabe that was made for Baghdad, it would not be very useful in London, because all of the various celestial positions changed when you moved that far west or east in latitude. So these manuals for astrolabes were written in many languages at the time. Even Chaucer wrote a manual on how to use an astrolabe. He didn't actually finish it, but there's one passage that's quoted in the source that I referred to earlier, that says, "These true conclusions in English," meaning he's writing a manual in English for the astrolabe, "as well as sufficeth to these noble Greeks, these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to the Latin folk in Latin." Obviously, this was written before spell check, or maybe we say after spell check, like when you're typing on your iPhone. That would be a funny line. Chaucer wrote this whole passage on his iPhone. At any rate, what's very interesting about this particular passage, which is why it's so widely cited, is because you can see in this, in microcosm, the transmission of scientific knowledge. First starts out with the Greeks, because the ancient Greeks, the Periclean period was absolutely over the top in terms of their mathematical and scientific advancement, and much of that information was then absorbed into the Roman world and the Arabic world. The Christian world lost it altogether. That's the Dark Ages. And from the Arabic world, it was the Jews in Hebrew, like Ibn Ezra, who then brought that knowledge out of Al-Andalus into European countries in Latin. And so Ibn Ezra also wrote in Latin, perhaps working with a team translating his ideas, but he wrote in Latin and he became extremely famous. Not quite as famous, perhaps, as this Jew. It's not a very good kind of picture. Petrus Alphonsus, who was also a Jew from Spanish derivation, who went to France and converted to Christianity and essentially sold his knowledge. He was a great Jewish scholar who was letting the Christians know what kind of scientific advances they had in Arabic culture. By comparison to Ibn Ezra, however, Petrus Alphonsus, also known as Petrus Judaeus, was a complete ignoramus. And he had basically a high school education, whereas Ibn Ezra was a tenured professor. And so Petrus Alphonsus was kind of making things up as he went along, lots of errors, very superficial and so on, but because the Arabic science was so advanced, he was the principal conduit for many to the beginnings of Arabic wisdom. But Ibn Ezra's wisdom was far more sophisticated, far more accurate, and so his scholarship really prevailed over people like Petrus Alphonsus. It is interesting, however, that the trope of the Jew who abandons Judaism in order to become an agent of cultural change or cultural transmission in a foreign culture is one that goes way back to the ancient period and continues even to the present day. If you go to local bookstores, by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, a bookstore is kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. You can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and we can maybe one day we should kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determined his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another, and he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we look at right now, because it's most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus will be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes, right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. Right? So in this section here, he writes about, yeah, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it. Question of whether or not Ein Mazal Yisrael is there. Oh, we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, oh, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we would say in Canada, we would end that with A. Auspicious astrological moment, A. So the Talmud has this whole debate. Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael. Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer Moradot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So the first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not a lie. But individual Jews, chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though these, in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you shouldn't feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there's all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want us to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made him sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra, right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, I think klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu, it was perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like this, like he was like national pride about this. Just, the Hebrew language says everything. We don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? It's rear axle. You know how you say the front axle? Rear axle hakadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particular. They don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kalkala, which is, totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mishana Makom, Mishana Mazal. Literally, you change your place, you change your Mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Abraham is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. You must go to Eretz Yisrael because over there, you'll have a different Mazal, a different constellation that will apply to you. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that changed the world here, there's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards to other planets can change on like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though you may have positive horoscopes individually, nationally, in terms of climates, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of world year that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background. This is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you'll become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company. I'm just thinking of things I shouldn't say because it's going to offend somebody politically. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far a leap. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal, a person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life, but if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, all bets are off. He refused the example if you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do, and so they can't be overpowered. So you push. Don't push your life, right? Exactly, which is a translation of Ein Mashkichin al Hanisim, right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so at night it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving and the Hasidim are all in black, right? So a local Judaica store, he's still there, I think. Tuvias. He sold these fluorescent bands that it said on the Ein Mashkichin al Hanes, we do not rely on miracles, right? It's a very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul. Because he says that we do have this concept.
What up, you little bitch?
In Mazal Yisrael, there's no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvos, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them. Which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot eino nizakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. There's a lot more to say than we can in this brief period. But anyway, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thought. You see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts, very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with it. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzo ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But no, his contribution to science, even though, we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary. We think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters of the moon, he was a leading candidate for whom should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller, maybe, aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless, he was a figure that's
what up, Winter?
On the world scene.
You want to talk, dog? You want to talk it out? You want to talk it out, dog? Dog. You want to talk it out? Yo, Winter. This motherfucker. Hilarious. Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter. Here, I'll let you talk. It's been a while. I wonder how you're doing. All right, here we go, my friend. I'm going to let you talk, son. Don't mess it up. Wow, your camera's on. You look beautiful. How you living, pimp? Winter. You can talk, dog. You look beautiful. Hi. How are you? Are we best friends again? All right, well, you can continue listening to Jewish history lectures with me if you'd like.
I didn't listen to shit.
Are we friends again?
We were never friends.
Doug, I watched some of your stream. It was pretty good.
I don't care.
You like playing Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, I enjoy the fuck out that game.
Good for you, man. We're going to be friends. Just you watch.
Are you going to stop?
Doug, I haven't...
With your shit.
I haven't clipped you in at least... In at least 4 days.
Is this going to continue was my question.
You mean my clip bots and my spam bots?
Yes.
Oh,
is it going to continue?
Oh, for sure. Definitely.
Then this will continue.
Okay, fun. Are we best friends, though? Hilarious.
Many other aspects of his work, he influenced
Strange Elects,
poetry.
my favorite lesbian on Olive Kick.
Because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe that he appealed to. So with that,
Is this going to continue?
hope you found
Oh,
the
fuck
life
yeah,
of the Mentor
baby.
as fascinating as I do. We will
Why?
return, as I mentioned, next
Because
week.
it's
with a
sick.
very special program. I hope you're all going to come because it's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent.
And it occurs to me, I haven't really told you what is this book about. Here is the book. This is the very last plug for the book that I will put into the lecture series. Basically, the section of Rabbi is very holy individual. Here's this iconic photograph of him that you see all over the place. A very holy individual. Was a major Hasidic thinker of the 20th century. Had already published a very important book called Chovas Talmidim, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jews.
Are you going to stop?
Enthusiasm for
No.
their Jewish background.
Why?
Unfortunately, it was
Why not?
interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering
I
to his
love
followers for
winter.
the duration of the war.
Winter, you are so sexy.
Many authors,
Psych,
American Jewish
bitch.
Congress,
You ugly as fuck.
and the underground resistance. He was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with
Team
his
Liquid.
followers throughout and ministering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Onyx Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title Eish Kodesh, or Holy Fire. Fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on Eish Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering. But if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the date when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs, papers, German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very micro-historical level. And then I compared it to what the Rebbe said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was directly in other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction. Specifically with the processing of the horrible events of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his Rashot, his sermons, within the context of the historical setting is really the best way to appreciate the book, to appreciate his words. Because then you really see, to use a Hebrew term, God knows his greatness. I am very pleased that one of the premier students of his session of Hasidus is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger.
Winter, you want to talk, big dog?
By the same name, Congregation Eish Kodesh.
Winter, you want to talk, big man?
Called the Haskama, or
Turn that camera on if you want to talk.
He writes that basically he's
Turn that camera on, big dog. Let me see that beautiful face of yours. Do you want to talk about Michael? Do you want to talk about Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan? You want to talk, baby? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out, big dog? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, do you want to hug it out, bitch? Winter, 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 are you in love with me? I love me some Winter. Winter, do they call you Winter because you cold as ice, motherfucker? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk, son? Winter is one of my favorites. He's just hilarious. Just a nice person.
On his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great. And I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope that join us and to celebrate the life and the work
just in the last couple of weeks,
contribution
guy actually
to
told me it was
world
like,
culture, true Hasidic thought that is representative of the section of
really funny jokes. He
If
is
you can't
ripping
make it
off
to Brooklyn,
the
I'd be very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets.
I did.
Certainly ask that your local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because then you support a local business.
Comedy Central presents.
And I guess that's about it for the plugs. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful.
Spazzy.
And I hope you like it too.
Remember I was like off last week? Yeah, you're like, you're off.
Yeah.
I'm always off.
No, you're on today. You just, sometimes chocolate rain slips.
Sometimes, like, chocolate rain is just gonna play itself sometimes. Acoustics sound great in there, Jen. Well, they're not. Chocolate rain. Oh, nice. You did the head that pull away.
I do that too when I sing and record. I'm not even kidding. I do that. So
I was listening to Eminem the other day. And it takes me out of his songs. I hear his
Just go in and check it out. We'll take one day off this month for the yeshiva break, which is the week of the 26th. Otherwise,
Oh, you want to talk? Big dog. You want to talk, big dog? Dog.
The place that he sent me is right next to where Class 7 is. Okay. Remember Carl mentioned a certain road? Because it's kind of and this is the area I keep getting as well. So what I'm thinking is we're getting 3 points that are close, but we can't get.
Yo, Pimp, if you want to talk, we can. If you want to talk, we can. Big dog.
We're still able to achieve accessibility with this pay what you like model and help as many people as we can. So that's kind of how we've set up all of our self-care programs so that it allows us to go all around the world with journeys. I love this. So there's, if you go to humangarage.net, there's the intro to professional movements and just pay what feels right. And this can work on, you can do 20 minutes of exercise and you said 3 days will help release pain if you do this 3 days in a row, right? Yeah, some people feel it absolutely immediately, right? I find the key markers.
You want to talk?
After 3 days.
All right, big dog. You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? You want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the whole IT me. Taken slowly, happy days me. Call it now me one sad story. Anyway, me the Emma in the world, me those stand around me.
Watch it forever. Just a one-time fee, or just the intro. Yeah. So
Example.
Exhibit A. The entire
Case, do it.
I just did it.
I mean, just do a line.
No.
You want to talk? You want to talk? I'll let you talk. What's up, baby? You want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Big dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You want to talk? What's up, pimp? You can talk. You got that dog in you, son. I love it. Yo, dog, you want to talk? Ding, ding. He's got that dog in him.
The cusp of the secular new year. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes the donation to remain completely anonymous, even the fact that there's an anonymous donor.
I don't think he's an actor. Like I said, his jokes are really
That entirely from your mind. But obviously, in honor of the
he's also said his real
eve of the fast of the month of David, we had to have a special meal with champagne, things like that. So,
and then he's like responding to
but
it.
it's also, life is tough. My father, Arnie Carson, always say, whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other any happy occasion, we definitely cup our eye. And we should wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar-wise, and let's hope that we should share many symptoms together over the coming years. Okay, so that's a good welcome. The joke, today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. It happens to be one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this electric device that
like I said, the joke's his own. He's putting it in, like, he's got to do it in his own voice. I don't know. But no, it's like, that's too much. They're talking about it.
The arrow is essentially it's a construction, usually a wire or natural phenomenon, or rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard. All the trees are, as it were,
that's funny. He's got on his wall.
This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath.
Chin, has anybody ever said your music is sounds like anybody else?
That one.
This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath is otherwise prohibited from carrying on the Sabbath
Stop asking if I Kurt Cobain.
in their pockets and strollers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often, people, because these are difficult things to construct, people do not rely on them, especially people who have a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the air if I don't hold with the air. There's also a lot of controversy because quite often when we build on the road, that makes the neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews, what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the air, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this. There's two travelers, two study partners, they're sitting in the yeshiva learning together. And they're learning and learning and studying the Talmud back and forth. One day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon,
What are you gonna do?
I have to confess something. You know, we've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. actually, I've been hiding something from you. This time I actually messed up. Told you the truth.
That's all I got. If I was there, I'd give my glasses. I could only do 4 seconds.
The truth is, I'm not Jewish. What are you talking about? You are so careful. You're passionate. You're sitting here learning Talmud and Yeshiva. Your Hebrew skills are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You know, it's Pascha Shutava Kamiyama. You have all these religious things.
I know. You just couldn't
I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street. You know, one day I was traveling on the way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, "Do you want to have a shot?" So I said, "Okay, why not?" And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. You know, here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just trust me around. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, "Well, that's we live a completely Jewish lifestyle." Well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, some of our non-Jews actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath because I violate the Sabbath every week. In order to keep
something that I will ever
conformity with Talmud. So he says, I don't believe it. He says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on Sabbath. I said, yeah, but who can jump out of there? It's like I'm trying to steal my car. I don't like how it can't. Okay, here we are. Let's go to material. That's what you came for, not for the jokes. But I did get an email from oh, I forgot where it was from saying more jokes. So, okay, so tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very passionate topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own conversation. He's an important figure in the yeshivas. And not a perfect one. I got to ask my daughter, who is now doing the filming, Mr. Rodriguez, has gone on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter
something along those voices right now.
Okay, your extensive education. Have you ever heard of the Rashba?
We're gonna do a whole bit where you're
Yeah,
gonna do
Raphael,
deep
you're in the back there.
voices.
Have you heard of the Rashba?
Oh
Okay,
man.
so my daughter's have to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of Yeshiva, just that you never hear in the Rashba because he's so deeply associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in women's seminary. He was a tremendous leader of Spanish Arabians. They wrote 13th century, right at the end, towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. Actually, he's not only renowned for his scientist wit and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If he lived at this time in the late 12th century, he would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his life extends even to the present day, where we still live very much by his teaching. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of the rabbis had names that were made of parts of the long name. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generation known as the Rishonim. So according to Jewish philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that we group together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work with Talmudic law. And the concept behind grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, to divine information, and so on. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later because you have the ability to access much more information. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than later. And there's philosophy of time. We break them up into several groups, which is outlined in here. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first one. A little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim. The Olim, the Amorayim, the Tanaim, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generations after the Talmud.
15 questions. If you get a million, you don't have to pay for shipping. So I guess maybe a shipping doesn't want to pay for shipping. But if you get to like 1,000 and 32,000, you just get the opportunity to pay for shipping for some
So
of the
they are the
sizes.
first major commentaries
And
on
I
the
just hit
Talmud.
fastest finger on the Patreon.
Famous Rishonim
There were
that
like
I'm sure
5
you're familiar with.
commented
Rashi
that they
is
wanted to play the
exemplary
game.
of the
And
Rishonim
I just
because
DM'd them all
one
on
of the main
Instagram. And I
tasks
said,
of
fastest
this
finger contest.
200
First one to
years
text
of
me back
scholars
gets to play.
was
Danny C
explaining
got back. So
the
Danny
basic
C
text.
will be
Rashi
joining
is
us for the
famous
Patreon,
for his
zooming in
very
and asking him who wants to be a millionaire, ask questions to win
revealing
chicken station.
commentary on the Talmud and the Torah. You also have the
I don't do anything until 5
law,
minutes before the show, and then I'm
taking all the
frantic and I don't
complexities of
know
Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in terms with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in Stack is perhaps the most famous of the
and it'll be like
we also have the so-called Monet HaMitzvot, those who count the mitzvot. As I think I mentioned this
I'd love to think I could be a director today, but not with that.
I almost feel like it's like a lever system, like when the lips get cold, there's like a wire that
the
closes
Talmud
the
does
ears.
not list them. So by the time you get to Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the things? Of course, then they have like
The guy,
opinion, which ones
the director, he was from the
not
White
yet
Kid, you know,
customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that they try to do is they try to like analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the
there were
earlier.
lots of theories about this.
So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily. The Rashba is probably in that tradition. The most significant area of his work in terms of literature is his activity as a writer of responsa. The term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsa, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to a rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi, and rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal, and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't have any money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer the best of his knowledge, but it turns out that if it's beyond his ability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi until you have someone who is known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation that can somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that, yeah, this person represents the apex of learning in our generation. And he's typically the person that he represents. So Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you'll have an absolute agreement on one person. There'll always be several, maybe half a dozen, that vary in each regard as you Gadol Hador, living at the same time. We did have a generation like that about 40 years ago. There was widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all movements, but that's very rare and very brief and only episodic in history. It was the case in the era of the Rashba. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To him were addressed all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed produced written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rashba, and they would become, copied over and over again into their people records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may have taken several hundred years, they were eventually published over 3,500 outlines in Jewish law.
Do you want to share?
Studies to this day. It was extremely
I have to
effective.
allow yourself in the
Maybe to put it in kind of a different way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby. That's the name of the column. Dear Abby. It's kind of like Dear Abby, except for Jewish law. People really paid attention to what he had to say. And by the way, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, responsive literature is still being created today. It's really quite fascinating.
That's fine. I'll just imagine.
Which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations.
What you guys do this weekend?
What is a microwave? Is a microwave an oven? In which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you put meat in it, and then you want to put milk in it, you have to casher it. How do you casher it inside of a microwave oven? Not the way I did it one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour.
2 weeks.
That was the right way to do it. In fact, I actually opened the glass plate, the metal buckled on the inside. It was history. So let's go on. His background. He came from a very well-to-do family of money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Aaron of Lincoln, talking about the institutional money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite gifted in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the king of Aragon. When he was a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous resources. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired by the age of 40. He took the position of rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important universities in the Iberian Peninsula. And this is really when the Rashba becomes the man that he would be renowned for many centuries. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through Talmudic tradition. Early on in his, and he was especially impervious to rivalry. There's nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. I'll give you just a couple of examples. In one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching on his estate. And he was a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on in his career this young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how integrity was sacrosanct to his activity.
I went to a
There was
similar
a
thing. I'm
case
not
brought
the same
against
thing
the
that you
Jew
did. You saw
who was
Jurassic Park.
accused of
I saw
informing
John
against the
Williams
state.
as like a
And the Rashba did not
compilation of
want
the
to
different
hear the case.
movies he's done.
After an exhaustive review of the evidence, he ruled that the person was back the traitor and deserved death. This is a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is a very, very difficult and almost impossible thing to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presents, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The time bomb is an example. So he ruled against the Jew in this case.
I think if you had a full
the family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rashba's decision to Maharam of Luxembourg in central Germany, a very important
like, oh, he
No, I've seen him too.
it was his,
the Maharaj
he's a,
upheld
like
the
a
ruling
legendary
of the
composer, I
Rashba.
guess, and it was his last show at the Hollywood Bowl. So that was
See,
cool.
on the one hand, you know, here he is
Retired 50
defending
years the
the
day after Tony Bennett performed at the
working
Hollywood Bowl
against
for the first time. So this is my 2 times
wealth arrayed against him,
and
and at the
it's
same
just
time,
really fun.
you see him standing up
The
for the rights
it's
of the
cool going
state.
to a movie like that. Where's my car? Nice.
He was so well regarded that King Pedro III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities. The state regarded him as kind of like Lord Sachs. Moral authority is so great.
Obviously, it's not very the gods. I got that. I was like, we're going to that. Yeah, it was my dog. But shit, we've never been to theaters together. I know. It just had happened. Talked about.
I get that because there's really not that many great movies to see nowadays. There's been enough, not a Marvel guy, superhero movie type guy. There's not that many great movies anymore.
There's been a number of weekends where we're like, okay, this is the one.
Mention, by the way, his background.
I know there's a lot of movies that I haven't heard of.
Was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars.
I have seen her.
One was
we have seen Jurassic Park. Like it, Lion King was probably a little more because they had like the costumes and stuff on stage and live performances. Like Jeremy Irons' Scar came out from the movie, so that was really dope. And I think I think that scene. So,
my section.
And then it raises, and then it drops. Yeah. There's a older couple in front of us, and a gay couple, and one of the gay guys, and the were like talking to each other. He was like whispering and stuff, so I thought they were together. And then right at that scene, like this is the section on the gay guy hits about, and he leaves, and he goes to the bathroom, and I'm like, I really hope everything's okay, because your friend just left during the best scene in cinema history, because they both laughed.
Winter, you want to talk?
And then her husband,
You want to talk it out, big dog? Big dog. Big dog, you want to talk it out? All right, I'll talk it out with you. Just a moment. Big dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You got that dog in you, son. I love it. You got that dog in you, son. This is great.
Meantime, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was the older scholar, the last Gadol Hador before the Rashba, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly, one of the acts most famously associated with the Rashba's activity. So he had really tremendous teachers behind him, the Rabbeinu Yonah and the Ramban in particular. And then when he established his yeshiva, he was able to transmit these values to a later generation. And a few of his students include the famous Ritzvah. Again, if you spend any time in yeshiva, you will study the works of the Rashba and the Ritzvah. They seem to go hand in hand all together. And they really did, because the Ritzvah was
I really had to pee. And I went to right in the beginning of the movie because I didn't want to get to the part.
I'm a big advocate for getting your piece out. Yeah, of course. You have to. You don't leave during the movie. It's not to get there. You go pee. Yeah. I pee multiple times. This is a very estimated movie. You're holding it every time you advance.
I'm not. If I really have to go, I'm like, I'm not enjoying the movie. All I'm thinking about is peeing. But like Jurassic Park was safe because they built the movie. I knew I was leaving during the park. That I wasn't going to miss anything. I was going to get back to what I really wanted to see. I think it's a different situation. I don't think you're giving credit
that out. His career lasted about 40 years. So let's see, how many years that?
I don't like the part where the guy gets killed by the
80 or 90 letters a year.
He's in the toilet? Oh, that one. I don't like that guy from Seinfeld. Yeah,
these are very letters
I did not like from day one to get up. Yeah, it was pretty good. Being an asshole. It was.
Now, of course,
I also realized
since
that
we are talking about dudes, there's going to be some disagreement. I'd like to concentrate in many areas in which the basketball was involved in very
Did you guys know that? That's how it was. It was only female dinosaurs on that island. And the reason we were able to breed is one of the
any controversies or that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will not do it. Well, ours is really for the betterment of the race, and that controversy is not to be solved. If the controversy is solved, maybe it wasn't so much for the side of it. So we see that very much so like the Rothschild. So what's going on here? One of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century as a body of thought was bifurcated. It was getting more complicated. There were people who were specializing in habits of people more than others. Last great
so I cheered during that part. They cheered at like, oh, women will inherit the earth, like that line that Laura Dern says, and they all cheered at that line after I got shut down saying they ripped out and this, when they cheered at women will inherit the earth, I just yelled out, they ripped
common denominator.
and I got like a
If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that,
so you're just feeling the confidence to just shout out whatever throughout this whole thing.
There were genuine parts where I was moved to make noise and clap and push out everybody. Those were the only ones I was like ruining
and sell it. It's not actually stealing.
I feel like you're just like,
they didn't actually take it away. It was a library book. I put it back in the library. Now I'm making money from the photocopy I made of this book. Right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You know, when it says this kind of word, it really means something else.
Yeah.
So on.
And then I got a hot dog.
There was a trend in the
outside
world that was
they got a lot of good
excessively
vendors there.
rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning.
Those
Then there was a group on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic, who were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory. And treating everything meaning much something totally divorced from the simple text says. And then finally you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to distance themselves from both extremes. And Rashba found himself in the middle of over this, and especially
real life, he's
where it
in the movie, he's like
most
he's like flirting in real life.
in place of secular knowledge. What do you do
It's just so
with
smooth.
mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in the 13th century? What is their place?
When he was like 17, like didn't have a job, and he would just
So
like
as you might assume, the
find
rationalist
women and
said,
schmooze them
wow,
and
it
meals
should
and
be
shit.
deeply entrenched in it. There should be,
Career.
lots of physics and of
8-year-old
astronomy
Nick
and so on.
didn't think
You should
Jeff
know
Goldblum,
tons of that stuff.
6-year-old, was a hot
The
guy.
Kabbalists said, not at all, because
If I saw
all
like
of
Brad
this
Pitt
stuff
as a
is
child, I'd be like, okay,
plus
love it.
Hagoyim.
Did you guys
Non-Jewish
think Jeff
wisdom
Goldblum was hot when you were a child?
I mean, he was on the fly.
Defiles the Jewish soul. Jews should just stick
He's just
to
an interesting, he's a
4
unique
cubits of
hot
the
guy.
Talmud
Because I think he's
alone,
like nerdy
and not
hot
study
guy
any of the
that
secular
you don't think would have a body on him.
The moderate camp in the middle was
There's
really
some movie or was a photo he was on a magazine cover or something like that, and he's ripped.
The rationalists, when you study some of these things, there's a worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers with multiple things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the truth relationship? Now, if I can jump ahead to the 21st century, the debate rages in Jewish schools today how much Torah belongs
Go to
to the Jewish school
1642.
system. You have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies devoted to the Torah. And this week's the second subject later today. That's a very expensive endeavor, especially for higher full-time teachers.
Right? He looks like he lives in like Palm Springs. He's like an older
Or do you say, no, we'll mix up Torah here and secular studies there, and you might end up coming to school and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher is free at the end of the day, then you learn a little bit of English. Do you say that the balance should be 50-50, that you have an 8-hour school day, 4 days, 4 hours of secular, and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what, it's just enough that they come in and they learn a little bit, so let's have 70% is secular and 30% is Torah. So the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly?
They're a famous comedy troupe similar
What
to
ended up happening is the Rashba was the only figure who had the stature to be able to set
Miss Aquarius,
the so-called
how you living, girl?
1305.
What up?
He made a ruling which was
Because I can't go to sleep now, and I came in here now to go to sleep.
Okay, well, don't.
I'm coming in here and out with them.
Yeah, so that's my friend Winter. We just met tonight. He hates me. I made a clip of him on Kick, and now he's determined to annoy the shit out of me. And that's cool because I appreciate the attention. So there he is. Do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? You want to meet my friend?
Hi, Winter. Hi. Are you all right?
We'll let him talk. We'll let him talk. So long as he's respectful. If he gets disrespectful, then he's going to be muted again. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp? He's got that dog in him, Miss Aquarius. He loves to. He loves to. He's been doing this for like 2 or 3 hours. What up, Winter? How you living, pimp?
How you feeling, Miss Aquarius?
Okay.
It's crazy how he's talking about disrespectful, but he started right after he disrespected me.
I love you, Winter.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So, Winter, what's new?
I'm talking to Miss Aquarius. How you feeling, Miss Aquarius? I am not okay. He knows exactly why I'm not okay. He can go fuck himself.
Okay, well, calm down. You're talking to me. Calm down. Okay. How's your day?
Pretty shit. You know, dealing with this fuckhead. How's your day?
That's good.
That's good to hear.
Okay.
Miss Aquarius, I made a clip of him
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
5 days ago.
You fucking bitch! Shut the fuck up!
Hey, calm down. Well, that's my friend.
I don't give a fuck if that's your friend. Your friend is a piece of shit.
Calm down, dog.
He's a child molesting piece of shit.
Oh, don't go making accusations like that. I don't do that. I don't hurt children. In fact, I do my best to protect children.
I'm gonna get him out of here. Guys, he is disturbing the peace.
Exactly. Well, I enjoy his efforts.
Oh, okay, you can enjoy that. Okay.
I want to see for how long he goes. How much energy does he have?
Okay.
He's really fine. I mean, he and I go back and forth and whatever. But when he starts making accusations like that are completely incorrect, then I have to mute him.
Right.
If anything, I want to protect.
Can you do this later on when I'm not in here?
Yeah, sure. Well, he's gonna keep doing it. I can kick him.
Can you please calm down just for like 10 minutes? Because I don't want to have. Just calm down. It's okay. So forget this. Okay, well, fine. Go ahead and act a fool then. Anyway, Rabbi, what did you do to him?
I made a clip of him 5 days ago with a robot, and he got really upset that I did it.
Oh, wow.
Technically, I guess I made 8 clips of him in the last 3 months, but I didn't know I did it. And and then he found me, and he was like really upset, like over the top upset. I had some other people who found me, and they've become my friends. But and I think Winter and I'll become friends. It's just a matter of time. I like talking with him. It's just when he makes accusations like that, I can't have him talk. But yeah, that's what I've got going. So they wouldn't let you sleep and socialize?
I couldn't sleep all together.
You want to play a game?
I have to cut up down sometimes. Oh my God. I'm going to go back to socialize so this man can do what he do, because he going to be annoying, and I got to cut that down.
That's okay. I'll time him.
Go to socialize.
I'll time him out.
No, you're okay. You're all right, Rabbi. No.
I
just like it. It's okay. That bothering me. I'm going to sleep. He'll be all right.
It's okay. It's okay.
Let him do it.
It's okay. I timed him out.
Oh, you want to do it? I'm not trying to stop nothing.
I know you're
I
not.
was talking about socialize. It got nothing to do with me.
Okay, maybe I'll untime him then.
Bring him back.
I'll bring him back.
Yeah, I'll time him out. Yeah, bring him back. He all right? Let him do his thing.
There he is. There he is. I brought him back. Okay. Well, just turn the sound down and you get your sleep.
All right, I will.
Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Good night, Winter.
Basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said,
Winter, I love you.
nobody is allowed to
Thank you for being my friend.
Until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier?
We're talking to Winter.
Both of you.
Too much, nourishment in there.
I love you.
I love you too. You're my friend.
Presumably, by the time you're 25, married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later feed into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. So certain hard sciences, as we would call them today, that do not have any potentially ideologically risky components, were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinctions between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study them. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay, questions or arguments at this point? Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also, slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until 25. You have to be 25 to get to that. A very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes because it was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting sort of political dimension to this as well, because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of rounding out France as a whole here, was that is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, the Rashba was living in a time where these kinds of political disputes spilled over into religion. That the Rashba's ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Rishonic proverb, Ein simcha keheter haspikot. There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, is it going to work, not going to work. Once you know, that's a special kind of simcha. And so the Rashba resolved the doubt, and he had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do, and everyone agrees with it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host so-called disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these kind of debates in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rashba's teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. But what we know is that the court ruled, or the judges, who were all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater.
Rabbi, I'm going there with the other brand in the thing that where the joint create is.
Okay, go for it.
The very strong performance that you showed.
I'm going over there.
Go for it.
These disputations proved to be very, very popular, and the Rashba was very active in participating in them whenever he was called to, and particularly in writing. He wrote tracts that criticized books like the Pugio Fides, the Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martini, a very important church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Kazam, who was a Muslim thinker who had written criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene in defending Judaism against its detractors from without. And finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize. He is widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Achinoch, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew and English translation. We happen to have several copies in my house because it's a very popular bar mitzvah gift. It is actually the first, it itself was a bar mitzvah gift. It's a rather amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aaron of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the parshiot of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. I mean, God says this is the mitzvah, the canon, and most commentaries just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Chinuch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating book. At any rate, Aaron criticized the Torah Habayit. He wrote a book called Bedek Habayit, which means examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to task politely, on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, meaning as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rashba. We find out from a later responsa that the Rashba was actually defending himself, and his book was called Mishmeret Habayit, guarding the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of the house, and the guarding of the house, all kind of like triad of work.
Come in there one more time. I'm going to tell Rabbi to turn your ass out. You hear me? Daniel, but over here, Lord, this is kind of rabbi. Don't come over there with us. I'm trying to go to sleep. And all that. Now, one more time to come over there, and I'm going to tell him to time your butt out. I'm not playing. Daniel, over here.
The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was an astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides literary is his compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for the acceptable incorporation of non-Jewish wisdom into the Jewish educational curriculum. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always.
What did you say, Miss Aquarius?
Hey, you tired enough? Is he coming over there trying to
Absolutely.
he's talking about? I can't deal with it.
You got it, girl. Just one moment. There he is. Just one moment. I gotta get him.
Thank you for your
We'll do that junk another day.
He won't bother you.
Good night, Rabbi.
Night, Miss Aquarius.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Uriel da Costa, also known as Uriel Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese forced conversion that followed for the next 100 years or so. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically, stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Acosta was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations along Marano, so-called Marano, or a converso, a crypto Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marano identity.
Yeah, do whatever you need to do.
Perils of living in that kind of bifurcated
Turn the volume down, or do I take my
humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Uriel da Costa is because in many ways reflects the phenomenon
Yeah,
that
we're
we
gonna
know
get them back. I
in the
don't know how to
21st
do it.
century, the so-called OTD
I think I cut my whole
phenomenon,
body
which is an
now, right?
acronym for
Yeah, that'll help.
Sort of
Okay,
like
well, our time is
internal
up, ugly self.
observant
I don't know what girl gonna
sort
fuck
of
with them, but
catchphrase for Jews who were
You're hilarious,
observant
Mr.
yeah,
Aquarius.
that's
chose
the fucking
to
issue.
not become,
I
no
honestly say if
longer
you're gonna
remain
come back in here,
observant.
I'm trying to
In
test
Israel,
myself out.
they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'ela, just like there are those who are choser l'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance.
I did.
It's literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happens to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. From internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious yearnings. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, we see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. And I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides. But basically, one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century and into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authorities wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers. That has a positive and a negative aspect. The positive aspect, we might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And the Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedom that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full flower in the French Revolution, and that'll put the things that we'll discuss in February, March, February. Okay, one last. So anyway, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal. And then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself, as it were, as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all they're cracked up to be, is quite eerie. The last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, Jewish law, of the tinok shenishto, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? Charlton Heston, Moses is on the Mount, and he gets the Ten Commandments, and he tells the Jews, these are the things you have to do, and if you are not compliant, then, of course, you are a heretic, and you are outside of the pale, or off the derech, off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, who say we're going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children? For example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period, that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves, living in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find out, wait a minute, I mean, I'm not allowed to eat that? I mean, I can't make a fire on Shabbos, on Saturday? What's the big deal? So according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they are perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability, of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not this big mushrash. It was not rooted in their personality because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of tinokos shenishbu, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore what that means. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town in Portugal to a new Christian family. And for those of you who were not here last week, we spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition. You'll recall that particularly in Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only a tiny number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots and really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian could persist for centuries, generation after generations of people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies, and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's New Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame. You'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were Christian only in a very, very thin level, and then later became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a frum Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because program, it means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were in fact Christian. It's most anusim did not find out they were Jewish until their adolescence. When they're too young, the parents were afraid that childhood banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe that they were in fact just as Catholic as the next door neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? Might be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto Jew, as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers, and were quite involved. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades, including the one woman who was sentenced for the third time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after two earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilberg, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know there are tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted, meaning these are people who practice as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and with his cousins, and in fact they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from the miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Barak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse. We talk about a horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices, and in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned, and they would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. What do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks. But after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising your child. That was obvious. But it would be even something like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely, inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian fast days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any, anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up after your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish? How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the Book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire Book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting Psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can't tell you a short, funny story, this is such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and we have this huge dararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself robed to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conveying of the degree, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, seated on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor. And I'd say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. I said, oh yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and you'll do it. So they call me my name up, I walk up there, I stand a little lower, I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood, puts it over my head, and she says to me, Mazel Tov. We have to imagine young Uriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic. And he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which may have been derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish or what he's going to do about his Judaism. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'm going to read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth, The History of the Marranos, first published in the 1930s. And the main thing is I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to you. I'll put it here. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. This is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a scribe. And the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely merciless and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read The Trial, it's very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure. Because the waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is a translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, oh, by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, Signores, I have done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done nothing. She was told not to bring false testimonies against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a good Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, were considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, signores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, loosen me, and I will tell the truth, I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. They hurt me, Senor. Loosen me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Oh, my arms, release me, and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know, I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me, take me from here and I will tell it when I am taken away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it, I don't know why. Another term was ordered. She said, Signor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They heard me, oh my arms, which repeated many times and went on. I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are breaking my arms, loosen me. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that is unprecedented on human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist, qua Jews, and are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg, Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not do alone. I just have to find one more document. It's hard to do this with one. Here we go. This is the document I'm looking for here. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He was a highly intelligent individual. He began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. This is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. The most common one is known as cherem. You also have Shamta, Arur, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. But it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in modern legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a dispute, and
I don't want you to be mad at me. I'm sorry. It's so wrong. I wasn't trying to.
Miss Aquarius, I'll tell you if I'm ever mad at you, and I've never been mad at you in my entire life.
No, don't you get mad at me. It just don't make no sense. Stupidity. You don't need that. You better than that. You have somebody come in here and tell you that you're a child molester, and they keep coming in here and playing like that. What's wrong with that boy?
I know. I just like the attention.
The kind of punishments they can
Yeah, when he come back in here, whenever he come in here.
No, I banned him. I banned him. I don't need that. And it was all because I made clips of him. It's not like I did anything wrong to him.
He didn't have to ban him, everybody. He could have banned him and come here like a fool.
I know, but I have an appeal server. If he really wants to come back, he can write an appeal.
Okay.
Well, the victim of a cherem is Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who has a very significant connection to Acosta that I'll explore a little later.
This is the text of the ban
placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. Let's,
I know.
let me read this paragraph to you, and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like.
I want you mad. I'm sorry.
Don't you worry.
Referring to the village elders here, the town elders. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinoza, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinoza, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Espinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all alive this day. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing,
Welcome.
or show him any favor.
What's up, Omni Duck? How you living, pimp? What's good, dog? Omni Duck. Omni Duck.
Hello.
How are you, pimp?
Good.
What's good? Anything?
I'm playing Fallout.
Oh, very cool. Stream it in here if you want.
It doesn't stream for some reason. It's buggy.
Okay.
Or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the Kulturkampf of ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, would later challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living 5 centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within this 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they had endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, like what my mother, who was a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it with salt. She just washed it. And that was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat. And the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was to just be super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. That's my father, always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg. He went back to Amsterdam. Large Jewish population there. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of Rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against Rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate. If you recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Apion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors were, very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta, in my humble opinion. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis. And he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derech. So the Karaites, I've read just about everything he's written. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he was even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities toward in the East, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother, who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. It was, no Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become an ape among apes. Meaning, I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now. because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his second. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and he says, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to be reaccepted, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution, that the rabbis had the authority, and in many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to communal will. You will recall at the beginning of tonight's lecture, I told a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband would refuse to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass over me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days. Right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with. He describes his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprisingly. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they did not do me honor, for if they scourged me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my head, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed. They did give him some kindness after he went through this very humiliating ritual. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been like in the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again, and they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after having been ritually humiliated this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher. I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, and he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. For the 16th century, to hear someone expressed in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similarly. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come upon him, and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta, explaining his own behavior.
Zoot,
it's hard to believe it actually happened.
You sandbagging son of a bitch. How you living, pimp? How have you been? All right. Are you ready to lose? Everything?
down into what's really going on in this home. Instead of always jumping to a conclusion that it's bad or that it's good, and determining the energy.
How was your day,
That's
Zoo?
not a good way to introduce. You think that's an appropriate way to say hello to someone? You ready to lose?
Well, it's the truth. Did you know that you had an invitation?
And so we always run things by her. You know, we don't want to appropriate anything. And with our
You know, I can find out how your day was by just watching it on stream.
Word, dog.
Have you ever had a bad day on stream?
I've
had some better than others.
I feel like every day is the same.
Okay.
But if it's something really that someone's intentionally brought in because of anger, I will tell you.
That's all right. I like the consistency.
Here's what happened. I was pretty angry. It's in my book, and I got permission to talk about it. And I was angry going through course, right? So I got all.
Do you want to get outside the house?
I was outside today.
Candles, putting herbs in them, very irresponsible.
Yeah, but how far do you go?
And my mentor.
I got groceries.
From candles for a year.
Where?
She grounded me from candles for a year.
Walmart.
I brought something in, and
You went to Walmart today?
No, I had them delivered.
I moved into an apartment, and I've been through a lot. And but I was dealing with anger and needed to process that anger. And
why did you go there?
So I created.
Because it's free to have them delivered. I've been to Walmart on stream though. I've both driven there and I've walked there.
Hey, can you give me a second?
Sure.
I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
What's love to one person and right to one person? We've seen this in our country. We may not all agree with this is high vibe or this is low vibe, but knowing where we're at in our energy and then using tools if we need to. Sage, black sage is known as mugwort. It's quite potent. And actually think about churches, how they use the incense for blessings and for clearings. And it's not new. And having, like I spoke about, you were in Spain. First of all, those churches are just beautiful.
They are so beautiful. Yes, they are
so gorgeous. But they have those protectors. And in different countries, when I was in the Czech Republic, I don't know what they were. I can't remember.
Like the gargoyles on them.
They were gargoyles, but they looked a little different, and they were toward away evil.
Right. There's different shades.
Yeah.
It's very. I mean, I think there's a lot to be said because these arts have been around for so many decades and centuries, really, to bring in good spirits, to diffuse and reflect negative energies and so forth. What you're saying is it's a modern day thing. This is something that we can do currently in our lives all the time. So we will be back with Michelle Welch. We're talking about her book, The Psychic Handbook, Methods and Advice for Communicating with Spirits. So we'll be right back. You're listening to Coast AM.
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart80s goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and make it your next preset.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again for the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray, cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away when they went tanking.
So his mother started investigating.
I got the case file. I started going through and saw people that wasn't interviewed.
I joined this mother's search for justice.
I am, yeah.
Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available
now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
The NFL preseason continued this weekend. The Rams down the Chargers 23-22 in a battle for Los Angeles. The Bears crushed the Bills 38-0. The Baltimore Ravens cruised to a 31-13 win over the Cowboys. The Seahawks toppled the Chiefs 33-16, and the Browns beat the Eagles 22-13. Mookie Betts had a go-ahead solo home run in the bottom of the 8th inning as the Dodgers completed a 3-game sweep with a 5-4 win over the San Diego Padres in Los Angeles. Dodgers first baseman Freddie Freeman finding his lead after retaking first place in the NL West.
Baseball we did this weekend. That's a little bit of a sprint. So
what up, pimp? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose?
Yep.
That's sports. Colin McIntyre. There's a violent sickness in this town. You must excise it.
Zoot, are you gonna go?
Yeah. All right, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
What's Walmart called in Australia?
Isn't it Woolworths?
Nope, we don't have Walmart in Australia.
Right. Don't you have Woolworths? Don't you have Woolworths?
That's not Walmart. That's a supermarket.
I know, but don't you have? I know. Don't you have Woolworths though?
Yeah, it's a grocery store. But we have something called Big W, which is Zone Bubble.
Did you know that you lost Big
Kind of
W?
like Walmart.
Did you know that you lost Big W?
It's kind of like yeah. It's kind of like Walmart, but you can't. It's kind of like Walmart, but you can't buy guns.
We all love a good joke. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
Do they sell guns at your local Walmart?
No.
We live to tell the tale. I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to
Do they sell guns at any Walmart you've been to?
I think they stopped.
And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys,
They stopped doing that?
Yeah, they stopped like 10 years ago selling guns. Period.
Why?
They didn't like the backlash they were getting, where it was really easy to buy a gun, and I think it had to do actually with the. I think a lot of states they have to do a background check. Maybe all states, I don't know. So you couldn't just go in there and buy it anymore. You had to wait, and Walmart's about selling, not having to wait for stuff. So they stopped doing it. But also, I had heard they didn't like the negative press they were getting because somebody would be like, they'd go in there and they buy a gun and go kill their family or whatever, and that's not something for what Walmart wants to be known. But years ago, I guess like when Walmart first started, it was big to buy guns there. Doug, do you know that you're getting your ass whooped? Just straight up whooped. Get it, Zoot. And he checked out. Good move. Good move.
We're gonna finally, we're gonna complete the marathon Olympics after this.
Okay. Wait, we're gonna complete it?
All right, yeah, we're gonna complete the Olympics.
Are we gonna do a new one?
Yep.
Are you not gonna be a little bitch and leave?
I only left because someone interrupted the last game.
Okay, Zoo. Then you have to stay here for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom so that I can play, okay?
Yeah, this is gonna be a 2-hour session.
Yeah, it is, baby. Yeah, it is, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Zoot.
Listen to Habitown on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Politicians are scrambling to try to please
All right, big dog. Let's do it.
Kelly, working for the site. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I got a piece of mail. It's basically about me endorsing Amazon and that I'm the reason stores are closing.
You are?
Yes, I am. People need to get off their couch and go to the store and shop. Stop being
You ready?
lazy. It could have been worse.
Yep.
It could have been much worse. You got off pretty easily there.
Yeah.
I hope she doesn't listen on the regular.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on
Oh, you fuck me.
anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh,
They have dreams.
there we go.
Into this 15-minute city. They would like to compress our lives into little neighborhoods.
Rabbi, I'm in trouble here.
All within a 15-minute range. There will be no more gas-powered automobiles.
Okay.
Swimming pools, no more driveways, no more grass. John Cobell, that really is their dream. Live 1 to 4.
Oh, it sucks to be you.
Anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, you're up 1-0.
What? 1-0, and then we do pull next.
You know I suck at it.
You're not terrible.
Oh, yes, I am. This is my worst game.
That's good. I mean, who's going to get the break?
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project
Rabbi gets the break.
Do you know what?
How about
Do you know what pocket pool is? It's a euphemism for masturbating.
Okay.
Is one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you want to see something? I mean, it's just funny. Look how sick this shot is. Did you see that, son?
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Word.
Cool. That was a 5 out of 10.
Oh, that was sick as fuck. What a shot! That was the best shot I've ever had in this game. Did you see that?
Yeah. I watched an episode of Survivor today.
And how was it, son?
Survivor Australia versus the world. So they have Australia versus there's There's 7 Australians and there's 7 people from different countries. There's 3 people from the US, and then they've got, New Zealand, Sweden, Finland, and South Africa.
Does everybody speak English?
Yeah. They have to speak English.
Good shot, dude. That was a great shot. No way. No way. You just fucked up majorly.
They have David on it, and
who the fuck is David?
From the episode we bought.
Gotcha. Do they have that one guy who was the speed skater?
No.
That would have been one of the best shots ever.
No.
Okay. I hope you win this game. So go ahead and do it. I want to be down 0-2. Dude, Zoot, you missed the UFC.
What?
Because I like comebacks. Zoot, you missed the UFC.
I did.
Yeah, dog. Did you watch any of it? No.
No.
Why not?
I didn't even know it was on.
It was UFC. It was UFC 319, and it was amazing.
Yeah, but there'll be UFC 320 in a couple months, right?
Like next month, September.
What was so special about this fight?
They had in the final match, the guy who won landed more punches than in any other UFC match ever. But it actually was a really boring fight. And if you're like, how is it that he landed all these punches, but it was a boring fight? All he did was wrestle the guy to the ground and then just punch him like barely. And all those punches count as like real punches.
Why was this fight so hyped up? Like, why was it so hyped up? Like, what was the hype behind it?
Like 2 guys who hadn't lost, or hadn't lost in a long time. Dude, you are playing so unbelievably well. Hit this shot, Zoot. Win it. If you make this shot, you win. Dude, Zoot, you just spanked me. I love it. That's what I'm talking about, son. I want to see the best shot.
2-0, but now we're going into one. I don't think I've ever beaten you on this.
Dude, look at the best shot. It was so good. All right.
I just left.
Why did you leave?
Oh, I didn't say the best shot because I was going into the next game.
Okay, that's fine. It was my shot, and it was amazing.
So this ends with and it ends with pass, but before that's literati. You know I can't bet you on literati.
You never know, son.
I was ready to see them. I definitely see other like alien-ish looking. Doesn't surprise me. What surprises me, I was never really that interested.
Rabbi, I want to get smarter.
Okay.
But I see all types of
Have you tried iodine?
Sometimes it's hard to
What's that?
them pressing in.
It's an element.
Vegas one time, and not a big participant.
And what does it do?
Increases intelligence.
Roger wanted to go eat somewhere, and
Has it been proven?
Just how I just felt energy, just pressing.
I think it has.
So just other, whether it be alien.
How do you take it?
It's in food like iodized salt, but you can also take iodine supplements. It's like I take it with like a dropper, and it tastes really bad. So a lot of times I'll put it in like grape juice or something. And if I recall, it needs to be in a liquid form or in like salt. And it increases intelligence.
Does it make you concentrate better?
I believe so.
I have deficits in attention that make me appear stupider than I actually am.
I think your Tourette's makes you appear stupider than you are.
It just seemed to be a shift for me and many people. I want to say a couple of my friends that I know really do.
Not just Tourette's.
I'm just saying that, that I can call and go, have you felt a shift? And one of the particular.
Do you have that thing on your arm?
She's like, and it was during the pandemic, and she's like, yes, I have.
No, but it's nearby.
Okay, well, go get it.
But a lot of people, have experienced alien phenomenon, right? And maybe that's just
Did I tell you that I kicked in public the other day?
Yeah, you told a group of people that you didn't know until you were 15 years old that you were circumcised because you'd never seen a man's penis.
I never really never really looked at another man's penis like that.
There's some type of beings that watch over us. And there may be a spirit of a city sometimes, like if it's a spirit of greed, but then yet there's always a counter spirit. I call it the flip side. It's more of a positive spirit. And so it's interesting.
Dog, are you seeing this master class?
The chakras of the,
Look, I knew what circumcision was before that, right? But I didn't know I was circumcised.
Okay.
We did a beautiful logo. He had done the logo for a lot of sports teams, well-known guy. And it wasn't my building, right? Which is kind of silly. Look, it's released it. So you're going to do this beautiful logo, this beautiful, not logo, mural. And the mural is a city.
I showed Riser this thing. It's fucking amazing, and it's going to be a game changer for my stream. So I was watching this Joe Rogan, and I saw that there was this thing that summarized the whole show, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Like, it gave timestamps and like a really nice summary, and it was like this website. And so all you do is go to the website, and it'll summarize any YouTube video for you. And so I put this 8-hour video of mine in there, and it summarized it so well. It talked about the Amazon rainforest and AI, and then this music concert that I did. It was like, and it was super accurate. And every single song that I sang, it had it in there like a playlist.
You think it's going to be difficult for you to get this shot?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because it was up against the wall and it's got a bunch of balls in the way, and I just helped you. Zoot, if you win this game, you will be up 0 games to 3. 3 games to 0. Are you gonna go though?
Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful shot!
Rate that shot out of 10.
7, not 10.
That was a 0 out of 10.
Are you ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah, you pretty much won.
And then I started to, then I briefly kind of had a lengthy
You can't. I don't think that is a hard shot. That's pretty simple.
I think it was tough.
2-1. 2-1. Now we're going into Match Monsters.
And they said to me, and they were in their perfect form as human beings. My grandmother was an original Radio City music.
Okay.
Wow, her nickname was Legs.
Grass Fire Type. He goes Grass Fire Type as well, and we get the worst fucking background for Grass Fire. Oh fuck! Whoever gets to go first has a massive advantage here.
Height of their body and their form when they were in the screen with me, and they said to me, "We are here for you."
That is a very good start.
I agree.
So grateful, and I woke up deep, like it was a twilight sleep, but it was such a permeable memory. And I love the fact that
Zoot, slap yourself. Zoot, slap yourself.
I just hold my hair.
Don't do that. You run out of hair. Just flick your hand.
Fuck. That was dumb.
And it was in this interesting communication on this like 12-hour flight. And I absolutely loved it. Do you feel that that was like a visit?
No, that was dumb.
Was it because I had tried to communicate with this other being thing in this child that they came through, or could you tell
Zoot,
me feel about
you
that?
just made a noise. Flick yourself.
I did. First of all, it is beautiful, and it seems like they tied together. That they came through for you. But is it a visitation? I give instructs in ways to know. Are you having a visitation versus a vision? And one of those is how do you remember?
Are you proud of that shot?
And you seem to remember a lot of details, right?
Sure.
Exactly what the thing. And to me, that's a visitation. And I go through that. Spiritual Veil has like groups of 11, and so ways to tell which it is. The point probably is
Genius.
Flick yourself, Zoot.
And they were sending out love.
No, I am a genius. Romantic.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
If the whole plane shifted, did the child calm down or not? Because it feels like that's what they were communicating to you. But it was also
I got fucked on the fucking
whatever was
brain.
going on with that child, you were needing some protection around you too, because you had tried to get in touch with what was going on with that child to say, calm down. And so and how do you feel about that? Your aunt and your mother come through.
Do you think they'll ever get killed for Tourette's?
Yes.
Yeah, there's some connection there, but it was
Really?
afterwards.
Really?
Visitation. It really felt like a visitation, and the depths. And I just feel.
There's a woman in Australia, she was in high school,
It's been a tough year.
when she had it 16, 17, but it was when I was in high school, and she had a very severe form of Tourette's, and she was on 60 Minutes, and she had surgery.
And did it work?
A lot of the spirits that are
Yeah.
through, and I already said it once, but for the past 2 years, they
I don't need surgery.
emphasizing to me loved ones or spiritual guides.
Dude, I've seen these people on TikTok. They need that surgery.
That I'm here for you, and to know that we have those working on our behalf
Do you think?
in a different frequency, so to speak, our loved ones, and for us to know that.
You think the surgery, it's I don't know, it's a risky surgery. It could make you brain damaged.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Let's go to our callers. We've got first time.
Oh, baby. Are you ready for this move, Zoot?
Welcome to the show, Patricia. Thanks for calling in.
What's the severest Tourette's you've seen?
This girl on TikTok, she can't even talk without saying the F word.
That would be fun.
No, she says like the N word. She says all kinds of bad words.
Oh shit! Is she black?
No.
Oh.
Oh, fantastic. That's over 30 years, you realize.
I mean,
I've been up here for about 8 decades.
doesn't Tourette's give you the N word buff?
It does not, but okay.
In the right neighborhood, it does. In the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, people will still fuck you up. Zoot, if you beat me here, oh no, I won the last game. So it's 1-2. You could beat me here though. You have the lead. And you've evolved.
Yep.
Are you proud of your evolution?
I mean, there's no bonus, so that pisses me off. Kind of best thing I can make here is this.
You think that was a good move?
Yep.
I do too.
Oh, that was not a. That's good for you. That's very good for you.
I don't know why you think it was good for me.
Look at the Fire Emblem is.
Oh baby. But that's good for you.
There's literally no move I can make that helps either of us, really. Oh, fuck, I just helped you.
Yes, you did, son.
But you might have helped me.
Nope, not at all. I did not help you at all. None of those are good moves. You're done. Oh, you helped me even more.
I fucked myself even more. The only thing that I can say is you haven't evolved.
That's true. What do I do, Zoot?
What? Yeah, that was good. Did nothing.
I think so. You're up, pimp. Dude, Zoot, my bots created a clip of a guy earlier today, or actually like 5 days ago, but he came into my Discord today and was just yelling and yelling and yelling. For 3 hours, he was in here and just kept leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. And I was fine with it, but eventually it was annoying people. So I banned him, but he was so pissed off. By far the most pissed off person I've ever had in here. Ever. Like, he was so pissed off. It was unbelievable. Oh, is that a good one?
No.
Oh, that was a good move, Zoot. Very smart. Zoot,
Hey, you can do a big hit here.
Thank you so much for your call, Patricia. Really appreciate that. Let's go to one more call for the break.
Doesn't matter.
A couple minutes
Oh fuck! How did you take out a whole row?
The red ones do that. They take out a whole row.
That would be a dumb move. That would just help you. My best move there would do that.
Are you
But
sure?
get an extra move.
Are you sure?
She asked that question because it's one of the things that I talk about a lot. We keep it really brief, but looking at life
I mean, it's not really going to help you that much.
all of our lifetimes, and then looking at what's your life purpose, then what's your mission statement of how you're going to implement that.
This is going to be big for you. This is going to be big for you. A heal.
A heal.
And
we're back to even.
No.
Good connection and helping others deal with grief, not just grief from loss of a loved one, although that might be it, but also grief, and it feels purpose to me from soul, not just
baby.
From soul and this lifetime also. And somebody who goes through grief.
What do I do?
Loss of a job or whatever it is.
I go like this.
Some things that have prepared you to be really adept at handling others deal with grief.
What's going to happen?
Does that resonate with you?
It just gave me 3, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, that was a total waste.
Yeah, that's a beautiful collie.
A giant waste.
And we're going to take a quick break and be right back with your call. And
Zoot, that was a giant waste. And you get an extra turn. Extra move. Dog, Zoot, you might win. Are you proud of this?
That was a good game. You gonna evolve? Why did you choose that one?
Because I'm sick.
Bye-bye.
Yo, pimp.
I'm gonna just stand up next week.
I know you are. I'm excited for you. Are you going to record it?
If you're not sleeping.
No, you just record it. You don't have to live stream it. Just record it. What don't you understand about just recording it?
Rabbi, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. You fucked up majorly. Oh, but you got it.
Did I?
No, you didn't at all. That was baller. How'd you like this move, though?
Yeah, it was okay.
You're up, Zoot. Are you going to go? Zoot, are you going to record your stand-up?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So I'm trying to concentrate.
Okay.
I'm trying to concentrate.
All right, we'll concentrate then, dog.
If I move that up, then that helps you. Best thing here is this.
Are you sure that was the best move? Because then I'm allowed to make this move, and then I can do this move.
I can do that.
Do you think that was a good move?
Yeah.
Oh, that was really good. That was really good.
We're kind of tired. Okay. Extra move. The advantage I have is I have more varies than you. Okay. Finish that up.
Eat berries. You're up, Zoo. Whoa, 4 in a row. That was baller, Zoo.
Listen to Astray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
How much do I need? How much do you need to win?
Are you proud of that move? Oh no, it made the green one disappear.
I didn't see that.
Zoo, you're
I'm not proud of that move.
You're basically on the. Oh, what a move, Zoo! Zoo with the.
Yeah, but you can still kill me in one hit.
No, I can't.
You can.
No, I can't. I don't. I haven't evolved. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Zoo? Look at this move, Zoo.
No matter what I did, I was fucked.
Zoo, what are you gonna do?
Oh, fuck.
Are you proud of that move, Zoo? Zoot, you are one move away from losing. Look at those berries. Look at this move, Zoot. Zoot, kick yourself. Flick yourself, Zoot. Zoot, did you flick yourself?
Yeah.
Bookstores, your physical stores in Dallas. Whereabouts in Dallas? So in the mid part of Dallas, we culled it down to one store, just because of a lot of reasons. One being we're in the Bible Belt, and we got one of the stores they didn't want us doing readings anymore. And I just wasn't going to find it. It's very interesting, so we'll talk about it sometime. But we culled it back down to one. And
oh no.
And all these
Zoot.
we have them all.
Zoot, what are you going to do, son?
We have different events and readers, and it's a great store. It's been a really good experience. A lot more online.
Best move ever.
What are you going to do? Zoot, what are you going to do, son?
Yeah, and you also have a podcast, right? My Soul Turkey. Is that right? So it's so what we've had, and it's on a bit of a hiatus. And so we've had some. Listen, you have to come on. We've had some really good guests. We took a break from it. Check it out. Like Matthew McConaughey was on. A lot of different quantum physicists.
Oh, you are in trouble.
Books and a lot of people from the metamagical, but yet not necessarily.
Rabbi, the only thing about you that the only thing about that is, oh yes,
you're done.
Oh no,
you're done, son. It's over for you.
2-2.
2-2, son. 2-2, son. We've got a ballet going, pimp. We've got a ballet going, pimp.
I can bet you up robots now that I know how to play.
Are you sure?
Do you remember what happened last time I played robots?
It was amazing. You killed yourself with the first shot.
Do you think we're gonna do the same thing here?
No. Are you gonna go? Are you going to choose a guy, or are you just going to keep jerking yourself off raw? Did you know we're playing Neo City Pimp? Dog. Did you know we're playing Neo City? Dog. Oh. What happened?
My hip.
You might want to look in your chart just really briefly or have someone take a peek. We are in right now where Jupiter and Venus are conjunct. It's primarily like the 11th and 12th, but that's where they come very close to each other. Like you put your arm up into the sky and put your pinky finger out.
Oh, you just shoot yourself.
Jupiter and Venus are about to touch each other. They're about an inch apart. On the 19th, the crescent moon's going to join them. So it'd be a great time for you to just sit down and I can give you an idea where you're good at teaching. And I'm not sure if it's teaching
Stay up.
a trade or teaching in a school, but you have a good way of putting things. And that good fortune,
You're in trouble
the reason
there.
I brought that up is because Venus is about love and beauty. And
Oh my God.
Conjunct being a good time to bring, it's about your good fortune. So to bring about love and beauty, things that we want to praise or awareness of right now in the world, would be a good time, for you to be manifesting.
Yo, pimp.
What I got is something to teaching or presenting, some sort of classes. And I don't know if that's purpose. Purpose may be.
You're done, son.
But the means to get to the purpose feels like some sort of teaching. Or you could just spread some of that good fortune around and help people out. It's absolutely service. It's a great way.
I wonder if this in the background actually says anything in Japanese. Oh, what a great shot. Zoot, are you going to beat me?
That's smart, move.
Thanks, baby.
But I don't know if
I need that health. Let me get that health.
If your identity is stolen, a lifelong U.S. face restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all lifelong plans are backed by the $1 million.
Oh, you got the health?
Meaning lifelong will reimburse you up to the limits of
but I
your
want.
plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your
Yes, you did. 2 to 3. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, great too.
Yeah, but you know you're taking
There you go.
you know that this is my game, and I'm better than everybody we've ever played at it. You know I'm better than everybody we've ever played at this game. I want you to win, but you're not going to do it with a shit shot like that. That's a garbage shot. Garbage. Garbage shot, Zoot.
Oh, what was I fucking thinking? I played this game how many times and I didn't even fit?
Doug, I don't know. All I know is that we've got a hole-in-one right here. Did you see that? Zoot, you're done.
Has either of us, has anyone gotten a hole-in-one on that? Huh?
I have. It's hard. What did you think of that shot, Zoot?
Can you get a hole-in-one on this with what, three players?
Maybe. It depends where the hole is. Thank you. You helped me. I have a chance to make it in the hole. Oh, dog. You need one of the best shots of your entire career here. Get it. Oh. So you're down 2 holes to none. I've got you right where I want you. Zoot, I've got you right where I want you. What are you going to do, Zoot?
It's been a while. My memory's not that great. Well, you said something to me at the very end, and I didn't have time.
Zoot, what are you going to do? Are you proud of this shot? Are you proud of this shot?
But you told me that line that whatever breaks me is going to make me. I can't remember what you said. Whatever doesn't break me makes you stronger. Maybe that. Whatever breaks me is going to make me, or I can't remember what she said. What was the point of it, though? What was the question? Because I ended up breaking my leg really badly almost 5 months ago. I'm still recovering from it. Did you pick up on something like that?
Think about you all the time.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. That's really sweet of you.
Okay, well, we'll go to the next question then. Okay.
Zoot, make it. Make it. Dog. That was amazing.
Should I come back?
Yes. But not on this hole. As you know, I haven't lost on this hole to you or anybody in like 100 straight games.
I think helped you. Right. Ready for the greatest bet you ever seen?
Yep. Zoot, I'm so good at this hole.
That was the shot I was meant to make.
It's over, Zoot. It's 3-3, son.
What's next? Table soccer?
I think so.
Well, you know you suck at table soccer.
I'm better than you are at it.
Sometimes you are. Table soccer is like most mixed game. Because sometimes you do really well with it, sometimes I do better than you.
Right, it's a loud sound too, or something like that. So, as she said earlier, there's no such thing as coincidences, right, Michelle?
Right. So that branch falling, when we have strong energy and we focus all of our energy, Ruth, in a certain area, focus, strong intention. Then if you
Look how good a shot this is.
And there's focus, strong intention, things can happen. We can create thought forms. I 100% believe you that you're not trying to send anger, but we can get angry sometimes. A couple of things.
Look how good a shot this is. Look at this shot, Zoot. I just made it look like a professional. You're done. It's 3-3, son. It's 3-3, son. Table soccer's next. Zoot, are you ready?
So I love that you're responding in love. So I did want to mention that. Managing our own energy, because when we're super empathic,
Zoot, are you ready, pimp?
Want to say that we can't do this or we can't do that. We're told
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
we can step into changing the form of energy. And so that branch falling was representing a need for divine and a need for space and a need for you to have better boundaries.
I'm going to try to score right here.
Say, my friend, that you let people run all over you. So just you're speaking that into existence. So try to roll that back and say, you know,
You're up, pimp.
unconditionally, I will love unconditionally, but not keep admitting that that's
No way you make this.
And you seem to have such a loving spirit.
Now you're gonna. You might be asking, why would I make that move?
It doesn't really fucking matter to me because I'm about to score. Oh fuck.
Now you might be thinking, why did I make that move?
Dude, just do it. Just go. Just do it. Go. Go. Terrible shot. You got so fortunate. Last pass, son. Last pass, son. No way you score. That was a big time goal, dog. All right, you ready for this?
Look how good my defense is.
You're up, pimp. Look at this pass. Did you see that pass? Now you ready for this goal? What are you going to do, Zoot? I'm going to get this ball exactly where it needs to go. Whoa. You're up, Zoot.
And it being that cubic internal structure, there's something. Now, of course, you're a doctor if you're having snoring issues or anything like that. That is fascinating. Yeah, it has to do with this, what you just mentioned, this universal thought form.
What a pass. Zoot, look at this pass. Zoot, did you see this? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? You're up, pimp. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud of that shot? No way. Zoot, fuck you. That was garbage. You're up, pimp.
To help us, and we can create thought forms that potentially we shouldn't be creating, depending on how we're thinking and how much energy and focused energy we're putting into something. Going back to those candles I talked about when I was too angry, and I probably created a thought form that was not for my best. That's good. Worst anyone else's, and that's not like me. I mean, I want to be loving, but I was, so that's a thought form. And so
I'm gonna win.
We have a whole chapter on that, and the way you can create thought forms. You want to obviously be very responsible because the karmic return of creating. Right. I was going to ask that. So 100% being, but thought forms.
Right, they shut out.
The golems and the topos have been used for a long time when people. But a thought form, for instance, of just for a time, maybe someone was bullied. They may have a little.
That was a 0 IQ move.
Dude, it was a very high IQ move. Now go. I'm going to show you why it was a high IQ move. Right here.
Handling bullies and helping with the underdogs. But creating these thought forms, you want to be careful. But I do, you can't create them for good. And when they serve the purpose, they go away. But if we do believe that we create our reality, which I do, then we need to.
Dude, that sucked.
I mean, especially when we say.
I told you it was a 0 IQ.
Like, oh, you're great at manifesting. I believe we all manifest. It's just what do we right? We got a for that makes sense. Yes. Yeah. Do you
But you got lucky.
What do you mean? I'm good, baby.
You got lucky.
Zoot, watch this pass. Zoot, are you ready for this? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Ready for the greatest move you think?
Yeah. That was dog shit. I've never seen a worse shot in my life.
But defense is still good.
That's another. That's a bad shot. Really bad. Awful shot. Awful. Can you make it from there? Oh. Zoot, are you ready for this move? Zoot, are you ready for this move? Look at this pass, Zoot. I'm going to bounce it off of the wall, off of your guy, and into the goal. Almost. But I've got a huge advantage on you. Maybe one of the greatest advantages in the history of humankind. Oh, Zoot. Oh, Zoot. Are you sure you wanted to do that, son? Look at the scoreboard, Zoot. Look at the scoreboard. Do you want to take a picture of it? No way you hit this. Zoot, look at this move. Did you see this pass? Zoot, are you ready for this goal? Are you going to go? Zoot, you're done. You're done. You're not going to score. You're going to mess up. Big time. Big time. What a giant mess up. Now watch this move, Zoot. This is a pass for the ages. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, yeah. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you just got it. Look at the score. Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. 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 Oh, no. No way, Zoot. Don't miss. You missed. I can't believe you missed.
All right, what is it?
Hang on. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. It's 3-4.
Who's winning?
Me. So I got table soccer, robots, pole, and Ocho, which is Uno. And you got Crown, mini golf, and match masters.
You mean
3-4.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Going into bounce.
I'm gonna make it 4-4. You've never beaten me in bounce.
I have.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, when we first started playing, you didn't know how to play.
Okay, maybe when we first started.
Oh, that was terrible by you.
Thanks, dog. Do you see I have the lead?
Fuck, you got really lucky there.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it?
You got a lucky break.
Dog, what do you want me to do?
Someone come back.
You just got destroyed, son.
I'm coming back. But I fucked up.
It's over for you.
I fucked up. Rabbi, do you know how I fucked up?
How'd you fuck up?
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they
On the star.
Tune in as Payne Lindsay lays out the crime in true Up and Vanish style.
Okay, I am on. I am so close to you.
Dude, you're not gonna win.
I'm literally on the same.
Cool story, dog. Do you like? I like it when you were telling me that story. I really liked it. Yeah, you got smoked, son. 4-4, and it's bowling, and you suck at bowling.
It's Rabbi. You go first.
You go first, son.
I have a feeling I'm gonna.
You're up.
I'm going first.
Go.
I have a feeling I'm going to do really well here.
Well, I think you're wrong.
I have a feeling this is going to be a spare. Fuck! As long as he doesn't get a strike or a spare, we're good.
You know I'm going to get this, son. You know I'm a pimp.
Right. I need to get a strike. Or we're bad. I need to get a spare or it's very, very bad. It's very, very, very bad. How much does spare give you?
It's complicated. Usually 10 plus 10 for the first part of the next game. Whoa, I almost got it. Zoot, you're done, son.
Does the spare give you as much as the strike?
No. Zoot, you're done.
How much does the strike give you?
10 plus 10 for the next two shots.
Right, you gotta go spare. So I need a strike here to come back. You ready?
Yes, sir. You need this. And you got it. That was one of the biggest shots of your career. Too bad. Oh, Zoot.
I need 3 strikes.
No, you're doing really well. You get an automatic 10 points here.
If I get a spare, we're in the game.
Zoot, you could win.
I get a strike.
You just blew a huge opportunity.
You won. Regardless.
Not necessarily.
Alright, I gotta go. We'll come back.
No, dude, you said you were going to be here. You don't have to do shit.
Yeah, I don't. Take me a break.
How long of a break do you need?
10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you a 15-minute break, but you better be back in 15 minutes. Do you understand? Zoot. 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 Zoot, do you hear me? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, do you hear me?
So if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council. Tell yourself every time you feel different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmind.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council. I think calling people morons, idiots, cretins, imbeciles works far better in convincing them that they're wrong and I'm right. It'll handle, which is why the show does so well. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Yes, I understand that if you increase the cost of labor, that cost has to be offset somewhere. Okay. But no, I don't think it should always fall on the shoulders of customers. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Try to call the cancellation department. You're in that loop. Are you sure you want to leave? Why do you want to leave? Where are we going to keep you? They'll handle. My family was just hacked to death, and we don't need a phone anymore. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It is just hard to believe how absurd the world is. Social worker. There's a crazy guy frothing at the mouth. He's holding a knife. He's about to plunge it into my neck. Hey, can I get a social worker? John Cobalt. Is there an ambassador available? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. During the break, you have to tell me the difference between placentia, and placenta. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Hello and welcome to Coast AM. I am Lisa Gar, and it is a true pleasure to be with you this evening in the dark, dark night of Hollywood. which is where I'm sitting right now in this beautiful studio. I drove out of my driveway tonight and there wasn't a light to be found. It's very dark tonight. So in the night, we will get to listen to fascinating conversations. Later on, we're going to have Michelle Welch on, who is actually a licensed attorney in the state of Texas. But her new book is called Spirits Unveiled, a fresh perspective on angels, guides, and ghosts. I have no idea where the word precious just came from. And my first guest, we are talking about fascia. If anybody knows what that is, raise your hand. Fascia is this beautiful layer right beneath the surface of the skin that holds all of the memory of your life.
Just gym, dude.
Encoded in your body.
Just have superior DNA, obviously. Not that hard. Oh my god. Like, I'm reading the post that she did. I don't know if anybody else plays with Greek, but I did start off with YouTube. Kind of fishing here, don't mind me. I just heard things are fun. Okay, back to fishing. Okay, I don't know how many people from that stream and viewers are still here.
Zoot.
So,
You need 10 more minutes?
no.
Are you ready to lose?
Ready to win.
So you're going to get your ass taken.
Hey, why is my phone? I've had my phone on charge for 20 minutes and it's only on 6%. Why is that?
Because you have a lot of apps open. Zoot, are you ready to lose, son?
I don't really give a flying fuck about your battery so long as it continues to work. All I care about, which I care, is that you accept the invitation that I just sent you. Have you accepted it, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I had 20 apps open. I had like 22 apps open.
Okay.
Sex. Shouldn't have said that. You probably stole it.
After I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Fuck you on.
Yeah, I just looked you in the face and smacked you.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back next round now.
It's over for you, son.
Rabbi, do you think you can win?
I know I'm gonna win.
And also the story probably out there. Welcome, Lisa. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Where are you calling from?
Right now, I'm in.
What do you think of the Malcolm in the Middle reboot?
I know it's late in the night, but it's probably beautiful. Is it dark out there?
Whatevs. People like that show.
Do you watch it?
Probably not. But I will watch the paper, the new Office.
New Office?
Word, dog.
When?
The first 4 episodes drop, I think, next month. It's on Peacock, and it's called The Paper. It's about a paper, and the the guy Oscar is going to be on it, the accountant.
What we found was that water is actually not in a liquid state. It's in a gel-like state. Right? Like a plastic, right? It's like a
Dude, remember that time? What'd you say, Pimp?
My phone, every time I put it on charge, it's not charging.
Okay, well, remember that time I sent you an invitation and everybody was waiting you to accept it? Do you remember that time? Do you remember that time? Doc, do you remember that time?
It was for a gang called Blocks that neither of us like.
That's true. Welcome, how you living, Pimp? Hello? How are you? Hope you're having a good
You're
day.
annoying. That person is annoying.
They're
How do you make it go faster?
You pull it down.
They actually can't find long-term memory in the brain. Isn't that interesting? Tell me a little bit about that. I believe that it's stored inside of our fascia. So, if our fascia is water, you can actually store
You help,
inside of water.
Rabbi. I think you help me.
Okay, that's great, man. I'm here to help people, baby.
Yes, exactly. So what they're doing is they're putting water next to like a coin or
Hank.
next to a picture.
Hank, what?
They freeze it and
Hank.
they put it under a microscope.
Pink.
And when they do that, they see that the water
Yeah, it's free in a row. Yes. Yeah, free in a row.
So you just fucked me.
How did I fuck you?
You just did, dude.
How could I fuck you when we're on the opposite sides?
Because anything that you make goes to my side.
Ah. Oh. I didn't know that.
Okay, well now you do.
Oh, fuck.
Same thing. So, our body is, as you're equating fascia with plasma, the same thing. That's how you put this on.
What rank playing blue?
Let's go.
I don't know. She was 10, wasn't she?
What is your story? Where did you?
Yeah. How did you go down so far? I
Because
wish she was 100.
why do you want her to be 100?
That's where I found her.
You found her at 100?
Yeah, she was at 100.
Oh, you propelled her all the way up to 4?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you a member of her OnlyFans?
Her free one, yeah.
At the same time, I was a personal trainer, I was a stretch therapist, I was trying.
She's not on OnlyFans anymore. She's mental life.
I was mentor with a chiropractor. I was literally trying everything that I possibly could to learn about the body. And was whatever I was doing would take,
She's bad for my OnlyFans.
Why?
Didn't feel right to me. I just feel like I was addressing the whole body. I felt like there was a missing piece.
She
and it really started to make me think.
Posted videos at the gangbang about people's consent.
All right, Zoot.
Well,
You're up 1. You're up 2. Hold on. 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. Your lead. 3-3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4, 6-4, 7-4. Zoot, it's 7-4.
Okay. What happens on OnlyFans is when you do contact with someone, they need to also have an OnlyFans account so you can put them there as well.
And not all 1,000 of those guys had OnlyFans accounts?
There were some people that she posted of didn't have OnlyFans account, so they banned her. You should get consent from everyone to upload the video.
Is she permanently banned?
Yep.
So how does she have a free OnlyFans?
I said I was. That I was.
Oh, so she's totally done?
I have no idea.
But essentially, different parts of the body have a tendency to hold certain emotions and certain characteristics.
But she's making money from other avenues besides from OnlyFans.
So, each part of the body is responsible for something. And when I'm working with somebody, if they tell me that they have pain in a certain area, I immediately know kind of what's going on. Okay.
He was making $4 million a month on OnlyFans though.
What is that equated?
Are you proud of her?
So you can kind of decode what's going on in your body based on what's going on in your emotions, right? Yes, exactly. Like if we look at it, so the right side of the body is the masculine side, which is more,
Are you proud of her?
physical, it's more the father.
Yeah, that's talent.
Good for you, bud.
And then you've got the feminine side of that.
Oh, what are
I
your...
was
Internal self. They're more spiritual.
not expecting that. The other fucked
Zoot, are you done? Is it over for you?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, son? Son, what are you gonna do?
There's one move I can.
Son, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible move. It's over. It's over.
I'm fucking fucked up.
8-4, son. 8-4.
Wasn't paying attention.
8-4, but this is my worst game.
What I mean by that is when you fly really high up in an airplane, what happens to your ears? They pop. They want to pop, right?
Are we gonna play?
Fuck yeah, we're playing. Are you ready, Zoot?
Are we gonna play? Are we gonna play bingo as well?
We play everything, dog.
Roll a one. Roll a one.
Pressurized system. And as a pressurized system, I want you to think of it kind of like a balloon, as an example. Okay, your skin is the balloon, and inside you've got this pressure, and outside you've got this pressure. If I tighten your balloon in the front,
Don't roll a 1 or a 6. There you go. There we go.
so if you've got back pain, a lot of the time it's actually not coming from the back, it's coming from the front. Because the body is a balloon.
Oh, Zoot, you're in trouble. Zoot, you're in giant trouble.
And so the outside of the balloon is the rubber part is the
Zoot, you're in giant amounts of trouble.
it is the most dense part of fascia. Okay.
Zoot, you know you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, because the outside
And you got fortunate there.
right? It's harder, it's more dense. The more you go into the body, it basically turns into a gel-like state. And I encourage everybody to go onto YouTube after this discussion and look up fascia magnified 25 times. What you're gonna see in that video is they cut open a forearm, and inside the forearm you're gonna see these tubules of water. They're like plumbing pipes of water, and you can see that they connect to each other. And when there's a movement or an emotion or a thought, this connects and connects to another part. And so these tubules of water is really what the fascia is, and it's constantly changing based on the emotions, the thoughts, the breathing, the postures that we hold.
This game is the worst.
When you have trauma to a specific area or emotional trauma, and this, what makes this particular water, these tubules of water, change their structure, which then
You better watch out, Zoot.
yes, like think of it like this. When we listen to sad music, how do we feel? Sad, right? When we listen to exciting music, we feel excited. So
Oh, big time, Zoot.
the vibration.
Big time, Zoot.
It creates geometrical shapes. So everything around us is reading at certain frequencies. So emotions are frequencies, thoughts are frequencies, the sounds around us, the behaviors around us, everything is a frequency. When that
Oh, big time, Zoot.
changes the geometrical structure And so, for example, if I'm angry all the time, what happens when you're angry? Like,
Kind of annoying.
contracting, right?
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
I think that wasn't the best move I could make.
Oh, baby. Bye.
I knew that was not the best move I could make. 6 on the board again, and then if I roll a 1, I'll be happy. Actually, no. Oh, Rabbi, this is not good. No! Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, now you get it.
And the body is doing this thing where it is changing its structure.
I made a mistake.
Happens to attract more of that where
Rabbi,
things are going to go wrong.
you're at a massive disadvantage.
Where people are going to cut you off on the freeway. Does it resonate out there more?
You think you're good, Rabbi?
I'm amazing, baby. That was a terrible move.
Why didn't it let me choose?
I don't know. What are you gonna do, son? Oh, fuck you, dude.
And I'm sick again?
What are you gonna do?
So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is this tuning fork effect. So you're tuning to the frequencies around you. So your environment will affect your frequency.
No way.
So what I find is
What are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, son?
I think the best movie to say. I made a little bit of a mistake.
Baby, you're done.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
Okay.
You start thinking about red cars, you're going to see more red cars. If you start complaining and seeing
Ready?
Yep.
particular activated system is going to filter all the good things, and it's going to only show you the bad things.
Big trouble here.
System, because there's so much information around us that we wouldn't be able to absorb all that information and perceive it unless we filtered some of it. And so this filter, if I see the world as a bad place, I will literally only see the bad things. If I see the world as a good place, I will see the good things. So first thing is, if my frequency is vibrating at a certain state, it will attract it.
Big dog.
Second thing is, this filter will literally make me only see what I want to see. Perfect.
Oh, fuck.
It's like
Big dog.
if you watch right-wing media, you're only going to see that side. If you watch left-wing media, you're only going to see that side.
Big dog.
It filters out.
It's over for you.
So then trains
Respond.
thinking, that way of thinking. So somebody who's
9 to 4, son.
things are going to go wrong will 100% attract that way of life to make themselves
Bingo.
essentially. But it goes deeper than that.
Yes, sir. Normal.
I might come back on bingo.
Dude, I mean, this is just a game of chance.
So in terms
Yeah.
of PTSD, you have something that has happened years and years ago, or very
Look at my board.
cast it as not think about it, but the body will constantly
What about your board?
vibrate.
Can't you see it at like the bottom? The ones that I have?
Any issue in the body has
Yep.
three components. There's a physical component, like let's say my knee hurts.
I have yet to get
I
anything.
can't see you on that.
I know.
Can't see you on that.
There's a mental component.
Oh, I just got a huge fucking wave.
Trauma stored inside of your body. Sometimes they'll go to talk therapy. Well, if we go to talk therapy, we're only addressing one of
Rabbi,
those
070?
categories.
Give me 070.
I haven't gotten a single thing yet. I still don't have anything, Zoot. You have a giant lead on me. Still nothing, Zoot.
Well, I haven't had anything in.
Zoot, I still don't have anything. Look at the lead you have on me. Still nothing, Zoot. Dude, Zoot, this has to be a record for me to not have gotten anything. Come on. Finally. Zoot, do you think you're going to win? Zoot, do you think you are going to win? You don't think you're going to win? You have a giant lead. Son, you have a giant lead. Dog, I want to fucking resign. I have nothing. Nothing, Zoot.
So, where does the body, your experience with bodies, where do you see the body holding you most? Physically.
Come on, Zoot. Give me something.
What is it you see in your experience?
Zoot, give me something. Zoot. Zoot. Is it over? Are you going to win?
I just hit 70.
Zoot, are you going to win?
And one of the reasons for this is because it's so unsafe to speak our truth in the world that we live in today.
I just hit it.
Yes. And so holding back my real thoughts and my real feelings about a situation, that pushes the energy down into my body. And when I push the energy down into my body,
There, do I have 23?
The jaw tightens. And as a result, when the jaw tightens, the hip tightens, and the ankle tightens, so it's all.
Rabbi, I'm very close to winning.
I know you are.
We're going to get back to this topic. This is fascinating. When we come back, you're going to continue.
Oh, you have a 4?
Yeah, baby, I have a 4 because I'm a fan with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
I have everything but a 4.
Okay. And that's a great story.
I have like 5.
And that's a really great story.
But can we have the same numbers?
I don't know. I think the card should be different so that we don't, but you never know.
I think we can.
Do you think we can?
Yeah.
But the cards could be different.
The cards are different, but we can have some of the same.
Okay. Do you think you're going to win?
Well, I don't know, 63.
Stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting Canadian.com/fightthevirus. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app.
Dude, do you think you're going to win?
Podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida began uncovering a dark secret.
A lot of girls knew about it. A lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it.
There was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls a way to make money. That man was Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system.
Zoot, I'm one away, baby. I'm one away. If I get I-21, it's over. And we might have the greatest comeback in the history of humankind in this bingo game, son. Perhaps the biggest comeback in the history of humankind. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dog, do you understand that you may be witnessing the greatest comeback in the history of bingo? B-I-N-G-O. 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 You might witness the greatest comeback of all time. Oh, dog. There was a farmer, had a dog, and bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O. 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 And bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer, had a dog, and bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O. Have you ever heard that song, Zoot? Zoot, have you ever heard the song Bingo? Zoot, I just need a D60. There was a farmer, had a dog, and bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O, 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 and bingo was his name. Oh, Zoot, you came so close to losing. Zoot, are you going to win? There are 20 balls left, Zoot. This game is coming closer and closer for you to lose.
I'm trying to check if I haven't lost anything.
It's over, baby. It's over. It's over, son. 10 to 4.
Hang on, I think I missed. All right, what do you want?
It's 10 to 4, son. It's 10 to 4, son. 10 to 4, son.
Is there a 42?
I don't fucking know. I'm already done. 10 to 4, son. You just lost. You're up, dog. Everybody's waiting on you, son. Dog, are you gonna go? Dog, are you gonna go? Zoot, you know that you have an invitation? Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
So bingo is just a game of chance.
That's what I said.
Rabbi, you know I fucked up hard, right?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, son?
I mean, you just did 7 damage. Okay. Rabbi.
Oh, no.
Well, you take a big fucking hit here. Okay. Okay. It's going to be a big hit. Big hit here. Big hit here. I think that was a smart move, you going there. But the thing is, Rabbi, I'm going to take a little bit of damage here. I'm going to take a lot of damage here because you can't beat me here. You cannot beat me on this one.
Is it over?
You just took a big L, but it's not over. You took a big L, but it's not over. You are in big trouble though. But you have more bonuses. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You just won.
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it?
Get a smaller dick.
Not gonna happen, baby. It's over, baby. 11 wins to 4. And now it's archery. We're going to play 5 rounds to get greatest opportunity to win.
One simple thing can help change this for a hungry child in America. Good, healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals at home to hungry kids so they can build better futures.
We want to ensure that all of our kids have healthy meals every day. Thank you.
Zoot, you have a chance to take the lead. What are you going to do? His first shot, folks, is a huge miss. Giant miss. Got a 6 on the first round. Very unimpressive, Zoot. Get it. Get it. Oh, Zoot. Yeah, it did. And he got a 1 that time. And now he got a 6. It's 22-13.
A 1's still better than a 0. But it's not good.
All of those are true statements.
I literally thought you were going to get a bullseye. The way you set up that shot, it looked like a bullseye.
I'm in agreement with you, son. Look at this move, though.
Bullseye.
That was terrible.
What was that?
That was terrible.
Holy
But Zoot, look at the score. Look at the score. Get a bullseye.
But when he got to my jaw, he said, "Now this is going to take
That wasn't bad.
because it is so long and the muscles are so."
All right, ready?
Yeah, dog.
Now this is a bullseye.
I don't know if that was a good shot.
All right, bye. Do you remember your shot here?
Are you going to go? Are you going to go? Hit can't.
Remember how I got a better shot?
Hit cancel. Hit cancel and they'll let you do it again. It's in the upper left corner. You didn't even. It's my turn?
Yeah.
Then the thing must have glitched.
Is your turn?
Word, dog.
Alright. What happened?
I don't know. There's some glitch. All I know, though, is I'm still beating you. And I'm not just beating you. Oh, dude, it glitched again.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a huge one.
All right, Zoot. Get 3 bullseyes.
An 8?
That sucks.
It's still higher than what you scored. That's higher than what you scored.
Zoot, just get a bullseye. 7, that sucks.
It's still higher than what you scored.
I mean, I'm unimpressed. All of that was bad.
Yeah, but that was your worst round.
Dude, the thing glitched. What do you want me to do?
Do that? Rabbi, you might have just played the perfect game.
I did not.
I mean, perfect round.
I did not. But I got 29, which is really good.
That's the perfect round.
No, 30 is a perfect round, son.
Yeah, but you know I'm not going to get a bullseye. So.
Oh, dude, you're not even coming close. You're not even coming remotely close. Not even close.
I won.
I don't think so. I think you actually lost. That was one miss. Two.
That wasn't bad compared to what I usually get. Rabbi, it's your shot.
I know, baby. That should have been a bullseye. Zoot. It's impossible for you to win, essentially.
But I do think that doing things is not the norm, as you said earlier, is that we tend to.
Are you going to make this?
Body and exercise is linear. I'm a cyclist.
If you get 3 bullseyes in a row, you still don't win. If you get a triple bullseye here, you would win. Get it. Get a bullseye now. All right. That makes 12-4, something like that. Hold on. You won Ocho. You won Pool. I won Carom. I won Match Monsters. You won Brawl Bots. I won Mini Golf. You won Table Soccer. I won Bounce Bowling, Word Box, Blocks, Disco, Ludo, Bingo. That's 10-4. Blitz League, 11-4. Archery's 12-4. Now Skee Ball, son.
Yeah, I've lost 9 games in a row.
And we're going to do it with multipliers. Just for you.
Rabbi, I've lost 9 games in a row.
Word, son.
How many of you won 9 games in a row?
That would make sense. I did not.
You can't hit the multiplier.
I did not do well though. So you have a chance to stop my streak.
You didn't hit the multiplier.
All right, well, get it, dog. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. Nope. Nope.
I played better than you still.
I'm unimpressed.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Why didn't you go for multiplier?
They're more extreme, they're more emotional, everything's amplified. And the reason why is because the kidney and the bladder are the 2 organs.
Oh, baby. Zoot.
When that zoot goes through a full moon cycle, it
Zoot.
pulls the water into those organs.
Oh.
I'm in front.
Yes, you are.
Each organ has an emotion. You've got fear that's
I'm in front, but I have a feeling that you're going to do something crazy here. Oh, fuck. Bro, this is bad. This is bad.
All right, big dog. Here we go, Zoot. Here we go, Zoot.
What? Did you say that?
I'm watching. Oh, that was close. Oh, you got 2 going at once? That was cray-cray. Zoot, it's over for you, son. It's over for you, son. Okay, but that's all right. It's over for you. You just lost your 10th straight game. It's 13 to 10, 4, something like that. And now we've got 4 in a
Yeah,
row.
but you suck. You suck at Connect 4.
I'd beaten you the last game we played. Are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're up, pimp.
Hey, Rabbi.
Everybody's waiting on you.
It's where that manifestation or that intention comes to its peak. And so based on where the moon is, your energy levels will change.
Rabbi, I can remember 9 numbers forwards and 7 numbers backwards now.
Amazing, dog.
You know, the average person can remember 6 numbers forwards and 4 or 5 backwards. I think it's 4 backwards.
That's really cool.
Our bodies, so we're going with this, and I know you'll follow with the whole list of shit to follow this. If the energy of our thoughts and our emotions impact the water of our body, and it also impacts the water of our planet, can we find ways to connect our bodies with each other?
I know you can remember a ridiculous amount backwards because you were.
Okay, cool story, dog.
An out-of-body experience or connection with an out-of-body experience that's elicited from movement.
How many numbers can you memorize?
I don't know. I'm focused on Connect 4 right now, dog.
This isn't a game that you need to focus that hard on.
Yeah, obviously you do. Doug, that's another win, son. That's another fucking win. That's 14 to 4. Now, Dono's, I don't even know how to play this. So, we're going to see points to win. Boneyard 14, son. You're up. Everybody's waiting on you, dog. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, what a terrible play.
Over time, I start to center myself back inside of my body. And when I become centered in my body, I can tap into this natural intuition. I can tap to the field. I may see auras or energy. I may feel people's emotions when they walk through. And so I really can tune into this supercomputer that we've been given instead of dumbing it down and pushing away these natural abilities. When we reduce stress in the body for fascial movers, we start to awaken these abilities. Go ahead. With that said, there are ways to reduce the stress so much that you come out of body. Because when you feel safe,
I just won.
Slap yourself, Zoot.
Oh, I just won.
You just said drugs for no reason. Slap yourself, Zoot.
I didn't say.
Well, you
I
said.
didn't say drugs.
Okay.
astral projections when people go to sleep and their soul or their
Zoot, you did really well that round.
Rabbi, do you know I was just clicking buttons?
Yeah, don't you know that's what we always do?
their soul will come right back to the body. In order to leave the body needs to feel safe. It needs to, and in order to
But I scored like nearly like
A perfect game.
true.
yeah, nearly. I should have beat you in the first round.
All right, go. It's over for you, son. Oh, fuck.
Really?
No.
I don't think I can lose.
That's actually very common. Sometimes the world around us is so stressful.
Are you sure about that, big dog?
There's just so much going on that we feel very mental.
With what I know.
I'm about to play one of the greatest moves of all time. You're done. Plus 12, baby.
Oh, I know how to play now.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
It's very hard to receive information if something feels
And so this association is very
You're in trouble.
Doug, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Probably gonna lose the next game.
It's over for you, Zoot. Oh, whoa. 53? All right, it's like 13-5. Backgammon. This game sucks.
You are fucking. And you're so bad at this next one. I think I could come back.
No way. Not even close.
Yeah, I can win back and down. I can win cribbage. I can win all these ones because a lot of these you don't know how to play.
Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off?
I have no idea. You have no idea how to play this game.
No one does.
It's simple.
Doug, no one knows what to do.
Actually have this perception of the world which creates the emotion and the physical tension. Or we can have physical things happen to us which then affect the mind. And so
How'd you like that move, son?
It sucked.
Meditation and visualization so powerful, but also when we move our body in certain positions, it's also powerful. It can also rewire everything. So we can do both mechanisms, and some people prefer to meditate versus some people prefer to move their body to meditate. And so
What are you doing?
I like having this choice to be able to.
How'd you get multiple things?
There's a lot of people who are listening who've had experiences through alien abductions and feeling large community, which is why this listenership is such a tight membership. Basically,
How do you keep getting double rolls?
you feel that you could decode in the body or
Give me a 1.
that feeling of abduction or that feeling of the unknown, could you actually release the emotion from it using what you do in the garage? Yes. And you got it. Yeah. So
Why do you take so long?
then it's going to tighten and react to everything around that. But if the body feels safe, it will relax and release everything, and then things don't seem so extreme. And so one of the fundamental things is to, if you do, let's say, 15 minutes of fascial maneuvers for the next 3 days, let's like keep it really small. If you did that, your body's going to come out of stress, and when your body's out of stress, it feels safe. And when you feel safe, the same fears. You see situations differently.
I'm going the wrong way.
If I feel unsafe,
No one knows.
I walk out into the most dangerous street in the world where I might get robbed or hurt or whatever, then my entire body's going to contract. But now I walk down that same street and I perceive myself as being safe because I've got a bodyguard or whatever.
100% I lost 20 kind of.
And so keeping the body in a state of safety is really important when it comes to how we react to the world around us. And so you have helped someone, or has somebody realized an abduction or something they've experienced when you've been working with them? An abduction, like an alien abduction? Yes. That's a good question. I don't think I have experienced that. I've never had somebody come up to me and say, this is what I imprinted. Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to get to more of that just a little bit after the break. Jason Handler, we're going to talk about paranormal experiences, fascial maneuvers. When we come back, and you're listening to Coast AM.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life.
Dude, F you, dude.
Of $5,000 to stock your class at iHeartRadio.com/teachers. Mix and match sets to create your own unique set cover that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, more happy with Game.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the reality docu-series We Love Meghan with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Next Wednesday, launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina of Hell and High Water. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 debut of the kids' animated series Barbie Mysteries. Season 2, the romantic drama My Life with the Walter Boys, as well as the new Netflix mystery comedy The Thursday
Dude, what the
Murder
fuck?
Club, starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan,
You
and
keep
Ben
fucking me up.
Next Friday, the premiere of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, The High School Catfish, as well as the new Spanish mystery series Two Graves. Next Tuesday on Hulu, the launch of the docu-series Ruby Red-Handed, stealing America's most famous pair of shoes. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the reality series Love Thy Neighbor. Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the documentary
You're up, pimp.
Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the music competition series
Dude,
K-pop,
fuck you, man.
as well as season 2 of the kids show Shape Island. Next Monday on Disney Plus, the debut of the movie Lego Disney Princess Villains Unite. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the streaming premiere of the movie The Friends, starring Bill Murray and Naomi Watts. Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus
Pimp.
Shipwreck Hunters Australia. Next Wednesday on Prime Video, a new action drama series, The Terminal List Dark Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Terminal List series. And next Thursday on AMC Plus,
You're up, pimp.
the Rick from the Headlines true crime series, Kidnapped, the Chloe Ailing story, starring Nadia Parks.
I couldn't make a move.
Yep. That's what happens when you suck dick.
A mini golf.
Yeah, there you go, big dog. You know what's up.
I still think I'm in front of you.
No way are you in front of me. Oh, you just fucked me, though.
What is your guy doing all the way back there?
Because you just kicked me back. Just like that.
Yeah, it's good.
Just like that.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm on the safe side. Now I'm winning. Now I'm winning.
Oh, that's a big one, dude.
Yep. Oh, I thought I was in trouble. 100. All right, now you can't get me. Okay, you can't get me.
Are you sure? Dude, F you, man. Zoop, flick yourself, son.
But there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Right. I just want people to see what I see. And I see cover-ups, and I see the possibility that a lot of people could get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm Io to Live Right, and this is Cover Story from New York Magazine. Season 1, Power Trip.
Power is seductive. We are humans.
I don't know why I can't get that guy. You're up, though. Oh, you fucked me. Fuck you, man.
It's impossible for you to win now.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You don't even know how to win.
Xfinity customers, iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio, and you'll be taken directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music,
Yo, pimp.
stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio to set the right mood. If the screen you watch those in your home and you never knew that it was one of the most popular ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Get out for
I'm back, baby.
What happened?
My internet hiccuped.
Rabbi, you can't win.
Okay, I mean, that's a really cool story that you're telling, but no one gives a flying fuck, Zoot.
Let's go again.
No, this game sucks.
Sorry, I mean, you just don't know how to play it.
Neither do you.
Then why am I winning?
What do you call the little triangle things?
Triangles?
No, shut the fuck up. All right,
Rabbi, you didn't score a single point.
dog. No one gives a shit. Okay, so you won. That's 2. I won. 2-2. Then Brawl Bocce won 3-2. Mini golf I won 3-3. Table soccer you won. That's 4-3. Bounce I won 4-4. Bowling 5-4. Word box 6-4. Plaque 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitz League 11-4. Archery 12-4. Skee Ball 13-4. 4 in a row 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. Backgammon 14-6. Cribbage time, son. Zoot, are you ready for cribbage, son?
Yo, pimp. Oh, I hate this game. Discard 2 cards into the crib.
Neither of us know how to play this game.
Not even close.
But do you know how to play?
No. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, well then go. It's my turn.
It's your turn.
Are you gonna go though?
Okay. I played a bad card. Oh wait. Rabbi? What does it mean to be get 31 points?
No one knows.
What does that mean?
No one knows. Oh, you did really well. I gotta run.
Did I?
Who's winning? You
Me.
are.
But I don't even know how I'm winning.
You're up, pimp.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
Let's go. Yep. I think. think I did the right thing.
No one knows.
Just saying.
And I just went.
Oh, you're in trouble.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from east of the
Okay,
Rockies.
pair plus 2. Run plus 3. Run plus 3. 15 plus 2. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. I have the lead on you, son. Because I'm a pimp with a big dick. All right.
What about?
You're up, Zoot. Calm down with your thoughts on what I should do.
I think I won.
Zoot, you're up.
Cool. Sorry. You fucked us. We both fucked up.
Yes, we did. 31.
All right, let's go 31.
You don't know what that means. Pair 2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. Pair 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. You retake the lead. Pair plus 2 points. Run plus 3 points. Run plus 3 points. That was a giant lead.
How the fuck am I even playing this game?
No one knows, Zoot.
Alright, bye. I got a really bad hand. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck.
We'll be right back. Listening to Lee Cigar on Coast to Coast AM.
I think you did really well though.
We'll see. Do I get those points or do you? Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. Run plus 3. Pair plus 2. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Nod plus 1. Pair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Who got the 3?
You're in front of me.
Yes, I am.
Right, it's your time. Oh my god. Rabbi, you might have just won.
You don't even know.
Consider diversifying a portion of your savings in the gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself.
Attention, business owners. This is Jason Evans. I spent the last 3.5 decades helping companies create serious.
Oh no, last card, 1 point.
Like never before. I built a serious training program called 3 Ways to Double Sales in 12 months.
Okay, pair plus 2. Oh no, you took the lead.
Just call your email address and we'll email you this phenomenal video training program.
You're gonna win.
I won. It's an incredible gift.
All right, it's like 15 to. I don't even remember. We've never made it to bankroll. So congratulations, you weren't as big of a bitch as you were last time. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Rabbi,
what up,
what
Pip?
about win? Rabbi, next I'm going to take Jakarta.
Welcome back.
Dude, you got a huge lead.
My guest is Jason Van Blurk. We're talking about human fascia. The fascia, that beautiful part of our body that holds the memory, has that code that holds emotion
Attack.
and mental abilities.
Zoot, are you ready for something? I guarantee you, I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get a 5 here. Dude, you've got such a big lead. Dude, you just went around the board better than I've ever seen anybody do it. Dude,
I have every.
you got everything, dog. Dude, I told you.
I don't want the railway station. That was your best move. Right. That was probably your best move.
Okay, pimp.
Do you know why it was your best move?
Why was it my best move, Zoot?
Because the only two things I don't have is brown.
It's over. It's fucking over. Oh, you can't buy that? You can't buy that? If you could have bought that, it's over. Oh, baby.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, baby.
Oh, fuck. It's okay. I still got every property with that one. If I get Kara, you're in trouble. I don't think I'm going to get Kara, but I think I'm going to get Delhi. That's huge. Oh, you just gave me my money back from what you stole from me.
People sometimes think that trauma is just a
Rabbi.
or something really extreme.
Yo, pimp.
But what about that moment when I'm 8 years old and I go to the candy store and I ask
You need to land on. Okay, you can't buy anything.
No.
Do I buy the hardware or not?
And so in that moment, I have anger and resentment towards my mother. And, that can be held in my body for 20 years.
I'm going to buy the hardware.
And I'm not even aware of it. And so I wanted to really touch on that sometimes, trauma is perceived as something extreme. It's actually
what properties do you own besides those two?
Dubai.
Oh, I just walked out.
Walk again or see again or have something work or function that didn't work before.
Yeah, I mean,
Rabbi, please land on New York.
Sometimes it even surprises me.
Please land on New York.
Seconds or minutes, but we have people all around the world who have reached out to us.
Please land on Madrid.
They've healed themselves from Parkinson's disease, dementia, Crohn's disease, autoimmune, scoliosis.
I was hoping you would land.
These are people who are doing our self-care programs, and they're healing themselves and reaching out to us, letting us know. So, there's so many things that can be healed and when we address all three components that we talked about earlier: the mind, the body, and the emotions.
Can we talk real quick about Human Garage? The website is humangarage.net, and when I met you,
Dude, I always do this. This game fucks me.
You go to jail.
This game fucks me.
Yeah, so we have an interesting story.
This is a fun game, though.
Get a 2 or a 3. That's what I'm talking about. And I need a 2. I need a 2.
I needed a 2.
You need a 2.
Ah, hey.
And then they would come back to us 6 months later when the problem was worse. And so what we realized was we were only enabling the
Rabbi.
the way to really help
Yo, pimp.
way to help people help themselves. So we closed down our clinic. We had a 3,000 person wait list. We
Nah,
shut down in
I feel like that wasn't a good move by you.
and we decided to
What should I have sold?
practice that people can do on their own, feel their own law.
Did what?
And this was in 2020. We went to the drawing board, started taking everything that we had learned, and we started creating maneuvers. And we started doing them on ourselves.
I need a
our bodies, and when we realized
5.
how powerful they were, we were like, we need to share this with people.
Give me a 2.
Alright, I need to land on belly.
I need a
Me too.
2. I need a 2 right here.
I need. Alright, I need a 1. Fucking hell.
That was good for you. I need a 1.
Yeah, I need a 3. 6 is good. 6 is really good. And another 6.
And another 6.
So whatever you want to contribute to our self-care programs, you can give $1, you can give $1,000.
Make a decision.
And by creating this model, it allows it to be accessible to people all around the world.
That was what I wanted. Dude, you went around the whole board.
So we're still able to achieve accessibility with this pay what feels right
Yeah, but you got Kara.
and help us.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we set up all of our self-care programs, so it allows us to go all around the world and share this.
You got Kara and you got that.
Oh.
Don't roll a 1. Anything but a 1.
20 minutes of exercise. You said 3 days will help release pain. If you do this 3 days,
Fuck.
right?
Yeah, some people feel it absolutely immediately, right?
No, I haven't been to jail this whole game.
The key markers are day 1,
Yeah.
after 3 days, and then you get up to like 21 and 28. And the reason why these are different set
What do you want?
is because the body
Nothing. Go.
cycle or a habit cycle. It likes to build habits around things. When you hit that 21 to 28 day mark,
Neither of us have got purple.
who you were prior to the 28 days of doing this is a completely different person. And so
Rabbi.
the more you do this,
Yo,
the more
pimp.
your life will change. But I find
Bad move.
somebody just starting
That was great.
15 minutes a day for 3 days, keep it simple, see how you feel, see if you like it, keep going if you do.
And so you can watch it forever and pay just a one-time.
Thank you.
Bad move.
Just a intro.
Are you ready to lose?
So all of our self-care programs
No.
are big ones we want. So you can do the one, you can do an introduction to fashion maneuvers, you can do like a 7-day challenge or a 28
Think I'll win.
And once you
Have you ever
have
had
access to it,
Calm down.
do it as much as you want, whenever you want, and you can share it with your
I had to pay $100. That stinks.
That is really generous.
I need a 4.
Obviously ask for what you want, but to put access to this, to have somebody be able to work all of the time.
How about
Wonderful. You have
Yo,
to
pimp.
pay as well.
You need a 2.
suck?
A very strong online
Even if I got a 2, it wouldn't help.
5 years. There's people who fly to see each other. There's people who start businesses together.
Rabbi, can you roll a 2?
I need to roll a 3. I'll take that.
If we go back like 20, 30 years ago, one in
So you're gonna buy Beijing?
like 4 people lived alone, or 1 in 7 people lived alone.
You bought Beijing and Hong Kong?
Word, dog.
Sorry, I got that wrong.
Oh, man, I should have bought that.
The majority of people live with their family. Today, 1 in 7
If you get Sydney, I am fucked.
Oh, for sure. If I get Sydney, you're done.
Like if we were to isolate somebody, they will decline in their home rapidly. And so if we go to the opposite end of it, if we go to the longest living people in the world, the centenarians, what do they have? Community. So when we bring people back to community, the power of feeling, the presence, the purpose, everything starts to
I need a
activate.
6.
So we've been building a community online all around the world for the last 6 years, and it's been really fun.
And are you
Big
looking
roll.
in a specific different place now, or do you just go to?
You need a 3 or 4.
Teach there.
Yeah, so we actually have been on the road.
Ooh.
So I've been traveling all around
Ooh.
a year and a half sharing this with as many people.
Oh, big time.
My choice.
Yes. Yeah, you know, it's really fun to be able to share this with people all around the world. You know, we went to the Philippines.
Dude, this always happens.
For 3 weeks, and we just shared this.
I need a 3.
We went to the prisons, we went to the schools, we went to all the media figures and celebrities, and so we kind of shared it at all levels, but it was all getting back.
I need a 3.
It was to bring healing around the world.
If I get a 3, you're done.
Specific area of the body doesn't perfect balance is way off. And is that related to fascia?
Yeah, so, you know, sometimes we can have, for example, a postural, like your posture alignment is off, right? That could be a number of things. One, it could be a habit of sitting in a specific position.
Give me a 1 or a 3.
Your body is designed to make everything easy. So if I sit a lot, it's going to make sitting a lot easier. It's going to lock.
If you get a 1 or a 2, you're fucked.
I'm not bad enough.
Calm down, Zoo. 1 or a 2, Zoo. You need a 1 or a 2, Zoo.
If you sit in certain positions or you move in a certain way, eventually you will build a pattern, and that pattern will create your posture. Another one is if you're holding an emotion. You know, if you're holding grief on one side of the body, that will cause your body to twist and torque, and therefore your posture will be out of alignment. So, you know, posture or the position of the body can change dramatically based on our habits and the way we feel.
Have you ever seen someone's body locked up in a certain way that is not from this lifetime, but from a past lifetime?
Give me a 1.
Great question. You know, absolutely.
That's big time. That just fucked you. Oh, something.
That is not good. If you land on Sydney, I'm in trouble. Wait, if I could get Sydney, you're fucked. Fuck. Right, you have no cash though.
Oh no. No.
That's good.
That's huge, Zoo.
That's really good for me. Okay. What do you want to try?
Nothing.
She just went like that and woke up and was like her entire face had changed, and then she had a memory of a time where she was hung in another life.
Oh, holy shit. This is good for me.
You need a 3 or a 4.
We are literally releasing and opening up all these memories and emotions and things that have happened. And it could be from different lifetimes, it could be from this lifetime.
That's good.
Not really.
That's really good. If I can get
a 2 or a 3.
4 or 5 or
2 or a 3. Big time, Zoo.
No.
Yes. It goes back 7 generations, and it also, you know, you can bring that.
They could get $30 back.
Lifetime, and you
Fucking annoying.
Dangerous place, and you don't understand.
You're up, pimp.
You know, there's nothing to be worried about. There's nothing to be scared about, but you brought this lens with you from your past.
Is there anything like a maneuver
That's good.
that could suggest that would help with
That's really good.
cellular?
You know,
Okay, that is also really good.
Very powerful, especially when you deal with somebody or you deal with water.
Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Oh, that's really fucking good for me.
You cross your ankles, you cross your arms, and hug yourself.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good.
Putting the body back into a familiar position. This is the position that
Rabbi, you suck.
And so when we put the
Are
body
you ready?
in a familiar
To lose?
Yes, sir.
memories, emotions,
Big time, Zoo.
Rabbi.
Big time, Zoo. Big time, Zoo. Zoo.
I release this fear, whatever affirmations you want to say that feel relevant to you and your situation. While in that position and breathing, you will start to completely rewire your body, activate memories, emotions, feelings, thoughts,
Big time, Zoo.
I hope I go to jail.
when you're in water. Because when you're in water, it feels like you're in the world. You're being surrounded and hugged by the water around you.
Yes, that's really powerful. And there's a lot of things I love to make it successful that people can really do on their own. And
Grab it.
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
absolutely, but if you are alone, doing it in water, helping release some of this.
I should have saw.
Watching the videos and
This is going to be dangerous for you.
really helping your own body release. Because if you don't, that it,
Luck.
like Jason was talking about earlier, pressurized.
You got fortunate.
Eventually it has some way of flowing. If you know somebody who has anger issues and PTSD, this is also
Okay.
really great to suggest.
Rabbi?
Yo, pimp.
The website
Oh.
is humangarage.net.
No, I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to sell.
We're doing that next. We're doing that after the break here. Give us a call.
Selling
And
New York would be a dumb move.
answer questions. You're listening to Coast AM.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Quarterback being. Quarterback losing.
Let's see you win, dog. Are you going to go?
Yep.
Zoot, you sold?
Yeah, Bangkok, yeah. I could win. That's not bad.
That was big.
Rabbi.
You're in trouble now, Zoot. Oh, it's over.
If I roll a 1, I lose. If I roll a 1, I lose.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Rabbi.
Free iHeart app.
Yo, pimp.
Podcasts like this.
You better start selling your shit.
So,
In 2021, 2022,
Zoot, you bet.
what do you want?
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Zoot, you better sell New York.
Construction of a massive nucleus training facility.
How much do I get for it?
Cops. There,
$360.
the forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need.
I would sell all your shit except the 2 green ones.
Groups are being subservient to each other until one day everything shatters.
No. Because if you get Toronto,
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning,
no, I need to keep Toronto.
various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
Yeah, Rabbi?
What's that, Zoot?
I think I'm better off just staying in jail.
Why wouldn't you sell Delhi?
Because I get like nothing for it.
Word, dog.
This is key to the forest. We got about 150
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah.
Follow came to the forest. They were so dedicated to that forest.
You're in trouble. Once you get out, you're done.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Once you get out, son, you, my friend, are done. Dunzo.
September 1979.
Dunzo.
Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible.
Oh.
Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
What are you gonna do, Zoo? Here we go. This is big. You need a 6, and you rolled it. Zoot, you got so fortunate. What a comeback. Zoot might have the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No!
It's not like you can't afford it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Thinking about it.
Are you going to buy it back?
Yep.
Look at you.
If I land on Dubai, I lose.
So sell something.
Fuck! No, even if I sell everything and land on Dubai, I lose.
America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
If I land on Beijing, Dubai, or Sydney, I lose. And I just did.
What are you going to do? You sold? And he buys Paris.
To talk to Lisa Gar, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033.
That's the best roll I could have done.
Call 800-618-8255.
No, you could have gone 6.
With your guest host, Lisa Gar.
You bought it again?
Jason
Yep.
Clark is my guest from Cuban Garage, and when it gets to some callers, Jason, are you okay with that?
It's over.
Let's do it. Let's talk to Scott.
I'm still in the game.
Been waiting for a little while here. Hi, Scott. Thanks for calling in tonight. What's your question for Jason?
Yeah, finally, Jason. Yeah, we all know that our healthcare system.
Right.
Yeah, why didn't you sell? Why didn't you sell Delhi?
What?
My illness sort of came from not wanting to be homeless and being bankrupt for the problem
Okay.
being healed. But
Yeah, medical system care. Yeah, I get it.
Are you going to go?
Yep.
It's over.
did you say that that's what plasma is? Is that right?
Still in. I'm still. How am I still surviving?
I don't know, but you're about done at this point.
But the consistency is so similar.
It's not blood because blood has, it has made it with water.
I don't know how you survive this next roll.
It's not the same as blood, right? Plasma.
No, it's
Bravo.
Why don't you sell Paris?
and if you go and look at the video that I mentioned, the faster making about 25 times,
Yeah.
you'll really see what I'm talking about.
Even if I was,
Really come to understand what's truly inside.
I'm dead.
And part of the reason why nobody's talking about this is because
It's over, baby.
so when we look
oh, that was not a fun game.
All right. Dice party.
We've never played this game.
I know.
Okay, thanks for the question. Let's go to Nina in San Antonio, Texas. Nina, hi, thanks for calling in tonight. Do you have a question for Jason?
Oh, yeah.
What is
I
it?
know how to play.
You don't know how to play. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
Good.
So I have severe anxiety. I have lower back pain. They told me it's some osteoarthritis on the locus of the middle lumbar, and I am considered obese. So my question is, like, I try to use more natural foods.
You don't know what to do.
Lavender. I've been starting to use castor oil with the night pepper, and I just wanted to know, like what do you think on all that, and also I've had my gallbladder removed, and I noticed since then it's like my anxiety got worse.
Can you do fascial maneuvers for anxiety or different mental states like that, Jason?
Yeah, so, we've actually had people regrow their gallbladder, their liver, their thyroid through this process. The gallbladder specifically is resentment. And when the gallbladder is out of balance because we're holding too much resentment, it can create tension in different parts of the body. So, one of the things is, like,
No way. No way. This has got to be huge.
How do I play?
I don't know. I think you have to roll once. So roll one of the sixes.
What you're doing is you're using your own hands to recharge and rebalance your own organs, like Reiki, right? Because we are an electrical system. If I rub my finger on a carpet and I touch somebody, I can zap them. So I generate electricity. Every cell in my body
didn't let me
has an electrical charge.
lock it in?
So when we charge
No one knows how to play this game, son.
and then when we place the hands on different organs in a certain sequence with breathing,
When I go game info, it doesn't even help.
of each organ, which helps us process the emotions that were stored there. So
How do you play? How do you press play?
That I don't know.
And you can do it in like 7 minutes, and it will help you balance the stress and the anxiety. Because if there's a lot of noise in the body, then we feel anxious because it's an accumulation of stress. So if you take a 7-minute, think of it like a little meditation where you're taking care of your organs, it will reduce the stress and it will help with your anxiety, your gallbladder, and the tension in your body.
Beautiful. Thank you. We are going to be right back.
How do you press play?
I don't think anybody knows. Oh, I think we have to do it whatever round we're on. So I need threes now.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do.
What do you mean?
And it was just absolutely horrendous.
I don't know.
Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay." And my problem on my skin went away. I have bruising.
You've got 3.
3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed I'm looking at my
And I got 6. Okay. So that's how you score. So you want 4s.
I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Excuse my George to get 15% off your order.
We're talking about your personal protection today with the CEO of
Oh, now I get it.
You don't get it.
Basically, what is a Burno less lethal launcher?
Our less lethal launchers use CO2 to fire projectile.
You got to fire.
Projectile, and it uses pain compliance to stop the threat. We also, however, fire a projectile that is filled with a powdered tear gas and pepper spray, and they are going to be incapacitated for 20 to 30 minutes. And I wanted to create something that
Oh, you get too close?
stop the threat to subdue an assailant without the risk of taking a life or causing permanent injury.
Do you have to jump through a bunch of hoops to get a Burno product?
There are no background checks. There are no
All right, how many 5s will I get?
waiting periods. The Burno is
You got 1 5, son.
For more information, go to Burna.com. That's BYRNA.com. Ryan
Ryan Gann, CEO of Burnham. Thanks for talking with us on Newsmakers.
Are you proud of that? You have no rolls left.
It wasn't.
No one knows. Time's
Give me
just
12.
good. I don't know.
Coast to Coast AM, are you having any types of experiences
Gives me
with
12.
migraines? Are you feeling parts of your
Okay, I got 1 5.
body that cause you a lot of pain? That's what we're talking about.
Oh.
You got 2 5s.
Jason Van Blurk from Human Garage. Jason, question about
Yeah, do I want? Okay, maybe
are there things to
3 5s.
to be able to release during an episode of a migraine, specifically vertigo?
Yeah, so one of the things is if there's too much tension around the head, then it contracts around the brain and it creates
Oh,
pressure.
fuck yeah.
And that can be perceived as a migraine. So, another way is
No more 6s. No more 6s. No more 6s.
Go 5.
Yeah, but that doesn't help you. I think you only score if you get 6s this round.
And it's partially because we're over drinking water that's not mineralized. And so if we hydrate the body by getting the right electrolyte balance and the appropriate amount
It's over.
Oh! If you get anything. Oh, now I get it.
we will reduce the tension and help with migraine.
What is it?
Or anything really going on with that.
If you get anything higher than the number, it counts.
Whoa. This is a perfect roll.
Yep.
So if you go to the fascia facelift on YouTube, we actually guide you through like 15 minutes of different movements that you can do on the entire head and face. And it helps with concussions, it helps you look younger, it's just quick movements that you can do on your own.
Also, really good things on their YouTube channel too. If you just go to Human Garage YouTube channel, you can find out that panic, overwhelm, anxiety, eating, basically lots of incredible things. Even what if sunscreen is not good for you? I know there's a whole movement about sunscreen. Why?
So now I think you want 3 of a kind.
You know, we talk a lot about the environment, right?
Damn.
If I put a fish in a fish bowl, and the water in the fish bowl is toxic, you know, it doesn't matter how many supplements or how many surgeries or
You want?
that I use on that fish. It is inside of a fish bowl that is.
He gets it now.
And so the environment is so.
No, I don't get it.
People don't know the makeup, the detergents,
You're close to figuring it out, but you haven't figured it out.
Neither of you. But I got 12 points there. Oh, dude, look at you.
Okay. That was a terrible roll.
You need 4 in a row. Go. No. You need 4 of the same. So get 2 3s. Oh, dude, you fucked up. Yeah, you did. You don't know what you're doing. Remove the 2. You're done.
Why do I remember the 2?
Because you want 4 of a kind. Fuck. I don't get why there's a play button, though I've never been able to play it. Oh!
What?
You're up.
What's
You got a full house. Now, Zoot, click the FH, and then hit play.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, let's go back to our callers. Let's go to Charles, who's in Sacramento. Charles, welcome to the show. Do you have a question for Jason?
Yes, I have a question. I'd like to ask about seeing
Oh,
No, you need a small straight this time.
Small straight. Okay.
Thanks for your question. Right, we were talking earlier.
So
This
you,
could be big.
Jason, how does singing?
no, it couldn't. Not like that.
Yeah, it's humming and singing
Fuck.
are very, very, very powerful feeling mechanisms when executed properly.
2 3.
For example, if I listen to
2 3.
music on the radio and the
2 3 4.
are harmful, right? They're not the most pleasant, positive.
Not even close.
That actually has a negative impact on my body. It changes the frequency of my cells
Large
in a negative
straight.
way. So if I'm singing,
5 dice in
singing
sequence.
the same mantras, you're saying positive things out loud, and as you say that, it
So I need 3 2.
inside of your body that feels you or expands or makes
Yeah.
you feel better. So I'm a big fan of singing when you're choosing the right lyrics and of humming.
You're done.
Now, there's a movement in our organ reset.
Can we play this again? Because we didn't know how to play it.
Yep.
Around the throat, which helps with singing. We have helped a lot of singers in the past. There's also a vagus nerve release that we do, which opens up the fascia on the neck and the front of the neck, which helps.
Didn't I get it?
So those are some new
No.
strategic with the words.
5.
Needs to be alone.
The vagus nerve is the one of the forehead that pops
Oh
out.
no.
Get really, a lot of tension in the head, right?
5 or
So the vagus
10
nerve
to
is
die.
a highway.
Okay, 5 in a row now.
It's like
Or no, yeah, you need 5 of the same.
it's basically the master nerve, if we're gonna put it that way. And it helps regulate digestion, breathing,
Nope.
heart rate, and all these different things. It
Nope.
runs through the neck.
No.
And in the front of the neck, if you get
No.
it tight, it starts to
No.
take tension in that area, and then the nerve signals start to reroute. It's almost like there's a car crash on the highway, and then you take side roads. So your body will start to take side roads.
Here we go. I've got a chance.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Fuck.
Okay, what's chance? Any combination of dice. You have 2 pairs.
This is really specific good stuff.
Oh, you've got 3 of a kind.
Let's go to Jose from Frederick, Maryland.
You've got 4 of a kind. That's huge.
Why doesn't let me play?
Click the thing. All right, here we go. 2 of a kind. Okay, I won, but that doesn't count. Are you gonna win this time?
Yeah.
There you go, Zoo. All right, here we go, big dog. So we want to get any number of 1. So you have 1. Then you've got another 1. You've got 4 of them, dude. And then click the 1 and hit play.
After a good start, both of us are doing pretty good.
I'm not. You got 2 2s. Are you gonna go? All right, well then roll.
Don't actually touch. They float. And so if I've got a restriction in my fascia somewhere, it will pull the bone into a different position. And this is why, like, if I go to chiropractic, I just
Not good.
I push it back into position, but then it goes back.
Not good at all, Zoot.
There's a fascial restriction.
I didn't get a single 2.
Usually, in my experience, scoliosis comes from one of 2 things.
Just do it and play.
I'm the one who taught you how to play.
Ready?
Yeah. You don't know what to do.
alters us posture. You know, like I'm sitting in a chair with my shoulder hiked up as I'm using my mouth at my desk. Yes, yes. And so, if this is the case,
I don't know.
bones are floating. So, if they're floating,
Oh, no way. You do know what to do.
by releasing the tension.
Oh, fuck, you learned.
What you're going to do is you're going to release the tension in your fascia, and your bones will start to slowly come back into place. If the bones in your spine are out of place, the bones in your face, your neck, your head will start to also move as a result of that.
I already locked in 3.
Oh, you already locked. Okay, I see. That's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. You already locked in. Yeah, dog.
I'm so grateful you put all this stuff up on YouTube and make so much of it accessible. And the
Oh.
programs are appealing.
That's good for you.
Word, dog.
That will release the stress because we don't want to hold it into our body.
That's good for me.
Crystal has an interesting
Because you already locked in the 24.
Thanks for calling in. What is your question for Jason?
You're up, pimp.
Crystal. Oh, okay, so his question was, how does water hold?
You're done.
And that's
Bad.
Really bad.
in your body, water hold. How does water hold?
Oh, but you did 3 in. Oh, you got 3 in a row up there. Oh, that's cool.
No, I didn't score anything though.
Yeah, you did. You got 24.
Yeah, that was from a previous round.
Through the ocean, you'll actually see the water mark sit. And sometimes it will sit for a very long time until something else comes by or a wave happens. But it'll actually create this structure inside of the water as the boat goes by. And so, for whatever reason, at the chemical level, you know, maybe it's the oxygen molecules or the hydrogen molecules, something's happening that it's storing information. It's taking on anything that it touches. And this is why, you know, drinking out of a plastic water bottle is
You already scored them. Oh, yeah, you can go 4 times.
correcting the plastic water molecules and saving it inside. So when you drink the water, you're not drinking plastic. And, you know, this is becoming more and more common that people know about this stuff. I don't understand.
You have a full house.
Okay.
You have a full house. You can get 25. Press the FH. Dog. That was a dumb move.
Someone else asked the question.
No, it wasn't.
Foreign of a kind.
Filter it through. Does it circulate? And we have a minute left. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, it's the only organ in the body that we can't take out. So, in order to...
It's an organ. Actually, it's an organ.
Yes, it's an organ. And the only way to really change it out is to hydrate the body and remove the chemicals. If we do that every food, then the body will start to regenerate.
And hydrate with electrolytes.
Possible.
And not with that. You need a balance. Drinking the overconsumption of water is the greatest response.
Play before a gun.
You can have minerals in your water. So you can have electrolytes and balance that helps you hold on to the water.
So drinking coffee and water is probably the worst thing you could do, but coffee with electrolyte water is okay.
Yeah, you know, everything is
Don't take my coffee away, Jason.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. You've been wonderful.
I made some really dumb moves.
Garage.net again is the website, and the YouTube channel is full of great information. Thank you so much, Jason, for staying up with me tonight.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, take care. We will be back with Michelle Welsh, who is our resident Texas attorney. She's amazing. She really looks into crime scenes and finds and solves huge mysteries. We'll be back right after the break on Coast to Coast AM.
Oh. Rabbi, I'm in trouble. Oh, you still got a full house. You took the lead.
Yes, I did.
5, 6, 4, 3. 5, 5, 6, 4, 3. 5, 6, 4, 3. So I need a 6 or a 2.
No,
Sorry.
you need a 2.
I need a 2. Are you kidding me?
You can get the small one.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. We're going to start here with John. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccinanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of
I don't have a full house yet, do I?
No.
iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Oh, 5 of a kind. That's 50. Oh, baby. Give me it.
Oh, he hit it.
Just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, you know? Well, what really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place.
I need a full house.
Tony was a family man, doing great. Clear sky for miles. But then,
I can't play full house.
Okay, play the chance one.
took a nasty fall, hurt his back.
I already played it.
Oh, well, then you're fucked.
So his family doctor wrote him a prescription.
Remove one of them and try to get like 5 in a row or something. I don't know. Okay, small. What can I play? 1. I got a full house.
The crimes I ended up committing and stuff, but the real boiling point was my addiction to oxycodone.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill,
I don't know what to do.
I have to get a smoke straight.
hosted by me, Josh Dean. How does
Another way I can win is a smoke straight.
for something like this to happen?
Well, you got a 1, a 2, a 4.
So many lives have been destroyed.
Get that 5.
Podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
And then you just need a 3. And then you need a 3.
All in one app.
Get that 3, son.
Oh,
There's a blind sickness in this
Large.
the large straight.
must excise it. Take it to the deeper.
Are you going to go?
Well, I want to let me play.
Because you already played it. So you can only play the small one.
This is Avatar, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to
You want-
Avatar on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Avatar and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me
Rabbi, you want?
dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something. Whether it's
Okay, I kind of get that, but we're done there.
and there's
All right,
a huge responsibility in making sure
next
that
game.
he's no longer under my queen, but he's a
Gin Rummy. I have no idea how to play this.
we work together, we do a good job.
That's dedication.
Well, I do. So let's go.
You know how to play Gin Rummy?
Yeah.
The free iHeartRadio app
Okay.
is #1 for music, radio,
Well, go.
and
Everybody's
podcasts.
waiting on you.
Discover a new podcast
Oh, I have the
from
best
our
cards
library of
ever.
hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You drive a jet, are a female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret.
My 2 bosses came
What?
to me and said Margaret was killed. I said, what?
I picked up a 3 and discarded a 2. Go.
Image of small town America, but it's not. Turn over probably 25,000 pages of documentation of corruption in this activity.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest in Margaret Coon's murder is because they're not looking at themselves.
You don't give up on these cases. We need to catch them wherever it is so that you don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Let's turn everything off just a bit.
This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jed Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you.
Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to
How did you
listen,
beat me?
in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio,
I'm just clicking buttons.
everywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or if hypnotism is real? You will use the suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. But what's inside a black hole? Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Chan, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. About animals in space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Actors.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is an 11-year vet in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory developed.
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, the greatest of their era.
I'm Tremont Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We will break down who are the greatest of their era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Sure thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Told you.
Sure thing.
Oh, baby, I won. That game's awful.
What the fuck? How do you even play that game?
No one knows. I thought you said you knew how to play.
How to play?
Yeah, that's what you just said. Did you know that you had an invitation?
No one. When you go to how to play, it doesn't even explain it. It just says there's 52 cards in the deck.
Yeah, it sucks. Everybody knows that.
Rabbi, you know you're about to get a bullseye.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Lisa Gard.
Sir, do you know what Coast to Coast AM is?
So imagine you've got your attorney's license in the state of Texas. You work on
Zoot.
cases as
No.
a psychic medium, as a legitimate psychic medium and attorney. He's heard the wonderful qualities of Michelle Welch. She has written a wonderful book called Spirits Unveiled, and it's about introducing us to spirits around us, whether we're aware of them or not, so that we have less space around it. We can actually find
Zoot, are you going to win?
illicit spirits. We can avoid some, which is also very important. And she's going to talk to us about how to do that, and really not to be afraid of outside influences, but to have more certainty about it. So she engages us to work with spirits, and we're going to learn a lot about them. We come
Get 100, Zoot.
The Break with Michelle Welch, the author of Spirits
That was good.
A fresh perspective on angels, guides, and ghosts. We'll be right back. You're listening to Coast AM.
That was not good. 25 points. That was terrible. Zoot, get me. 17, 3, 1.
Did the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? What does this mean?
That was not good either.
Consider diversifying gold from the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. You have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold and keep in your SIPs. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free.
It's over, Zoot.
Just text the word COAST to the number 989898. Again, text COAST to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings in the gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. What if you could unlock over $1 billion in personal and business?
Zoot, you're up, pimp.
What Ray Reynolds can do for you. I'm talking about protecting your family and building your business with $100,000
Yes, sir.
in personal or business cash credit. Ray can help you rebuild your credit score to 750.
Are you going to go?
Just any expert. He helped the security chief of TRW that became Experian, one of the most trusted credit.
It's not like me.
If you're looking to get your finances,
It says choosing a card. Choose a card, son.
for a 750 credit score.
It's not letting me pick.
800-427-5991.
Zoot asked for a queen. It's your turn again. Zoot, are you going to go? Are you going to? Then close it and reopen it, son.
Oh, here we go. Now I said.
Go fish, bitch.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck yeah, baby. Go fish. Fuck.
Now I know you have a job.
She is the author of a new book called Spirits Unveiled, a fresh perspective on angels, guides, and ghosts. And I can't wait to hear
Rabbi.
fresh perspective.
Yo, pimp.
Welcome to the show.
You're good. Yo, too.
How are you doing? Thanks for having me on. So good to have you on. You've been on my Aware show, and I've been
Rabbi.
talking with you. So
Yo, pimp.
such a great group on the Aware show. Thank you for having me on.
I don't have an on.
Sure. So you have to tell me, your life is so fascinating. I was just reading into
Wait, you drew a 9 from the deck when you asked for it?
And also at some point, you got your attorney's license in the state of Texas. And
You have a 10?
medium and training to be a deaf doula. You have quite an amazing background. I got to know a little
You
bit
had a
about
10?
your story. How did all of this start for you as a child?
You have a 4?
It really started really
Oh, good.
In fact,
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
they seem to always say,
I remember you have a job, so I'm going to shoot for a job.
for a long time because I thought that's just I don't know, but it's true. I do remember a time when I was
You have a 7?
a little bit different.
Yep.
I was raised in a very religious home, and we went to church a lot, and
Yeah.
I would see things, and I just assumed that everybody else saw them. Like we were talking
Gotcha,
about,
B.
talk about angels. I would see.
You don't have a 7?
Not always in full form, but see something and be, look, it's right there. And I didn't really understand why, and I loved my upbringing.
Rabbi flagging.
About that, but
Your
I didn't
turn.
understand in a negative way. I didn't really understand why it was so wrong for me to see things that we talked about, you know, when I was going. So it's been as long as I can remember. My first experience, Lisa, was, and I'm careful to talk about this. It's my uncle, he's my godfather, and I was standing behind him on the couch where he lived, and I put my hands on his head, and I think I've told you this story before, but it is really.
Do you have a coin?
Of course.
I put my hands on his head, standing behind him, and I said, I was young.
I'm going to win.
Uncle so-and-so, and it sounds funny, but it wasn't. You've got 20 of one.
Rabbi.
Well, they
What up,
texted
pimp?
me, work for a big oil company, not, in the office, but
Good
actually
time.
around
fish.
the chemicals and everything. And he decided, I
What?
don't know, my little brain, I think it was maybe a month later, but it was. And
You're up,
of course, I
pimp.
sent to my room, because I told him he had but from a really young age, I just assumed.
Do you have a complaint?
That they saw things.
Word, dog.
But,
Psych.
Eventually learned, no, it made me a little bit
It's fine.
strange to other people and children. And when we're children, we don't.
Do you have
It's one of the reasons I write books is for parents of the children who maybe have these strong senses of knowingness and we kind of stuff it down.
Do you have a 5?
No, I don't have a 5.
To listening or to knowing what to do about it. That's how it started.
Oh, I know you have this stuff.
If you were to give advice to a small,
Now you have a lot of these.
what would you tell them?
I would tell them to talk to someone, but not to
You're up,
be afraid.
Zoot.
And that's a really hard thing to tell a young child because I've worked with a lot of, especially girls, about teenagers, right? Maybe 12 or preteen, but the really young ones, it seems like you're afraid a lot of times, and a lot of people listen. So I would love to tell the parents of those children and the children when they're old enough to get it, is you're not alone. That a lot of people sense things.
No way.
Things, our imagination has been given
You have
to
a
us
thought?
for a reason, and sometimes it
Oh,
may
that's
be
not already
that
off of that.
No way.
but sometimes that may
No
be
way,
a
Zoot.
guide of sorts. So just to walk them through that they're not alone and they don't need to be afraid.
Right. And when you see these beings, because maybe some of us have seen them and didn't realize what we were looking at, thought it was normal like you.
Beautiful.
What shapes, forms?
Oh my God.
So
You got a 4 from the deck?
There are so many different types of beings.
Yep.
And that's why I
You're up, pimp.
Spirits Unveiled is because, first of all, I understand the concept of a veil, but for me as a young child, I didn't really get, okay, why is there a veil?
Whoa.
Seeing these things. But sometimes they're full figure. Like what I mean by that is not full figure. That sounds not right. They're full, not transparent.
You have a jack?
They seem like they're a person standing there. More often, I will get a glimpse of something and an image in my mind's eye, my third eye. So I try to now be very careful with when I'm saying to someone, I'm seeing this, to explain, I'm either, am I actually seeing that, or am I actually seeing that in my mind's eye? Especially when I'm talking to loved ones. I don't want to ever lead anybody astray and say, they're telling me this, if they're not actually telling me something. So how do they take the form? All different forms.
Hey, Zoo.
Give me a 2. Oh, check that.
During the pandemic, I remember driving.
You remember you took my aces?
We had 3 stores at the time, and we were going to
Oh,
put boards on the one in Bishop Parks in Dallas. One of them, really beautiful.
That's not good.
And
This is not good for me.
The tallest building, I believe it's still the tallest Dallas one. It's got the green outline up on the Dallas skyline.
Okay.
And there were two huge figures sitting.
Thank God.
Almost like churches, like in Spain. With the
You're in trouble.
The huge that were known to ward off evil. These look like angels, but they shifted a little bit to me. And I was like, Roger, do you see? They look kind of more
Okay.
angelic, but not evil. Just more like
Come on, give me two.
I used to work alien. They seem to shift a little.
Hey, Rabbi, you remember when you took my 5?
My husband, but
No.
he didn't see that. So about a week later, I called another friend of mine.
Remember when you took my 5?
Nobody remembers that.
Do you feel like things are shifting and things are a little bit different and we're being shown more and more?
I do.
She said yes, but maybe not.
No one remembers that.
See what we're meant to see and when we're meant to see. And it doesn't mean that somebody's better than someone else just because they see it and the person doesn't.
Are you serious? You remember when you took my 2?
Something I really like to teach and convey in my books is anything that we do when we're seeing with our mind's eye or actually seeing or actually hearing.
It's going to be a tie.
I want people to know that we are each individual. Our spirit guides may not. Somebody may need their spirit guide to look like John Wayne or so, somebody and have a human appearance to them. And some of us may just see a ball of energy because we really are energetic beings. But it's not better or worse what we see. It's just when we're ready
I won.
So the things, I think, come in different ways for that reason.
Do you think that
Did we both win?
aliens are meant to see aliens and
We did. Okay, so we have to play that one again.
Come on. Fuck.
I know people who see them and have
Is that the rule?
Well, because we don't do ties when we're doing the Olympics.
So maybe I'm not prepared to see that. So maybe so. It might scare them. They might not be prepared, or maybe there's a reason that certain people are seeing them and certain people aren't. But again, I don't.
You have a claim?
This comparison thing.
Of course I don't.
See something that someone else can't see.
But I know you have a king.
right? I think
It's
it
like-
could be a frequency thing where people that see aliens are attuned to that specific frequency. Those that see angels are attuned to that specific frequency. I've seen
Good memory.
another friend of mine, we were talking about this the other day, how we've seen the physical manifestation of an angel come at the right time in the scene of an accident or right before danger happens. Very, very interesting things. There are no mistakes, right? In life, I was just in Spain, and my daughter lives in an apartment there in Girona, and I was packing up my stuff to go because I was leaving the next day, and we heard a bunch of screams out the window, and we looked down on the alleyway. A woman had been mugged. Her purse was all over the place, and this man was running down the alley the other direction, and some guys were chasing him. And just in that moment, my protection bracelet that I was wearing fell off. Just fell on the floor. For no reason, I was just standing there.
Dude, what are your thoughts of being down 1-0?
I mean, it was such a coincidence. And I don't know if there was some protection. The woman was okay. She ran into a hotel across the street and then called the police and so forth. But I saw her later. She was fine. Just shaken. But are there examples of people or angels that manifest into human bodies to save people at a certain specific time that kind of shake around the frequency of the area?
I believe that for sure. And when you name frequency, that's a big thing. I talk about it in Spirits Unveiled. I don't pronounce this correctly, the Sophageo frequencies. I know they don't. Yeah. Thank you. I'm from Texas. To me, it's a Sophageo frequency.
New Italy, so Sophageo.
I know. I'm trying, Lisa. I'm trying. Trust me, I'm trying to get that down. The Sophageo frequencies. But so now you'll know the real pronunciation. You're correct. Mine's the Texas pronunciation.
Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I try with those frequencies to figure out which beings with those that I would connect to, and I tried it with other people. So that's in my book. So it's interesting. You brought up on the frequencies.
I got a question. In your book, your new book, A Psychic Handbook, Methods and Advice for Communicating with Spirits. So, if I was in this situation where I saw this person loved and then I left,
How'd you not have that?
in her apartment by herself, could I assign a angel, guardian angel being to hang out with her? Because obviously something existed in that moment, right?
Exactly. So I do believe that
I
the
know
angels,
what God you have.
whatever it is, that again,
So, what are your thoughts on being down 2 to nothing?
will come. Now you know this. There's the free will.
I know what card you have.
But in situations like get out,
Oh.
there's a fire, and a lot of people will hear that, right, in a building, and no one knows where that comes from. Do I believe?
Yeah, I was about to ask you for it too.
Yes, I am. There's so many stories we've all heard of, and I remember reading about that years ago when I was young. It was the guy,
How do you feel about this one?
Dale Evans, and somebody, their child passed, and that story, it was like
Rabbi.
he was unaware. I mean,
Yo,
when I was
pimp.
little, I remember reading
How do you feel being down 3 books to 0?
No.
But we can also assign them. So for protection.
Yeah, I was literally thinking about asking you for a 6 before that happened.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
So, like, who seeks God, Samuel,
You're in trouble.
the righteousness of God, the wisdom of God, the Uriel, and I believe we can go through each of those, and if someone needs protection.
Rabbi, remember when you asked me for the 2?
Dog, how do you feel about being down 4 to nothing?
So it helps for us to
Remember when you asked me for the 2?
and calm them.
Yeah,
Oh.
Okay, so we
I
can.
do.
And that's kind of one of the things you teach is how to call on these angels and how to call on these frequencies. We were talking about the self-phasio frequencies and how to broaden
Go fish.
your energetic bandwidth.
You have a 5.
These frequencies, can you tell us how to do that?
Yes, so I've done a lot of work with it. So first of all, the interesting thing is that they were banned for a while by the church, not to become a church. They were. So what are some of you? So their sound.
What's fucking wrong?
And frequency we know is everything.
So you're down 4
that oscillates at
to nothing.
The way that energy does that is the frequency. And so
Sun,
there are
5 to nothing.
So it was before like the Tibetan, the singing bowls. It was even before that. And they were based on this guy named Joseph Waylo. Kind of rediscovered.
I should get a book here.
Beautiful name, Sophoclean frequencies in the 70s. I'll get it right. And brought them back in. And the reason that the church said that they didn't want us to have at least
6
and I did do research to back it
to
up,
0, son.
Well, I'm bouncing school here.
Let's see it.
To universal consciousness and some secrets of the universe, as opposed to
7 to 0, son.
How do you know how? How do you know how to say it?
But that was the history of it. And so one of the interesting things, and I think you and I talked about this, is so the heartbeat of the earth is about
8 to nothing.
So you have all these other hertz that will help you with pain, or everybody can look those up. You can
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, it is. 8 nothing. All right, chess.
And the tone can sometimes be.
I don't like playing chess. I know, because I don't like playing it because it drains me of everything.
Mix those up, right? And
Let's go.
They help you tune into those different frequencies and help with pain, and they've been studied for that. I layered it with.
You have the advantage.
Different types of beings. So the sound, the frequency from nature, then that would help you get in touch with potentially elementals or the elements. And I tried it a lot, and it seemed to work for me. And so that's a big part of my book is the fact that frequencies, like you said, if we can get in touch with those different frequencies, anybody can really do it. We just need to know at what frequency what we are trying to get in touch with is operating.
And I was going to say, and it's something that's in resonance with us or alignment with us, because I mean, do you want to be calling in frequencies of demons and beings that are going to not leave? Do you want
So I say no. However, if they come and they're around certain people who maybe need or called to help, and I'll give an example. So my husband has diabetes, and this is in the book, Spirits of Health, and there was what I call predatory spirit.
Rabbi Batman.
I just woke up one night, and this woman, I can't really, she did not feel good to me. I didn't call her in, but she was just hanging out over Roger and with his diabetes and like the spleen area, which I'm not a doctor, but I do get a lot of medical information. And the only reason I would communicate with her is I said, "What do you want? You're not welcome here," right?
I just checked my
energy. Didn't like the energy, and she was laughing. I mean, she really had ill intent for him. I believe in where there's darkness, that there's light, where there's light, there's darkness, and there not being distinction without comparison. So if we only knew all light things, we might not know when something is quote unquote darker. Also, beings look at that in different ways. So Fae are not going to have, and fairies are not going to have the same moral compass potentially that I have, or the same code of ethics or laws, or they may have different ones.
It opens up an interesting conversation of what is your partner or maybe friend or family or loved one attracting. We'll get to that right after the break. You're listening to Coast AM.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeartRadio goes commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as
You don't even see it.
Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epics set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from sure. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, "We're finished. This is over. Cannoli's not going to work. Just gotta get rid of those guys." It's a sad.
In Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli, my co-host Mark Seal and I strip back the march of movie history and talk to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind The Godfather's birth from start to finish.
Oh, the best movie you can make.
Thanks, baby.
Many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews with Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was a real person.
Robert Evans.
Made a really bad movie.
James Caan.
To me, the most covered next successful life. You got to force you up and drive around a block.
Al Ruddy.
I said, I got a call from these Italian guys. They was the movie business in a lot of trouble.
Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story.
That's a really good movie.
Subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take
Thanks, Big Dog.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back pain. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough.
Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was just like, ah! Diane Guerrero.
And then she goes, "You're on your own. You have to run."
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free.
Rabbi, are you going to make a move?
I'm thinking about it.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You ring? Hey, this is Lexi Brown, WNBA player, professional yapper. And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from Spilling the Tea on Picks for Hotties on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with athletes and women, unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you with analysis, insight stories, and
Okay. Got some 20 minutes for you to think through.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
I'm fine, really fine.
I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. Sleeping in my bed.
I feel it.
So show family all the blood that I will need. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. I can write a song. I've been on my street. Oh, I've been on my street. I don't think you're right for him. The one that might have been. Took a bus to Chinatown. I'll be standing on canal.
I really only see one move you have.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Hey, listen, I have a new show where I am taking live calls. It's a live show on Zoom. We're doing something called the Divine Circle. And you can find it at theawareshow.com/.
No, you're not.
Circle, where I'm only interviewing psychics and mystics and mediums and astrologers and numerologists so that we could find out, getting a little bit more certainty about the constant changes that we're in. Michelle Welsh was actually a guest on mine and on that particular show. So check it out. And it is theawareshow.com. That's THE.
Right, they have a queen.
Yeah, you have a queen, dude. You can win.
Divine Circle. The next one we have, you could be on, you can ask your questions live. We do these shows live on Zoom. And the next one is August 25th. I look forward
You
to
have a
seeing
queen
you,
also.
and we will be right back on Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, but you already took away one of my queens. You already took away one of my queens. And I'm not using my pieces. I'm not using my pieces very well. I'm not using my pieces very well.
Look at the secondary queen.
Just heard about 7 years ago. I had numerous infections. My hair was falling out all over the furniture. One of the scariest things was that my legs were swelling up out of control. They came to a head. Within 24 hours, I had gone into a coma. And Mom and Dad decided to give me carnivore.
You got good defense. You got good defense. You don't have good class.
Within 2 weeks, Robert, the first thing I noticed was that I felt better waking up. Then I noticed that my hair wasn't all over the furniture. I excited.
Like you said that within about 6 weeks, your legs were no longer swelling.
Within 2 weeks.
And she credits all of it to her carnivore protocol, the B program, where she's using the carnivore extract as a drainage product. And I endorse it. I utilize it. My wife is using it with great success. This has been such a rapid recovery that I guess we had to do it. Kelly, thanks for being with us. I'll be here from you again. Hey, hello people, George here. Carnivore is at it again. Just listen to that. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. CARNIVORA. That's carnivora.com. Call them, please. Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with a better.
Are you fucking serious?
Trust WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com.
Dude, that was a brilliant move.
Welcome back to Coast AM. I am the Cigar, and my guest is Michelle Welch. Her latest book is called A Psychic Temple, Methods and Advice for Communicating with Spirits. We were talking before the break about a being that came over your husband that was an ornery, not a friendly, well-intentioned energy. How do you remove that or uninvite that frequency?
What a good move I just had, though.
By someone else who might have been in alignment with that.
Right. First of all, I don't believe he was in alignment with that, and I don't want to, but could he have brought that? When we're ill, sometimes we're in a weakened state. So I do think we need to protect ourselves a little bit more. If some of these little nasty, insidious spirits sense some sort of weakness. As far as I have an interesting story.
I say one more.
Somebody I read for, and I got permission to talk about this just the other day. So she came home and she was taking a shower. If this answers your question.
Say one more.
What we do about it. She contacted me. I've done readings for her for a long time, and her shower, just that glass, that tempered glass or whatever, just shattered. Now, normally, I don't like to put fear in people. I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like you need a new shower door. I mean, I don't know. I'm not just going to assume. But immediately, she sent me a picture. And immediately in the photo, I sensed something in the photo. And it's not like me to just go to the darkest thing immediately. And that is not how I operate usually. But there was something. And I've never given this message, but I said
Fuck, Zoo.
there's something with the lotion or face cream you're using. And she said, OMG. And oh my goodness. She gets mad. She goes, I just got a brand new and a brand new lotion I just brought home. And I said, well, now, I'm not
Still
saying
feel like
that
it's still
everything has energy, right? And so I said, well, how much was it? Because I really feel like something came in with that. She didn't intentionally invite it. She didn't intentionally bring that in. But, and I know that sounds maybe bizarre, but everything has energy you can pick up, so we need to clear it, right? And we're not all the time, we don't need to all the time be using sage 24/7, but playing uplifting music potentially, or singing, or humming, or things that keep us lighter in our house. And so I said, you can put some of the Florida water in it if you want, because the ones that I know of don't have carcinogens in them, so I don't want to, but you have to be careful with Florida water. And so she's like, no, I'm just getting rid of it. And so she didn't invite that home with her, and that's, I believe, the only time I've given her such a reading. I just said, when you bring things into your house, clear them. I mean, if you don't know where they're from, and how can you clear it? You can just hold them in your hands or even play a singing bowl around it, or just the music the tones we were talking about earlier. There's so many ways to just, even if we didn't invite kids in our house. Now, some people I think get, and even people, I warn against this when I teach. Some people so bad want to connect with something, and I don't know why. It's like, you really want to be like this? But they
Well, I think you can win.
That they might fall for connecting with maybe something that's not in their best interest. And I don't know how they intentionally do that. Not that many that I would work with that are unknown, but maybe. And
What
so
up, Pam?
we need to do an interview.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm not saying that possess. I'm not going that far.
How'd you find out about me?
Through the social lights.
Tight, dude. How's your day going?
Good. I was like wondering
Word, dog. That's what I do, my friend. What's new with you?
Nothing much. Like the
Was it fun?
It was really. I finished and I finished the full.
That's baller. Apologies if I can't spend that much time focusing on you. I am playing chess in a showdown. That's cool.
I pressed the camera button.
You pressed the what? Camera button?
The camera button.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I did that.
Yeah. Plus, my capture card working so that I could stream Switch games.
How do I feel mentally? How do I feel physically? So we can, you know, that's your energy, and you can mind and manage your own energy. Then if you perceive something to be a little off, then you might need to address it. And I do address it.
I'm surprised I got this word.
Like out loud. And but for her and somebody who hasn't studied it as much, or maybe just as, do I believe that it could be that somebody could have a super wonderful being around them and they aren't even aware that they have a wonderful being around them. But the best way, in my opinion, is for everybody just to always be mindful of their own energy.
Did you just give up or did I checkmate you? There you go. Yeah. All right, Zoot. Next game is Battleship.
Setting, I lit a candle for her for peace, and with her permission, and it's gone. But it's the first time in a long time I've seen anything like that in a picture. And I guess
Zoot, you have an invitation.
Because there are beings.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
And I don't believe in
Zoot.
trying to bring that being in.
Zoot.
So with her,
Zoot, come on, man.
that was a pretty serious one.
Zoot, there you go.
I really don't underestimate using tools to help with what I'm trying to do.
You're up, pimp.
Say is known as mug board.
You're up, pimp. Zoot, go. Zoot, it's really easy.
Because you can't always light, sage or incense. But even whatever you believe, the person dealing with it believes. It doesn't have to believe to be what everyone else believes. Like, if I'm saying, I read for people like in Abu Dhabi, things like that. They're not necessarily going to believe the way I believe. So I say, play uplifting music. You may need the sage, and you really may need.
Maybe.
Here's the thing, though. The other thing to take into account is I get contacted by a lot of people who say stuff's going on in their house, and I think there's the land. Well, I don't think there is the land. There's the spirit of the land and things that have happened on the land. All of us are walking on, in a sense, the bones of our ancestors, and things that happened on that land that we don't know about. And then there might be the structure on the land, the home.
We're about to be tied.
And then things within the home or building. So really need to be aware and do energetic hygiene.
Told you we're about to be tied.
Hygiene, cleaning, and clutter, just plain. And you don't have to spend a lot
And now we have five.
Sprays, if you can't use incense, playing, singing frequencies we were talking about would be a wonderful way.
You are in Texas, right? And I think I heard a story about
How did it feel to not have the weight anymore?
Areas underneath, but that were washed away, found fossils of dinosaurs or imprints and so forth.
Rabbi,
saw enormous
how old is this game?
Well, I think I told you that I knew one of the families that lost, not really well. Energetically, is I'm asking how people are doing, or they're doing better. I mean, but there was a lot of loss. And I think any time that there's that kind of loss, you want to look at the human factor of it and not.
I want to say battle. Alright, Rabbi, it's time to play spades.
Do you know how to play spades?
How to play spades? I think so.
No, you don't. Wait, hold on a second. I think you can only play with 4 people. I think you can only play with 4 people.
Ah, fuck that then.
Hold them.
Then we're going to Texas. Then we're going to poker. Texas Hold.
Word, dog.
It's so much easier to love and support each other than
Texas Hold'em, located in Colorado. Then we end on.
Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation? Zoot, are you going to accept my invitation?
We end on the verses.
There you go.
Is there a ritual or something that you could do to, like we were talking about removing spirits? Do you think that there's something that you could do in the area or in areas like that, or if someone's had difficulties with their house, difficulties in their
I had the worst thing you can imagine.
Spirits, like you do help remove spirits from the Texas floods. Could you suggest something that we can do?
I just know how, because of how you're playing chess, that you wouldn't, even if you have pocket aces, you wouldn't go forward.
Like black sage, Florida water, and black tourmaline, sorry.
Absolutely. First of all, we want to make sure that it is, again, do the energy body scan, right? We want to make sure we're minding our energy.
Because I had the best cards ever.
That's the first thing I'll say. But then, I'm a real big believer in transmuting.
When I have good cards, I fold.
Tourmaline absorbs energy, it deflects it, and this is my first book, but it also transmutes.
All right.
It's set, right? So
you ready?
Is what it's
yep.
technically known as. And so I got to thinking during the pandemic, I got to thinking, well, if black tourmaline can do that, so can we. And transmuting, since everything's energy, let's go into this. If a place doesn't feel right, okay, something's going on, and we detect maybe it's with the house. Changing the energy, or somebody's being ruthless, or something, we're connected to everything and everyone.
If I had if there was a 4 at the end, I would have won.
Then we can change the form of that energy, but it takes a lot of practice. So the tools are helpful in the meantime. And I always tell people, when they ask me what, should I do oil, should I do affirmation, should I do crystals, should I do candles? I'm like, what would you enjoy? Or music, because they all kind of lead us to the same result.
Yeah, it's very hard to play poker when you have Tourette's.
So as far as the flooding,
oh, I'm sure it is. I bet that one's like the toughest one.
And blessing the land and honoring the land. I'm not saying thank you that these people harm, but going in and not always thinking that we're going to remove everything. So there's a place, a suburb in Dallas, and a lot of people, it's a historical landmark, and a lot of people had the home and the area, and this is a suburb, and many paranormal groups had come to try to clear the land. A husband and a wife lived in the house there in the home, and they had come and tried to clear it. Didn't work. And there was also some activity in the house. It was kind of funny, actually.
Oh my God, I'm a hacker.
Or it kind of get moved around. And so we
Why did that
said
come up?
instead, we're going to honor, because it had ended up being
Making fun.
not a technical trail of tears, but definitely some Native Americans. And then there was also a slave cemetery on that property. And so we honored that land instead of clearing that land. And paid honor and put flowers on those tombstones. They were just little rocks or little, not exact. And make it prettier. And go up there and clean it up and say, this, I'm sorry, would you this restaurant? And then for the Native Americans, honoring them.
Whoa, you got the lead?
Assuming that we're going to always go in and clear it all out, because it may be that they were there first, and all they want is a little, say, acknowledgement, right? Now, of course, there's going to be times where we need to clear, but a lot of people have gone out there trying to clear the land, and immediately we were like, no, we need to honor.
Oh,
yeah. So,
Rabbi.
Determining where our house sits.
It looks like that.
Even going into a home, is it a thought from a fear that we're creating because we can't
really
put
bad.
energy into fear, or is it in breaking it down into what's really going on in this home?
Yo, pimp.
Instead of always
You should play that hand.
conclusion it's bad or that it's good, and determine the energy that way. But as far as I would say, it depends on
The blinds are going up a lot.
if somebody really
Yeah, they are.
And I've talked to
Cool.
one of my really good friends. She's a medicine woman with the Lakota.
All right.
And so we always run things by her. We don't want to appropriate anything, and with our stores. And so we would run by, and the chief of her tribe would say, "We love it that you honor us. But you also can use the sage in the clearing. That's not appropriation for at least according to him. It was like, use whatever you need to do as long as you're honoring what you're working with." And so, but if it's something really that someone's intentionally brought in because of anger,
I'd pretend.
Oh, wow.
Here's what happened. I was pretty angry. It's in my book, and I got permission to talk about it. And I was angry going through divorce, right?
Oh,
so I got all these candles, and I just started lighting these candles and putting herbs in them very irresponsibly. This is a long time ago. And my mentor told me, "You're grounded from candles for a year." Oh, and
you're a haka?
She grounded me from candles for a year because I was so angry. I brought something in, and I never even saw it. I brought something into at the time I had moved into
Really good cards.
I've been through a lot, and I was
Better than a pair of twos?
and needed to process
Pair of
that.
eights.
And so I created this thought of sorts with all that anger and all those candles. So she's like, first of all, you're not going to light candles for a year. And here's somebody that's like,
oh shit, this is not good.
I said, I put my candle in my mind's eye. And she's like, no, you're not working with candles. But just watching our energy and again, what's love to one person and right to one person. We've seen this in our country. We may not all agree with this is high vibe or this is low vibe. Knowing where we're at in our energy. And
This is a really good back and forth.
we need to. Sage, black sage is known as
The issue right now is the blinds are getting up high.
They use the incense for blessings and for clearings, and it's not new. And having, like I spoke about it, you were in Spain. First of all, those churches are just beautiful. They are so beautiful. Yes, they are so gorgeous, and they have those protectors. And in different countries, when I was in the Czech Republic, I don't know what they were. I can't remember. Like the gargoyles on them. They were gargoyles, but they looked a little different, and they were to ward away evil. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So
it's very, I mean, I think there's a lot to be said because these arts have been around for so many decades and centuries, really, to bring in good spirits, to
You did.
so forth. What you're saying is
Holy fuck.
it's a modern day thing.
Holy
It's something
fuck.
we do currently in our lives all the time. So we will be back with
You got so fortunate.
about her book, Psychic Candles, methods and advice for communicating with spirits. So we'll be right back. You're listening
What's
to
the next guy?
Wacko.
Am I good at this one?
No, you suck cock at this game.
Oh yeah, I remember this one.
You're up, pimp.
So I should put down the first
You
one.
better fucking put something down, son. No, you don't want to put that one down. Yeah. No, you can scroll over and there are more. Scroll over, there are more. There you go. Put that down. You're fucked. You can scroll and there are different shapes, dude.
Dinner. I'm in trouble.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Their party song disappears. Everybody's assessment.
Public University in the middle of California. So frustrating to keep your results.
You can't think of a
You have to do it off of one of your corners. Like off the blue.
destroy someone's life.
There you go. That's a good move.
What the fuck? Why didn't you let me go in?
Yo, pimp. I know, baby. I know it's not easy. But you're done. You're done.
I literally lost.
It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's ADK.
Are we sure? Are we sure it's time? Oh, yep, it is. 5 o'clock straight up. That's the time. This is your wake-up call for Monday, August 8th.
Zoot, use your single piece in that little spot, and then you'll be able to move over. Oh, no, you can't. You can't do that. Yeah, no, that wasn't good advice.
I just lost this game.
It was crazy. Crazy how short the lines were. And there were rooms, if there was room at the restaurants, we were trying to figure out what it was. It might have been because it was back to school right after that, and right before Oogie Boogie Bash, because Halloween time arrives at Disneyland, I believe, on the 22nd. And so maybe people are saving up or something, but it was great.
There you go.
Visitors. I don't know how much money Disneyland had. And then on Saturday, we went to A Midsummer Scream. So from Disney, woo-woo, happy, happy, joy, Halloween to like the ghouls and the demons and all the dark side of Halloween. And it was fabulous at the Long Beach Convention Center. Had a great time and posted a couple of videos on my Instagram.
Zoot, you have one that's like an L. Go to the one that's an L. Big Dog, go to the one that's an L.
I just went to the one with the no.
That one. Oh, it's too long. Do you have a shorter one like that?
You already won.
Halloween and horror, like the co-founder told us last week, it was sort of like the Comic-Con of Halloween, and it was really cool. So Midsummer Screening, and you can get a sneak peek at that mini cake. You can check it out on my Instagram.
I know, Zoo.
European and NATO leaders are joining Ukrainian President
I'm
Zelensky
bored.
talks to
All right.
President Trump on ending the war in Ukraine. Leaders from France, Britain, Germany, Italy, and Finland are rallying around the Ukrainian leader after he was excluded from the meeting on Friday between Trump and Russia's President Putin. A teenager's been shot and killed at a house party in Covina. Police say the fight started
There you go.
at a back-to-school swim party and escalated the gunfire.
Can I come back?
Maybe.
Hospital where he died. An adult who lives at the house was there.
Look how much of the board you have compared to me.
On social media.
Yeah.
A family in Laverne had a rather unwelcome visitor. A mountain lion walked
But I figured out something.
But I can't really do anything else.
on the home on Saturday afternoon. Jeff Penny says he locked
Yeah.
eyes with the big cat, which apparently scared it off. The lion ran out.
There's a thing.
Bye-bye, you
There's a thing in the bottom right corner that gives you a hint if you need a hint.
I already used it.
Oh.
The National Guard patrolling the streets of D.C., but apparently what the president ordered isn't enough. ABC's Stephen Portnoy's going to tell us why more troops are headed to the Capitol and who's sending.
Oh, that was amazing.
KFI's White House correspondent John Decker was in Alaska. Now he's back in D.C. with his take on the politics of peace as President Trump gets ready for that sit-down with Zelensky today. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the Frontline 24-hour newsroom. Federal agents have shot down a man who allegedly tried to run them down in San Bernardino.
Zoo, do you have one that's 3 or 2?
No. I have one that's 4.
Do you have one that's like an L? Yeah, you have one. Yeah, that works. I'm out of moves. You have a long one, though. There you go. If you came back and won, this would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No. No. No.
What's the greatest comeback you ever seen in a game?
I don't really know.
Game.
Mini golf being down. Oh, any sport? I don't know. Mini golf being down 2 holes and straight up winning and winning 3 straight.
But what's the most famous comeback of all? Stephen Bambury.
That Australian speed skater, maybe.
Yeah. Greatest comeback of all time.
Let's get a first look at your morning commute with Will Kohlschreiber. We've got trouble. It is where, well, Will had trouble up his own. He has a pop tire, but
Greatest comeback of all time. One of the worst survivor players of all time.
Moncala.
So you went out to you went to come into work and boom, you had a pop tire.
I heard I ran over something, and instantly the little indicator came on. So I went to the gas station, tried to fill it, and it's not happening. So here I am, working from home. But you guys want to know what the traffic is? Chino Hill 71 northbound connector to the westbound 60. Iraqis that connect to Parson Block CHPs. They're working with that. We've got some problems on Baldwin Park Boulevard northbound of Amar Road. That's a crash in lanes there that near that intersection. We also have a little fire burning.
Oh, I made a mistake.
Northbound, this is going to be right there near Anaheim Street. Little brush fire reported on the right shoulder. CHP and the fire department's on the way. One more traffic for you, just a little bit. Southern California's most accurate traffic report. It's Will Kohlschreiber.
Thank you, Will. We'll be getting your tire fixed soon, but not until after you're done with traffic this morning.
You fucked up.
Now to ABC's Brian Clark. So, Brian, we've got redistricting front and center in Texas again today because the Democrats who took off to avoid allowing a vote are
I like my life.
I'm glad you like your life, Zoo. Free turn, son. Free turn, son. Oh no, I fucked up.
Yep. Pretty sure you thought. Maybe you didn't.
Maybe I didn't. He's right. You're up, buddy.
This is bad.
I think you're gonna be okay. Oh no, you're not. Oh, I won by one spot.
No.
And is there any indication that maybe there might be a defector or two and they would vote against changing the map?
Are you sure?
Game's over.
All right, let's see what you've got, Pimp. What are you gonna do? You're up, Pimp. Big dog.
So it could just start a whole domino effect.
I won.
I tried.
You did well, Pimp. Okay, what the fuck is werewolf? Oh, we can't.
I can't play that.
Yeah, it takes too many people. Dots and boxes. I hate this game.
Better at it than me.
Okay.
Wait, why is it so short?
Because I made it.
Not this short.
I made it small.
Okay, then another question for you, Brian. Even if Texas passes the new district, it's not a guarantee, or is it? Or is it a guarantee? Like they just know where those voters are and can draw those lines so specifically that they can pretty much guarantee those seats.
Yeah, I think it's the second one. It's that they have, tailored this to a point that they'll be able to draw these lines.
You just won.
Not necessarily. You just won.
Okay, any repercussions for the
Texas
Democrats who
Yes, you did.
for a couple of weeks, or they just come back and it's business as usual?
They've been fined $500 a day for every day they were out. They called it quorum breaks. They got financial fines. The Texas speaker on Friday, when the first session adjourned, he said they were going to
Fuck it.
seek reimbursement just for
Game sucks.
You fucked that up.
Game sucks.
We'll see how they calculate that now, but there are certainly financial penalties for these Democrats left the state.
Okay.
Basketball.
This is Brian Clark. Thanks so much for bringing us up to speed. We'll see what happens next.
Bella, it's your turn.
All right. Let's get
No,
back to
it's your
some stories
turn.
coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ukrainian
Right,
President
do I get a switch?
today with President Trump
That's a
in
miss.
Washington, D.C.
That's one swish.
Russia must end, and the U.S., Ukraine,
That's
and
a
Russia
miss.
must have a
That's a
trilateral
swish.
meeting.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. Make. Swish. 8 points. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you're going to get 12. Well, you're going to get 12.
Leaders from the UK, France, and Germany, also some other countries, are going to be in D.C.
Told you you're going to get 12.
today. The U.S. State Department is stopping approvals of visitor visas for people from Gaza. Saturday, the department announced it was conducting a full and thorough review of the visa
I said
process.
you're going to get 12 to get
Specifically
11.
for people seeking temporary medical visas, the State Department has allowed a small number of Gazans to travel to the U.S. for medical attention since the Israel-Hamas war began. Hurricane Aaron has pelted parts of the Caribbean as a Category 4 storm, packing 130-mile-per-hour winds. Aaron has been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane, but it regained strength over the weekend. The storm's not expected to drive.
Dude, are you proud of that round? 8 points and 8 points? That's not bad.
Emergency officials have ordered an evacuation of low-lying Hatteras Island starting today.
Hey, Rabbi, are you annoyed that no one's caught up to your stream yet?
No, not at all.
Why not?
I knew it would take a long time. Oh, I only got 3 points that time, Zoot.
How long do you think it will take?
Well, with these bots, you never know. It could be today.
The CDC says ER hospital visits by children typically double between summer and the fall. Pediatrician
Zoot, you might win. Just get a swish. Get another. Okay, you made 3 points. I need 5. You ready?
Does Aiden Ross still want to stream with you?
You ready for this, Zoot?
Yeah. When was the last time you spoke to Aiden Ross? Okay.
Oh, I don't know.
I used to take frequent trips to the nurse, but it was because I wanted to get out of math class.
Zoot, I just won.
When was the last time Aiden Ross mentioned you?
I don't know. Are you ready for cut pong, Zoot?
He had said at one point
Yeah.
he kept his standards high as an actor, saying, I don't do crappy movies unless I haven't got the rent. Terrence Stamp, CB7. The Dodgers are back in first place in the National League West after a sweep of San Diego. Topped off by
So what did you think of that? What did you think of that?
LA is in Colorado tonight. You can listen to all the action on AM 570 LA Sports live from the Galvin Motors broadcast booth or stream all the games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Get the keyword AM 570 LA Sports.
That was the best opening I've ever had. Get it, Zoot.
What the president ordered isn't enough. ABC's Stephen Gordner is going to tell us why more troops are headed to the Capitol and who is sending them. That's coming up next. Now let's check a stalling Corona on the 91.
The 91 freeway westbound just past Auto Center.
Way too far.
Vehicle there in the center divider, not causing a lot of slowing. We do have a little wreck in Chino Hills, 71 northbound connector to the 60 freeway. That connector is partially blocked. CHP is there on the scene. Overall, looking at the freeways, they're all in pretty good shape. One pretty slow one, though, is the Coco Pass I-15 southbound. Right there at Oak Hill Road, you're going to see brake lights all the way down past Highway 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Goldschreiber.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas in Mama Arena. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances and game listening for the next chance to win your way there. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a
Zoot.
fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGM.
Zoot, you need 6 to tie. Oh, wow. I was going to say it's over. Make it. It's over. Bullshit.
No, too many players. We need to go checkers.
You're right. Wow, you've played a lot of these.
Why do you have any bullshit? We need to go checkers.
I know.
I feel like we could play bullshit though, because often it is just four players and bots.
Word, dog.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Here we go, Zoot. Are you ready, pimp? Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? You're going to jerk yourself off raw.
Wait, you want Jeff, right?
Yeah.
The twin flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, your other half for eternity.
And even when Angie thinks things are hopeless, they have other ideals.
Everybody has something that they would give anything for. And unfortunately, there's people out there who will exploit that.
This is a big move. This is a big, big move. Zoot, this is going to blow your fucking mind.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere.
Yeah, fuck up.
Ways to experience iHeartRadio.
I don't know.
On the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com.
I feel like I'm fucked up.
Another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again, can't drive 55, trying to catch me riding dirty. No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's
You're up, pimp.
largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze
You're up,
navigation
pimp.
screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
You're up, pimp.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, here we are on the cusp of a new chapter between the United States and Russia.
You're up, pimp.
What are the repercussions for geopolitics? That's coming up today at 9.
Oh, what the fuck? You're up, pimp.
It's 5:20 on your Monday morning wake-up call. I am Amy King.
You're up, pimp.
Following in the KMI 24-hour newsroom, 2 men have been shot, one of them killed, while trying to stop 3 guys from stealing a car in an alley in South LA. It happened around 9:30 Saturday night.
You're up, pimp. Everybody likes me, baby. I'm the best.
Officials say the men heard their car alarm and confronted the robbers. A 4th man shot the 2 men. All 4 took off in a red or burgundy car. Several ICE raids have been carried out in Whittier over the weekend, one of them at a car wash, the Euclid Car Wash. City officials say this is the 3rd time the car wash has been targeted by federal agents since July 15th.
You're up, pimp.
Air Canada has suspended plans to resume flights after striking flight attendants refused a government order to return to work. The airline had announced plans to resume operations yesterday, but the union representing 10,000 flight attendants refused. The airline is now
You're up, pimp.
accommodate ticket holders. Apparently, President Trump has told President Zelensky that Ukraine is not going to get Crimea back and will not be a NATO member. Those may be the topics on the table when the 2 leaders sit down today. 6:05, handle on the news. Bill's going to tell you more about that. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Stephen Portnoy. So, good morning, Stephen. President Trump called up the National Guard.
You're up, pimp.
Down on crime and homelessness in D.C., but apparently what he called up wasn't enough because more are headed to D.C.
Yeah, look, it's hard to see.
You've got a tough move.
exactly why this is happening.
I don't really know what you do,
I think
except
it is that
go.
senators from states such as West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina, led by Republicans, are offering hundreds of National Guard troops to come to D.C. What it is they're going to be doing here, what the mission is not entirely clear.
Zoot,
Fuck.
Zoot, you know it's your turn?
Undoubtedly, you'll see pictures of the armored vehicles lined up
You're up, pimp.
National Mall, in front of the Lincoln Memorial, Washington Monument.
I just lost.
Relatively low crime, high traffic, high tourist areas of the city that are already
Yeah, but
protected by the U.S.
What up, pimp?
And now you'll have the presence of the National Guard. Look,
that wasn't a good one.
What do you want me to do about it?
Dressing it up, you can talk about how the crime rates are declining.
No matter how shit they move you, mate.
Even if you argue that, well,
So it's very hard for you to do.
Oh, for sure.
You can dress it up and say, oh, this is a larceny, it's a misdemeanor. We can make a little adjustment there to make the picture look better. That's the allegation, at least it's happening. But it's hard to do that with the homicide rate. Suffice it to say, there are questions about what exactly the purpose of this show of force is, except to be a show of force. The National Guard are, at the moment, unarmed, but would be armed. Some of these units, particularly from Ohio, that are being offered are military police officers. At least they are trained in how to make arrests. But your typical National Guard
Pimp.
training on civil disturbances. Not
No, you can't.
police work, and that's not the objective here. You have the federal
It's over for you, son.
which is the subject of the court hearing on Friday, where the judge essentially said that the administration was vastly over-reading its authority in the Home Rule Act. And she had just had to get in the room and agree to kind of take the temperature down and leave the DC police chief in charge.
I just let you win.
No, you didn't. Okay, Truco, what the fuck is this?
Federal law by federal law enforcement agencies such as ICE here in the city.
You're playing this
Some of
before.
those ICE actions are
Argentinian Minero or Paulista? No one knows what this shit means.
Let's just press buttons.
No, we play everything, Zoot.
where they are just enjoying time. The app Open Table reports
We play everything
reservations for the
until
restaurants in the city are dropping by double-digit percentages.
Big Two.
Because people are very simply now
Zoot, you're up. Everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go.
We played this before.
I've never played this game.
to a measurable extent.
Here we have.
I haven't.
You said that they're unarmed.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Maybe one time.
By the Washington Mall and other areas, like high-profile areas. So they're not making arrests at this point.
I won with the King of Cups, son.
Presence of federal law enforcement agencies. It's all part of a complicated picture that's meant to demonstrate, ramped up law enforcement activity. The National Guard's fatigues.
First round, you won 3.
Standing there. Then you had, I don't get
Oh, you're done. These are the best cards ever.
Then you have the presence of federal law enforcement agencies such as ICE setting up a check for wearing masks.
You don't
Zoot.
even know how to play.
You don't either.
Except by some sort of insignia, which may not include the name of the agency.
Retire.
Setting up checkpoints on streets such as 14th Street. So imagine trying to use an analog to appreciate something maybe in the middle of Sunset.
Rabbi, you just lost.
Right? High crime, no, sorry, not a high crime area, but certainly a high traffic, a tourist area where lots of young people go out at night, on the weekends especially.
Yeah.
Are they patrolling in other areas too, or really just in these high-profile areas?
Well, there are parts of Southern California which are high crime areas.
Yeah.
Imagine if the show of force were merely at Hollywood and Vine.
Well, that's turned into a high-crime area, but that's a whole other story.
All right, but it doesn't solve the problem, does it?
Yeah, right. So they're not in other areas. They're really just kind of concentrated in areas where they're being seen.
As we can tell, as best we can discern at this early stage, it's only been a week since the president had his news conference in the briefing room and announced this stepped up, ramped up federal effort. We have not seen or heard of patrols that were routinely known as high crime, gritty areas of the city, which is not to say that crime never happens in the high tourist setting. It's just as you described in Hollywood Mind. But nevertheless, when we think, and it may just be a stereotype, but it's also
Rabbi, do you want to?
when we think of the high crime areas,
Just finish this fucking game.
those areas who would love to see their streets safer. That's not where this is, because it's not where the media is focused. It's not where the young professionals live. And it seems as though for now, a lot of what's going on is in those areas that will attract the attention of the professional class and the press.
Okay, and then
There we go. Game sucks.
Are they clearing
All right.
homeless?
We can't do draw together.
Yes, they have
Or can we?
Why not? We can.
The White House suggested that they
Hey, bud.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, they would be offered some sort of just go somewhere else. And so, look, homelessness is a serious problem in the United States, and it's only getting worse. As rents get more expensive, people wind up falling on hard times, staying in extended stay hotels, or winding up being evicted and have a black mark on their credit report, and they can't properly rent an apartment. For anyone who checks a credit rating, it becomes hard.
Yeah.
And that's the case in
You got it. So, hit. Say it again.
Yeah, you have to spell it.
Okay, well, spell it again.
How I spelled it wrong.
How did you spell it wrong? It's on there. Cherry. Guess it, Zoo. Spell Cherry.
Fuck. Fuck. I don't even know how to do that.
So why did you choose it?
What?
Why did you choose it? What the fuck is that? A rectangle? That's the worst thing I've ever seen.
What do you mean?
What is that? Oh, is that a juice box?
Yeah.
It's a juice box?
Yeah. You have a bone.
Dude, how the fuck did I get that?
It was meant to be a glass of orange juice, but you said juice box, so I was just like, is it boat?
Close.
Sailboat?
No, it's not.
Fishy.
The word boat is not in it.
Surfboard?
No.
It's very creepy. I was not haunted. There was nothing going on, although the person who was giving us the tour did jump out and scare me, so that was fun.
Hardship?
It is a little creepy.
No.
Dark Harbor's coming up in Queen Mary.
What the fuck is that?
Favorite haunts for Halloween time. Just something to kind of put in the back of your brain as we get as we start heading toward Halloween, which seems like it's coming earlier and earlier every year. Still to come on Wake Up Call, KFI's White House correspondent John Decker was in Alaska,
You thought we were dead.
DC, and
No.
we're going to talk to him, and he's going to give us his take on the politics of peace as President Trump
Starts with a C.
frames President Zelensky and European allies today at the White House.
Oh, canoe.
Satellite weather from KFI.
Bingo.
Sunny after morning clouds, highs in the 70s and beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC, upper 80s to mid 90s in the valleys, low to upper 90s in the IE and Antelope Valley. About the same, maybe a couple degrees warmer, and it's going to warm up later this week. It'll be hot toward the end of the week, highs in the 80s at the beaches, 90s in the metro areas, up over 100 for the valleys, IE and high desert. 68 now in Garden Grove, 69 in Huntington Beach, and we've got some
You're gonna hate me.
It's kind of slow there. I-15 southbound from Victorville all the way down 2 to 4, about 33 minutes today. So not the best drive, not the worst. 10 westbound from Mona into downtown LA. That's
OD. Oh, smiley face.
Worst drawer in the world. Worst drawer in the world.
Strawberry face.
No. Fuck.
Is that a bug?
Oh, I am so bad.
Is it a cat?
Yeah.
It's a cat?
Yeah, but it's a famous cat. This, think about the color.
Garfield.
Yeah, yeah.
How did I win?
I don't know, but like I don't get me ever. Don't ever get me to draw Garfield again.
I was typing Garfield though, and it gave us 0 points.
Huh.
And I put in Garfield. All right, next is Minesweepers.
Maybe you spelled it wrong.
I don't think so.
If I wasn't talking, you would never have guessed Garfield.
Okay. Yeah, because it looked like dog shit, and it was red, not orange.
There is no orange.
Box when he hit it. Bob Uecker, who became a famous play-by-play announcer, was the catcher for the Cardinals and the one that brought it to the umpire's attention. The Braves would win the game 5-3 on another home run in the ninth inning by Don Dillard.
Oh, fuck.
Jumping way ahead today.
I was just thinking I haven't hit a bomb yet, and then I hit a bomb.
For the second time. 3 weeks after affirming he would never return to football, Brett Favre signs a $225 million deal with the Minnesota Vikings. And today in 2016, Jamaica's Usain Bolt completes an unprecedented third consecutive sweep of the 100 and 200 meter sprints, elevating his status as the most decorated male sprinter in Olympic history. Now you know, today is sports history on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the reality food docu-series With Love, Meghan, with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Next Wednesday, the launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina, Come Hell and High Water. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 debut of the kids' animated series Mark Mysteries. Season 2 of the romantic drama My Life with the Walter Boys, as well as the new Netflix mystery comedy The Thursday Murder Club, starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and Ben Kingsley. Next Friday, the premiere of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, The High School Catfish, as well as the new Spanish mystery series Two Graves. Next Tuesday on Hulu, the launch of the docu-series Ruby Red-Handed, Stealing American
I could still win. This would be the greatest comeback in history.
Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the documentary film Imported. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the music competition series K-Pop, as well as season 2 of the Kids Show.
Oh, you can mark them? How do you mark them?
On Disney Plus, the debut of the movie Lego Disney Princess, Villains Unite. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the streaming premiere of the movie The Friends, starring Bill Murray and Naomi Watts. Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus series Shipwreck Hunters Australia. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, a new action drama series, The Terminal List Dark Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Terminal List series. And next Thursday on AMC Plus, the debut of the Ripped from the Headlines true crime series Kidnapped, the Chloe Ailing story, starring Nadia
Okay,
Clark.
Literati, just give me. Can you give me 2 minutes? Though I have to use the restroom. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because we have to finish this.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
On your wake-up call this Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend. It's going to be nice today. Beautiful. Gosh, wasn't it a beautiful weekend? But we got a heat wave on the way. We'll tell you about that. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An elementary school in Tarzan has been vandalized with swastika and anti-Semitic graffiti. A banner on the fence around Wilbur Charter Elementary was spray painted over the weekend. Security camera footage shows a person doing it before taking off in a car.
Similar images were spray painted on walls near the Israeli-American National Headquarters in Woodland Hills a week ago.
1, 2,
First witness in the House investigation
3,
into Jeffrey
4,
Epstein's
5,
sex
6,
trafficking
7,
case will be
8, 9,
William
10,
Barr.
12, 13,
The former
14,
Attorney General
15.
is scheduled to testify today before a closed-door House committee. Republican James Comer has also subpoenaed former President
5, 6, 7,
Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Shohei Ohtani's 300th career home run ball is sold at auction for more than $36,000. Ohtani hit the home run against the Rockies at Coors Field in Denver June 24th. Man caught the ball and then decided to sell it. $36,000 sounds like kind of a bargain from Shohei. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. That heat wave I mentioned, it's headed for Southern California. Triple-digit temperatures, low humidity, and gusty winds that increase the fire danger should hit Southern California by Thursday and Friday. And looking at the forecast, we're seeing temperatures up to 110 in the valleys and in the Empire. California's proposed new congressional map has sparked a redistricting showdown over future control of the U.S. House.
If it's approved, Democrat Olivera may have to face off against Republican Kevin Kiley, who won re-election last year by 11 points. That's because the plan would shift parts of Vera's district into Kiley's. Kiley says the redistricting effort goes against the will of Californians.
Our voters intentionally took the power to do this away from politicians and put it in the hands of nonpartisan citizens.
Lawmakers have until the end of the week to approve the new map. Rashida D'Agostino, KFI News.
The Coast Guard has stopped a 20-foot boat that was taking on water off Newport Beach and found 7 suspected illegal immigrants in it. The boat was towed in Saturday night. It had 5 men and 2 women aboard. They were turned over to Homeland Security. A mom and her 8-month-old daughter who disappeared weeks ago after a doctor's visit in Fresno have been found dead in an SUV that was discovered pinned beneath a bridge in a canal. The 2 had last been seen on July 15. Mom's SUV was found yesterday by volunteer divers with Adventures with Purpose, which is a group that helps search for missing people. They used sonar to pinpoint the location of the vehicle. CHP is investigating how the SUV ended up underwater. A hand soap sold across the U.S. and in Puerto Rico has been recalled because of a dangerous bacterial contamination. The company, Dermarite Industries, says the bacteria could lead to serious and life-threatening infections. People who are
Thank you for your patience. All right, turn-based word helper.
Which could lead to life-threatening sepsis. The recall includes Dermaclean, Dermacera, Clean Foam, and Perigene soaps. If you have an old
Zoot, are you there?
sitting around, now might be a good time to sell.
Thank you for your patience. All right, Pim. Did you know you have an invitation?
Had its best half-year performance since early 2022. 2 watches that are in high demand are Rolex's Gold Daytona and Patek Philippe's Aquanaut. Never heard of them? Probably because I cannot afford a Rolex in the first place, new or used. Time to get your business now with Bloomberg's Dan Schwartzman, who's in for Courtney all week. Good morning, Dan.
You're up, Pimp. What you gonna do, son?
Oh yeah, my parents went to China one time and they brought me a big Rolex.
As long as it's a sweep in your hand, it looks real. No,
Absolutely.
that's the secret for it.
That's the tell. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So Dan, let's get your business. Foreigners once again liking the American real estate market.
That's right, Amy. They're buying a lot of real estate in the U.S. According to a report by the National Association of Realtors, sales of existing U.S. real estate to non-citizens
There you go, big dog.
$6 billion in the year through March. That's up 33% from the same period the year before. Now, it's the first increase in 8 years, Amy, but the numbers are still far below the peak. That was back in 2017.
Hey, and
Can you play?
still not buying.
Can you play that?
So somebody's got to buy it, right?
And you know what? They're being built. I don't know who can afford it here, but apparently people are buying it because they're building more and more. So
going to one of the other big investments that people make, if you want to lease a car right now, an EV may be the way to go.
That's your second biggest investment after your house is a car. The EV makers as well as dealers are offering cheaper leases before losing federal tax credits, valued up to $7,500, as well as to move current inventory. According to Edmunds, on average, EV leases are cheaper than gas-powered cars. The average Lease right now $624 a month compared with $670. Gas cars and trucks.
You ready for the greatest play you've ever seen?
Yes, sir.
Back in July, just over $350 a month. Not bad.
Wow. When you mentioned
Who's in the lead?
620, it's just crazy.
We're tied.
It's insane. I mean, the average car
Oh.
price.
Who should be in the lead?
I should.
What?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick, you know.
Yeah, but I played sexy.
Oh, are you sure of that?
Yeah, look. Look at the board.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, fuck.
Air Canada today may be suspending its guidance to the end of this year due to that strike.
Suspending what till the end of the year?
Their guidance. So usually they'll say, okay, so we forecast we'll make this much money and this much per share, and they can't do that because it's hurting them.
Are you gonna say dudes? Flick yourself.
Yeah.
Because right now they're not really earning anything, just losing a ton of money every day that this work stoppage goes on. And right now there's no end in sight unless this government's trying to get involved. And right now the union's saying, no, we're not going to listen to you.
And can we take a quick look
Yarn, that's good.
as we start this week?
Well, right now it's not looking tremendous. Right now the Dow is down 12 points, Nasdaq's down 45 points, S&P's down 8.5 points. There's the angst about what's going to happen with Ukraine, the big meetings at the White House, as well as what the indications will be from the Fed.
Zoo, do you see the scoreboard?
Interest rates, will they actually lower them in September? So right now, uncertainty in the markets heading into this week.
But still, they're so high. Like,
Zoo, do you see the scoreboard?
45,000.
You're sitting here going, how? Like, the economy's in not great shape, and yet the markets haven't exactly been in line because they continue to rise, right? The Nasdaq hitting another record last week, and the Dow, as you said, 45,000. S&P's, closing in on 6,500. I mean, these numbers just keep rising.
Good for my 401k. Thanks to Dan Schwartzman in for Courtney all week. Get in your business with Bloomberg. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Dan. When we come back, KFI's White House correspondent John Decker was in Alaska and now he's back in D.C. with his take on the politics of peace as President Trump gets ready to sit down with Ukraine's President Zelensky and several European allies at the White House today. We'll check in with John next. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We're going to crash it down on 5.
Possibly some injuries here, northbound side of the 5 at Lakewood Boulevard. It's a car versus car, two cars, little cars. In the second lane from the left, somebody's outside of the vehicle standing there on the roadway. So a lot of activity there, northbound side of the 5. You're going to find slowing starting from before the 605, starting from right around Florence Avenue. You should head north, southbound side of the 605. By the way, already seeing some slowing there from Slauson Avenue down to the 105. In Inglewood Unified School District, it's your first day of school, so we're starting to see some extra traffic around Inglewood, northbound side of the 405, kind of slow, from the 105 on up to Manchester. Just delays there starting to settle in with Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Will Colschreiber.
Yo, Pimp, do you see the score? It's 255.
Yep.
Yo, Pimp, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. All I know is I'm just asking you. Do you see the scoreboard?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Are you sure about that?
Nah, I'm fucking losing by over 30 points. I can't be fucked on the mess. Oh, no. 26 points. I'm losing by 26 points. Bye-bye.
Yo, Pimp. You're up, baby.
Scotty Scheffler staged a dramatic comeback to win the BMW Championship, securing his 5th PGA Tour title of the year and becoming the first player since Tiger Woods to win at least 5 times in consecutive seasons. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest personalities in the game on demand. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
Dude, do you think you could win?
How much do you know about the person you love and who they really are? This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How could you be so sick?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
If you put it on the television, you go, well, people that would see it was completely on the other spectrum.
It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scam.
The only thing I have is truth on my side.
I'm Alexi Ostrus. I'm a journalist at Tortoise Media, and this is Sweet Coffee.
Yo, Pimp, you're up. And you've got a chance to win. Normally, you're never this close.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch.
Or hypnotism is real? We'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's inside a black hole? Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have asked this thing in the new iHeart original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Chan, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. About animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
TFI Jam 640, more stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, we've become stagnant. Nobody's buying homes, nobody's changing jobs, nobody's peeing anymore. America's mobility is stalling. And we're going to have a urologist on to talk about it. Actually, what are the consequences of all this? Coming up after 7 o'clock today on the next Handle show.
It's 5:50 on your Monday morning wake-up call. Thanks so much for starting your day with us. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 men from New York have been arrested in connection with an armed home invasion robbery in Redondo Beach. Police say 2 people have been tied up and held for hours during the break-in early yesterday morning at the house on Matthews Avenue. The men arrested are being held on $1 million bail. Ukraine could get NATO-like protection in a peace deal with
Hit me with it, big dog.
I can't win.
Dude,
I can't win.
you're not down by too many. Yes, you can.
Yeah, but I have to work. Oh, wait. I got that.
President Trump and European allies. We're talking to KFI's White House correspondent John Decker with more on that in just a minute.
I'm just kind of bored of this game.
All right, well, get over it, Don, dude.
Walked right in through the front door and into the dining room of the family's home on Saturday afternoon. Jeff Tenney says he was at his mom's house when it happened. He says he looked into the eyes of Big Cat that apparently scared it off. The lion ran out of the house, jumped into the swimming pool, and held the pool float, then jumped over the fence. We're just minutes away from handling this morning. Sheriff's officials say there's something off about a mom's story about her baby being kidnapped from a parking lot in Ukipa. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The second of 2 men believed to be part of a South American crime tourism group is expected to be sentenced today in the armed robbery of a $1 million emerald-encrusted watch. It was stolen from a tourist sitting on the patio of the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The 19-year-old pleaded guilty to charges in March. His getaway driver from Colombia was sentenced last month to 2.5 years in prison. Investigators are still working to figure out how the two men got their hands on a gun that was once registered to Christopher Dorner, the former LAPD officer who killed 4 people and triggered a massive manhunt that ended with his death in Big Bear 12 years ago. A mother who says her 7-month-old was kidnapped in Yucaipa is no longer cooperating with detectives.
The woman claimed her son was kidnapped on Thursday night after a man assaulted her and knocked her unconscious outside of a store. Authorities say the woman stopped cooperating with them on Saturday after detectives found inconsistencies in her story. Authorities say the woman's husband, who has a prior conviction for child cruelty, has also been uncooperative. The National Uvalde Foundation for Kids has called off its independent search for the boy and canceled the $5,000
Yo, pimp.
offering. Information that I'll find you. Mark Beatty, KOI News.
A federal judge in Miami is hearing arguments today about who's in charge of the so-called alligator Alcatraz in Florida.
Former federal prosecutor David Weinstein says the venue issue must be decided first.
Does the case belong in the Southern District of Florida? And the defendants in this case have argued that it doesn't, that the facility itself is primarily located on land in Collier County.
Once that's decided, the judge will issue a ruling on who's running the migrant detention center. Attorneys for the ACLU filed suit saying at least 100 detainees have been deported without due process. Tammy Trujillo, KFI News.
2 police officers have been killed in a shooting during a domestic violence call in Utah. Brigham City Police Detective Crystal Beck says a sheriff's deputy who also responded yesterday was hurt and is in the hospital.
Upon arrival, they immediately began taking fire. They requested additional units and then stopped answering their radio.
Police say bystanders persuaded the shooter to put down his gun and the guy was arrested. President Trump has posted on social media that he's going to lead a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots and voting machines, which he says are highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial. He says the U.S. is the only country in the world that uses mail-in voting and claims that other countries gave up on it because of fraud. He wrote this morning that the Republican Party will, as he put it, fight like hell to bring honesty and integrity back to our elections. Air Canada has suspended plans to restart operations because the union representing 10,000 striking flight attendants has decided to defy a return to work order. The Canada Industrial Relations Board ordered staff back by yesterday afternoon, but the union refused. Its leaders called the order unconstitutional. The shutdown began early Saturday, causing the airline to cancel hundreds of flights. Now let's say good morning to KFI's White House correspondent, John Decker, who's been a very busy man buzzing around the globe. First a trip to Alaska, now back to D.C. Morning, John.
Hey, good morning to you, Amy. Good to be back in Washington. Big day in Washington. Just a few days after the president's meeting with President Putin, as you point out, I was in Alaska for that. And now, today I'll be in the Oval Office where the president meets with President Zelensky, as well as other European leaders, the leaders of Germany, France, the UK, NATO, and the European Union. The focus, making certain that the United States is unified with the European approach to trying to end the war in Ukraine, which has been going on now since February of 2022.
Okay, so John, after watching what happened in Alaska and then getting ready for today, what are some of your takeaways about what's been going on?
My main takeaway is that, Amy, I believe the dynamic has changed since the president met with President Putin on Friday in Alaska. You recall, leading up to that meeting, the president had a video conference with these same leaders that will be at the White House today, and it seemed as if everybody was unified, had the same approach to dealing with Russia. Now it's a little different, and I think today's meeting is, in some respects, maybe even more important than the president's meeting that he had.
My time, Robert?
Yeah, choose something.
In Anchorage, Alaska. It's important to see whether the U.S. is still unified with the European approach, whether it still has Ukraine back in terms of dealing with Russia, and whether or not the U.S. is still insistent upon
You're up, Zoot.
Russia making concessions to bring about an end to this war.
Okay, we're hearing that two of the things things that Trump is going to push Zelensky for is that
You're up, Zoot.
be a back, and you're not going to be part of NATO. That those are two of the big things that that possibly Putin may have agreed to a ceasefire or a peace deal if those two things happen. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, to me, it's a head scratcher. Why
I don't know.
Russia, of all
I don't know.
countries, dictate to NATO who should be members of NATO?
Okay, mother.
To have Sweden and Finland, for instance, the latest members to be added to the defense alliance, to be members of the NATO defense alliance, then that's what they want to do. They want to have, I don't know, I can't speak for all 32 members of NATO, but if there's unanimity having Ukraine becoming a member of NATO, Russia should have no say in that whatsoever. So, to me, that's why this meeting is so important to hear what these European leaders, members of NATO, allies of the United States have to say about that particular
Perhaps.
Okay, and is Zelensky still saying we're not giving up anything? Because we've got what it's about 20% of the
I mean, it didn't come on till what, 12, but hey.
Right.
If you're a leader, you're not going to give something up.
I didn't have it as a child.
Right.
So he has to say that publicly. Now, I don't know if he's saying the same things behind closed doors. I don't know if he's saying the same things, when he's meeting in the Oval Office when we're not there, President Trump and European leaders are there. But that's what he's saying publicly. And also, look, Russia didn't agree to a ceasefire. That was something the president had been seeking when he was meeting with Putin on Friday, and the president, unfortunately, President Trump came away empty-handed on that regard, and that's unfortunate. The president said if there's no ceasefire, there would be severe consequences for Russia, and we're not seeing that. So, if you're any leader, if you're President Obama and you talk about red lines and you don't do anything, if Syria jumps over those red lines, and if you're President Trump and you threaten serious consequences, and you don't follow through with that, then leaders or our adversaries do not take those threats seriously.
We'll have to be watching that. For the meeting in the Oval, you guys go in before they really sit down and hammer stuff out, right?
That is correct. It's at the very top of the meeting. That is correct. So essentially, we come in moments after the president has welcomed his whatever counterpart the president is welcoming, and so that will be the case today when we are heading into the Oval Office. When President Zelensky will already be sitting down right beside President Trump in the Oval Office.
Okay, and we'll be watching KFI's White House correspondent John Decker. Thanks so much for your info and your insight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
This is KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI. Enjoy these next couple of days because it's about to get hot. Morning clouds, then sunny. Highs in the mid upper 70s at the coast. Low to mid 80s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Upper 80s to mid 90s in the valleys. Low to upper 90s for the IE. 90s to about 100 for the Antelope Valley. Overnight lows in the 50s and 60s. Tomorrow, Wednesday, about the same as today. Maybe just a couple of degrees warmer. And then we're going to, heat up with highs in the 80s at the coast. 90s for the metro areas. Low 100s to about 110 in the IE and valleys by the end of the week. 65 now in Brea, 65 in Lake Forest, 66 in Marina Del Rey, and 65 in Burbank. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. If you missed any wake-up call, you can listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We've got a crash in East LA on 5.
Yeah, this was right at the south end of the East LA interchange 5 southbound at Soto Street. Crashed there involving looks like a pickup truck and a motorcycle.
So,
all in the right lane. And the southbound
there he is.
All the way back from the 101 freeway and the 10 there at the top of the East LA interchange. Got 101 northbound on the way back.
Let's see what you got, Pam.
Freeway stays slow all the way up to about the 110 freeway.
What's next?
Dude, you gotta go. You're almost done.
Southbound side of the 15 through the Column Pass. It's kind of a slow drive right now. We have reports of a crash there in the roadway now, right on Highway 138. As you head westbound,
Yo, pimp. It's your turn. It's your turn, son. I just made it so that you have a good spot.
Rabbi, you won.
It's not over yet.
Rabbi, you won.
It's not over yet, son.
Rabbi, you won.
Doug, it's not over yet. Now it's over. It's my 173rd win in that game, and I'm a pimp. Okay, old zombie. Can we play it?
No, you can't play it.
How do you know?
You need 8 people. You need 8 people.
You know all that shit. Okay, pussy dose. Pussy dose. Pussy dose.
Let's do it.
Pussy dose.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How you doing?
I'm no worries, and I'm not gonna play no games with him. This is what we do every morning when I'm in here.
Word, girl. How'd you sleep? How'd you sleep?
I slept good. How about you?
Oh, I didn't sleep. I've been playing with Zoo all night.
Oh no.
Let's play.
Zoot, accept the invitation. Oh, we can't. That needs 4 people.
What time is it over there? What time is it over there?
6:05.
Where?
6:05 for me.
And 9:06 for me in the morning.
Where are you?
I'm in Georgia, USA.
Atlanta, Georgia. That's Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
Yes, is it?
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah.
Are you ready to take on the day, Miss Aquarius?
I am.
Do you have physical therapy? Is your physical therapist okay?
Yeah, she has a call, so I guess she's okay.
Okie doke.
All right. Rabbi.
Zoot, accept my invitation, son.
Talk to you later. Have a good day.
Have a great day, Miss Aquarius. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
The last game. So the last game we can play is Reversi, and then your favorite game, which is Conquest.
Go, Zoot.
What?
Let's do it, baby.
But we're gonna play your favorite game next.
Okay.
You told me your favorite board game is what?
It's Risk.
Same thing.
Okay. That's what you're worried about. Yeah, all right, there we go. It might interrupt the show. Well, yeah, I interrupt the show. I'll do it during the commercial. Oh, that's your choice. Yeah, I just, sometimes I have to go through a bunch of different clicks. Drives me crazy. Okay. Let me say hello to the group as we start the morning. Amy, good morning.
Hi, Bill.
Oh, yellow and black. Are we?
I'm a little bumblebee today.
You are a little bumblebee. Yeah. An Africanized bumblebee. You know, boy, could I do 40 minutes on that one. Okay. Coming up. Good morning. Good morning, Bill. And there is the lovely Neil. Good morning, Willie Wolf. And there is Ann. Hi. Hi. Are you worked all weekend? Football games?
Just one on Saturday.
No. Okay. Oh, she's not a happy camper, girl. Look at that foot up.
Well, her Padres got beat soundly by the Dodgers.
Her Padres got beat by the Dodgers. Yeah, they.
Well, I was just trying to. She pretends to be nice.
Yeah, I watch a bunch of Hitler shows, which I always do. You know, documentary on the Hitler thing.
Speaking of Amy, watch a bunch of Hitler stuff.
Wow.
Okay.
That's true. They call it the History Channel, but we really know what it is. It's the Hitler Channel. It's that simple. All right. You can look up Hitler on any of the various platforms, and you'll see 40.
Rabbi, I'm just pressing buttons at this point.
Okay. Okay.
Well, yeah, little bits, pieces.
So I want to play Risk.
And then something comes up, and you're like, oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Real quickly, I was going to say, there's a documentary about Billy Joel.
Oh, shit. Didn't they do that?
And I think it's on Hulu.
I mean, I lost, but I didn't do that bad.
We can play Hearts.
I send an invite.
Stop. We can play Hearts.
Conquest.
Stop. We can play Hearts.
We can't play Hearts.
Yes, we can. That's incorrect, son.
I can say it now. You can do 2 players.
And they were live shows. They didn't do recording. They were mini plays.
How do you play?
No one knows.
Plays written specifically for television and never came back. And if you look at early days of TV,
You get rid of everything that's not Hearts first, right?
Back then, who were, of course, big names subsequent. Today, that doesn't exist. All right, let's do it. We got a lot going on. Today, of course, is a miserable, magnificent, mortician-like Monday. So we're waiting for the big one.
Okay, I'm going to play a real high card.
The post.
Okay, I think I get it now.
You don't know how to play.
Get it.
This one is another one of Donald Trump reversing himself, but in a big, big way this time. He goes to the summit in Alaska with Putin. Now, keep in mind, Putin has become a pariah leader of the world community. And Donald Trump gives him, extraordinary coverage. Treated him as if nothing is wrong. As a matter of fact, said, and this is now really pushed it, that the war in Ukraine can end, will end, only if Ukraine
How did I win?
of its land. Everything that Putin wants, and actually more land than Russia is occupying.
I have more heart than you.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog?
And there will be peace.
It also throw in no NATO membership.
That's a given. And American security, which no one knows what that is. We'll talk
Zoot, we're waiting on you.
at 7 o'clock. And
Zoot, we're waiting on you, son. Are you ready? Attack territories.
Zelensky is meeting with the president as well as Western world leaders that are coming in. So it's going to be a big deal today. And again, more about that at 7 o'clock.
Sorry, I had to cough. How many is too many? In leaked audio, the former head of Israel's military intelligence can be heard saying the deaths of tens of thousands of Palestinians are necessary and required for future generations. He said,
This is really fun.
October 7th, for every one person on October 7th, 50 Palestinians must die. Major General Aaron Haliva said in the recordings released that it doesn't matter now if they are children.
Intersperse instead of his name, for example, Joseph Goebbels' name, with the same quote. And maybe the number is different. This is exactly the language that came out of Nazi Germany regarding the Jews and the Serbs and homosexuals and the Roma, the Gypsies. Exactly the same language. It is horrific. It is. This is one of those in areas where it had never, ever been ashamed to be Jewish. This time I am because of this. Can you imagine? 50,000 people, small potatoes. For every one of ours, 50 people.
All I can do is reinforce territory.
Has to be put down. But he didn't say 50 Hamas fighters. He said 50 Palestinians. And the word Palestinian, look at, includes women and men, civilians and children. So this came out. Of course, they're backing up, immediately backtracking. I really didn't mean it that way. It's not. You're not publishing this in context.
All right. So
I'm sorry that I said that. Please don't misunderstand. That we're affecting that. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. The only context would be, I have heard that this is being said by certain members and it is horrible. That's the only context, and you quote me. That's it. All right, moving on.
You heard Amy talking about this earlier. The search is continuing for the missing 7-month-old boy out in Ukaipa. It's a weird story. So the mother said she was watching a sporting event with her other kids, took her 7-month-old boy with her to go to like a Big Five or something like that to get a mouth guard. Baby needed to be changed. She should put the baby